update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. If you're not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say hello, Dashie. Hello, Dashie. Commenting, liking, and subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon and smashing that super thanks button down below. Super chats as well. We're going to get right to it because I believe that space is on, where we do have a couple of major announcements for the GrumpyCat. It is at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, and it should be in like 2 seconds. So up until then, we have some stuff to go over. There's me. Yes, I did put originally about 6K into it, into GrumpyCat. A little bit more than that. I think it was closer to 7, but again, because of fees and gas and all that, that's why it did not come out to that. Obviously, with all that, it went down to about 6K worth. But which is now, I believe, worth about 8.5K, give or take. So that's pretty legit. And again, on this particular stream, we should have a couple of pretty fun announcements. I am ready to get this bread as soon as Maya comes and opens up that space. You have that space, and then you have the actual space with let's see where it is. Let's go to the pro the Doge, because there's going to be two spaces. One space is going to be in like 2 seconds. And the other space is going to be with Borovic.eth. That is tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I don't really want to be live for like 6 hours. So I'll probably take a break after this one. And then after this, I might go live for the other one. I might not. I am ready. I am ready, Maya. We got this. On top of that, you have and we can go over some VV news. The Star Wars stuff had sold out this morning. That was, let me turn that on. That was about $113,000, give or take, for VV revenue, which I think is pretty dope. Out of the $113,000, I did purchase one on the secondary. It was the Revenge of the Jedi. For those of you that do not know, that is an error poster. Originally, when it was pulled out, it was not supposed to be, it was supposed to be Return of the Jedi. They put Revenge of the Jedi because whoever made the poster didn't know that, oh, Jedi aren't supposed to get revenge. So they had to change that to Return of the Jedi, and that's why that's an error poster. So I got that, I think, for 40. I sold it for like 80 something, because like, you could have got it, I think, for 30 on the drop if you got lucky. And what I saw was, okay, when you had 5, you had 5 of these posters, and within an hour, I think it sold out within an hour. So I get there like 45 minutes later after the drop, and I could still buy more, but I noticed there was only like, I think less than 200 of them left out of the, I don't know, 3,900 that they had available. So I was like, oh, okay, these are about to get really scarce. Like, this is already over the drop. I think it was like $40 at the floor. So it's already 30% above retail before it even sells out, and it was about to get sold out. So I was like, okay, this is, yeah. So I bought one. I should have bought a bunch. If I had the funds, I would have bought a bunch of them, because I knew they were going to go up. I didn't know they'd go up that much. But yeah, they totally did. All right, come on, Maya. Can you start the space? Girl. I did have a couple of my friends buy some GrumpyCat this morning. One of the whales that has over 2 trillion GrumpyCat had said, yeah, I'm not gonna go and sell until we have a 7 in front. I was like, oh, so you don't want to sell until you have a $70 million market cap. And he's just like, yeah, and when we sell, I only want to sell originally what I put back in. I was like, oh my God. Okay, so he only wants to sell what he put back in, let the rest ride. That is conviction right there. I myself will sell part of my bag a little bit beforehand. And again, so if I put in about 7K, 6.5K at the $6 million mark, he, I think, put in about 25, which turned out to be like 22 at the $7 million mark, market cap. So he's trying for like a 10x before he takes any and he's not even taking profit. He's just taking out his original investment, which I think is hella dope. And again, he's like in the top 20 wallets. Again, over 2 trillion GrumpyCat. He's not near Pro the Doge or Pep. I mean, as time goes on, he'll get lower and lower in that list because you'll have a bunch of big whales coming in. Like you already had the sixth biggest holder of Pepe put in like 40 grand into GrumpyCat, and that's right now. I mean, that's publicly. Privately, he might have gotten in a little bit more. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I'm waiting for the space girl. Oh, there we go. Start listening. Let's get this bread. Okay, they are currently playing some music. I'm not gonna play that. Wes says GrumpyCat Army for the win. Everyone smash that like button. Philip Tokush says, I saw Slum Doge got a cease and desist from the GrumpyCat for IP infringement for promoting the GrumpyCat slogan. Okay, so Philip Tokash, this is good to bring up because they are doing a space. I mean, they've already come into spaces with lawyers. They actually have a tier 1 crypto. They have a tier 1 crypto law firm that's representing them. There is zero reason for that cease and desist. There is in no any way, shape, or form does the original IP GrumpyCat owner have any reason for them to try to ban this token. That is, I don't always say that's misinformation because they did send that cease and desist, but that has no power. Like that has zero power in the realm of which they are operating. Chago Sola says, "What up, fam? Yo, what up, Chago?" X Black Matter says, "I don't understand what GrumpyCat is supposed to be about. Could you explain, Randy?" So right now, it's really just it started off as a meme coin, which it still technically is. The utility won't get here until later. But right now there's like $750,000 in volume over the last 24 hours, and it's like an $8.5 million market cap. This is stupid cheap. And when you have someone like Pro the Doge, when you have other people, oh God, who else was supposed to be doing this stuff? When you have that, you have Borovic.eth. So Pro the Doge has 250,000 followers. Borovic.eth has 120,000, and Fiddy.eth has 50,000. So between both of them, you have over 400,000 people, and that's a lot of followers just between them. They're going to go over on it, so it has a good amount of backing. It has people that historically don't sell, so you have a lot of big wallets there that are going to hodl. It's community driven. I really, really like it. That's kind of what it's about. Anyway, we're gonna. Okay, they're still playing music. Moving on. Doge Nation says, but who farted? And also Black Magic, it's to make money, and the end goal, in like 20 steps ahead of this, is to buy land in Madagascar and Indonesia. That happens to be where a large majority of the endangered species are, like in the world. I love animals. I was a veterinarian assistant for 9 years before I joined the military, so that's a big thing of mine. All roads lead to that. The more GrumpyCat makes, the more I can put into OMI, the more I can put into other investments. The more OMI makes, the more money I could put into this. So that's the eventual, 4 degrees to that. Bill Gardner says, stack those chips, boys. Stack it, stack it. All right, they are still playing the music. And SquidCat even goes and says, what the heck? I'm in for a few $100. Get that, SquidCat. Let's go. Woo. All right, so SquidCat's in now. I have a good amount of my friends, granted a lot of them with money, are the ones that have 100% gone in. Not all in, but they trust me, and yeah, like I said, pretty excited about it. Who we got? We got Stan saying, any opinion on BRC20 tokens? Since Pepe is BRC20, can it get the same pump as ERC20 version? I actually don't know. But that's really not my area of expertise. You probably have to ask someone else about that. I'm not sure. Astro VV says, hi, Randy. Hi, all. What's up, Astro VV? Oh, before we get started, so I feel like this holiday is not for me. This holiday is for brothers and sisters. Actually, let me go and change my hat here. Look, I don't know where my other hat is. I just put it in the wash. Just got out of the wash. Anyway, this is not for me. It's for the veterans that did not make it home, the ones that died at war, defending freedom. However, when we had I was at the gym before trying to get through my workout, and this girl's like, we close at 3, and I was like, I didn't know that. And she's like, yeah, it's like for veterans. I was like, oh no, I get it. Trust me. So I go to King Cullen because on TikTok before I saw that you could, because everyone's like against Bud Light now. They're like, you can get a 36 pack of Bud Light for like $15. Like what? So I go to King Cullen and I get, some post-workout meal. And then I go and look at the Bud Light, and it's 24 cans for like, I think $24. So like, okay, that's not bad. And then they had like a rebate of like $13. Like, oh, I can get it but for the rebate, you had to like bring back the cans. And I was like, I don't want to do that. So instead, I got some Voodoo Ranger, the Imperial IPA. I don't even like IPAs, but I do like this one. Okay, all right. Sorry, let's keep going.
She's gonna be there too.
Okay, here we go.
We're all gonna be there. So we pregame here.
Pregame
to that party.
Pre-game. Oh, I'm a speaker.
Yeah, I had my alarm on 15 minutes and I still snoozed it for like 5 more minutes. So, extra minute. Every extra minute counts. Fitzy knows what I'm talking about here. Like, you put it on and that extra minute, and then an extra minute, but then you're just going to be able to, unwind it in the last 10 minutes, chuck some cold water on your face and get ready to wake up for a freaking session of GrumpyCat about to explode. I thought it was already going to explode, to be honest, prior to Monday, but unfortunately we had Jared, the bot. Have you seen Jared's page? I think he's creating a token. That's crazy. But I reckon it's going to do well. It's going to get a shitload of volume, that's for sure. But they've done really well in swing trading in the last 24 hours. So they brought us to a new range, haven't they? Like, we were going up above 10, 12 and a half. They brought it back to
Dr. Rolex in there.
8 to 10.
Dr. Rolex in the house.
The next explode, where is it? Is it 15 mil, 20 mil, 25 mil? I have a feeling it might be 25 mil because we've got 3,080 plus holders, which is awesome. Those are
over 3,000 holders now.
Holder count. I always talk about that. I always look at holder count more than the market cap. So I got a feeling tonight, not tonight, the next 3 hours with this session, probably one of the most anticipated Web3 spaces with Borovic. I said the guy's name right. Did you hear that? I did well. With Fiddy and Slumdodge Millionaire. Slumdodge has been really, I'm not sure if everyone knows his strategic way of maneuvering himself with that community and all the meme tokens and getting more exposure indirectly back into GrumpyCat. And funny enough, I actually have a friend. So after we made a few spaces talking about some of the Pepe holders coming across, a friend was telling me that he's going to try to do the same to GrumpyCat. So I don't know if you've started this. There's a guy who bought in and he's been making profit and buying back into Pepe. But it was only small amounts, nothing crazy. So it's exciting to know there's competition going on, guys. This is what I love about GrumpyCat. People in Pepe in different parts of the community are seeing us as a threat. They're seeing us as competition. And we're less than $10 million market cap. So that's when you know you're winning. We just need, that breakout. I think that next catalyst is going to be huge for us. Is it going to be the spaces? Is it going to be the US litigation law firm and them releasing their announcement? So I have a feeling the US litigation tier 1 law firm probably will have a bigger impact.
No, I accidentally X'd out of Twitter. I didn't mean to. I don't need it. This is my bad.
Impact than even a major exchange listing, only because I think
that was my bad.
The probably headline Web3. I mean, you think about the firm taking on representing GrumpyCat community. I think that's probably bigger than even an exchange listing.
There we go. Speaker again. Let's go.
The way the trades were going on, the FUD that we got with obviously another party or whatnot. Now we've overcome that and turned it into a positive. Not just a positive, it's freaking explosion of positivism in terms of what, in terms of of us taking up and having this tier 1 litigation firm representing us. And then obviously Slumdodge and Borovic and all these posts going out in terms of, the spaces of representation. We saw this little explosion from that $4 or $5 million range into like $10 million range. And now this week, again, we've got these spaces. We've got the US tier 1 litigation law firm that's going to be announcing their representation towards us. And I think this is where we're going to have spaces. And I have a feeling possibly we might have a bigger space. And I'm not sure if you guys saw this post going out, but I think it was Vitalik that got retweeted, quote retweeted by Slumdodge, which got quote retweeted by the main page with Huabi. And I think Justin Sun has been doing a bit of clues. I think everyone noticed that there was some GrumpyCat in some of the images that he had earlier. I have a feeling we would have been already launched on some major exchanges. I think there was already exchanges prepared and organised if our market cap wasn't that low, because I think our volume was really, really good. But I think a testimonial to the community to bring back the volume, get things forward. So I have a feeling once we hit this market cap, because I think the volume is half reasonable, I think we still need to get above $1 million, which will sort of assurance. I have a feeling that we have some very strong major exchanges, which will be a big catalyst for us. I think that's what's going to take us to that 100 mil initially, and then we'll keep having major exchanges. So the community,
wild.
This is the time. This could be the spaces. I think this could be the spaces where we can really take GrumpyCat to that next phase, to that next level. But it requires everyone's effort. So I think everyone retweet this room, quote retweet this room, comment and message every single friend, family member, anyone that you know. If you have friends that've got, some major, followers, get them to support the spaces, get them to listen in, because the reality is every time people listen in, they always convert. Our charts seem to always move up in a nice uptrend. We're not here to sell, we're here to educate, guide and get people to learn all about GrumpyCat and our way of doing things, which is always with integrity and mitigating people's risk from a financial risk level, as we always say, going back to the website, going back to official channels and really learning. But I think this is going to be exciting pre-space. I think the major space coming up, I think Slumdodge and Alex, it's been awesome having Alex as securities lawyer, like one of the most renowned lawyers that we have in Web3, part of our community, leading things in the back end with some of these major law firms. I don't think we have a more equipped project than even some of these larger T1s on CMC. So it's exciting to be part of GrumpyCat journey. People are talking about us. People are on spaces all the time. We're on YouTube. We're on Sping. Everything's authentic. We don't pay for any allocations. No one's paid anything from mods to influencers to anyone. Everything is authentic and organic, and that's what's taken us here, the freaking community, and that's what excites me. But thank you. Different.
Hey guys, I just want to spend some time here thanking you, Maya, Fitzy, everybody that's taken the time out to host these spaces and be with the community, whether it be on Twitter or Telegram. Everybody here is making this process easier to understand, and you guys are sacrificing a lot of your sleep, a lot of your sanity, because you guys believe so highly in this project, and I hope that all the community members really see that and they pay attention to that, because that first and foremost is the key to strong communities coming together. Is a group of people coming together to sacrifice their time and their energy and their IQ and their experience in the space in order to really push something like this forward. So please, my sincere thanks on behalf of myself and the community for all your due diligence of trying to educate everyone and sacrificing your time for it, because it's not taken lightly, and I know the community appreciates it.
Give him a couple hundred.
Second, to extrapolate some of the pieces that you put together, out there, your points. We are headed north, in my opinion, whether we consolidate a little bit more and we leg up. The sustainability is there and the community has already been established. So us going lower is not even a question. I don't think we're going to go lower at all. I think we're onward and upward, and I think this is what we plan to do as a community. I think this is what we talked about and we talked through about moving up leg by leg and finding stability and
Omi's going up too.
Consolidation point. So whether we move up to 15 mil or 20 mil today or even 25 mil, I think we can really hit the 25 mil point too. We're going to sustain. And
GrumpyCat has more volume than Omi.
So I really am focused on the holder count, and that is increasing steadily. And that to me gets me most excited, because I'm seeing the distribution of the tokens be spread out. And I'm seeing people making healthy sales. They're selling off and they're getting rid of some of their bag, because that's what needs to happen in order for us to keep moving forward. Is you have to have some of the early whales start selling off some of their bag as we leg up, which is pretty normal, and it's actually a very, very healthy thing for us to do. And it's going to help us evolve and grow as a community and as a project, both physically and fiscally and mentally. So I'm excited about today's spaces with Borovic and Fiddy and all of us getting together to really talk about this. But more importantly, I'm most excited to hear from Alex and the IP lawyers. And I want to hear the delegation go back and forth, because we're going to have a lot of I told you so's in this space. So if you're part of the GrumpyCat community, please get the popcorn ready, because there's going to be a lot of I told you so's. And that's the
lot of
part
announcements
of this
too.
community, is that pinnacle part where you could tell those people that were fighting us the last couple of weeks, like, hey, there really wasn't a case to be made, and we've been telling you guys that. But obviously, we want to go the route of doing it in a professional manner. So they asked and they shall receive. So the whole title of "Fuck Around, Find Out" that Maya has been putting in all of her titles, it's true. It's so true. Like, you guys wanted to fuck around with us, you're gonna find out. You wanted to take it that route, then we'll take it that route. I hope honestly that we convert a lot of the fudders today by actually hearing the importance of IP law and Web3 and hearing the truancy of it, because really I don't want us to deter anybody away. If anything, I want to strengthen the knowledge base here in this space, and I think we're going to lead the way doing that. And I think that's why we talked about us being a pinnacle point in the space of us leading the way this way with going this route, because no one else has done it. So that's what I'm most excited about. Again, thank you guys for sacrificing so much of your time. I've been getting fruitful hours of sleep because you guys have been holding it down. Really appreciate you guys, and I can't wait to keep moving forward. And if you haven't already, we still have the donation open for the community to donate towards the litigation cause. I will be going forth and leading on that charge as far as the communication goes. No liability on my end as far as Tim can explain that, but there's no liability on my end. I'm just going to be a voice for you guys. I'm going to converse with the firm that we're choosing, and the firm that's actually choosing us. I think that's important to talk about too. We're not only choosing this firm, but this firm is actually choosing us as well, because of the severity of what it brings to the space. So I'm just super excited, Tim, Maya, Fitzy, Noah, Ash, Randy's up here. We're going to do some big damage in this space, and I mean that in the most positive ways. And I can't wait till everybody is got their bags fully packed, and they can smile at them and know that all we've done this past, I want to say, almost 4 weeks now has not been in vain. And I truly think that we're onward and upward.
True words. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it that our hustle is getting recognized, because sometimes I'm like, oh my god, is the community even recognizing how much hard work it is that we're putting in? But you just saying it made it feel so much better. Mm-hmm. And I am going to go around the space, around the room, and say hi to everyone. And Warrior, I did read your message. It doesn't matter. Not everybody speaks English, so we will definitely get to you, and be patient.
Yeah.
Hi, Pixie. How are you?
Hey, what's happening, everyone? I'm just working up to the night. Mike and Tim have done. I think we're all gearing up for a fucking long night, which I'm kind of excited about. We've got the pre-game, we've got the main event, we've got the after party. All the best events end up with that kind of setup. So I've been out and about all day. I think I've had about 5 hours sleep since yesterday. Been out all day, came back, didn't realize that this 9 p.m. space was happening. Panicked, and I was like, I need to snooze for 5 minutes. And then woke up and now I'm here. So yeah, we're hustling. No, we're good. I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to Borovic space with Fitzy. Well done, Tim. I have to say congratulations for pronouncing his name correctly. I understand that as an Australian, some words can be quite challenging.
But you freaking struggle as well. What are you talking about?
I didn't struggle with Boric's name.
Ooh,
You might be confusing me with Jake or someone else. Anyway, so yeah.
Okay. You did put a CH somewhere. You did.
There is not a chance I put a CH.
No, you did say Borovic something, bro.
No, you got Borovic using me.
But there was a CH in between somewhere.
No.
I think you're confusing him when he was really drunk and he was slurring his words. No, he wasn't drunk. He was completely coherent.
We've all been there.
So we're talking about that night. I was drunk. Okay. Well, firstly, I don't remember that night. So,
I don't remember that movie with Denzel where he's a pilot. He's like, I am drunk right now. I am drunk right now.
So I've just woken up from the nap and just making coffee, getting ready for the next sort of 6 to 8 hours of spaces, which is what it's probably going to be.
A lot of spaces today.
And we love it. You know, it's not like this is a problem at all. Like Maya said, you put in the hustle, and we hope that the community realizes. And as Different said, and to be fair, so have a few other people. You know, they do see what we're doing. We appreciate the time we're putting in.
Yes, we do.
Tim and Maya have certainly put in more time than I have. However, I should be hopefully putting in more time this coming week as my schedule is starting to change. It's fantastic. But yeah, no, I'm excited. I would give some sort of technical analysis or breakdown or anything like that, but Tim's already covered that because he's a go. He always just comes charging in with, hey, have all this information. Right, now leave me alone and don't circle back to me for 20 minutes. I'll sit here emojiing, but don't expect me to say anything.
Sit here emojiing.
I think it's a good strategy. I'm going to have to start
a lot of foreigners here.
Big shout out to Randy, talking about Randy, and big shout out to GoPay, Warrior, to Zeno in there. Big love to Steel. Steel is, bless him, he is a fucking GrumpyCat army general at this point. Everywhere we go, he's trying to like, oh, hey guys, I'm just about to go into a country.
There's a lot of people in these spaces right now.
But I gotta stop here and say hello and stuff. And so he's a fucking champion. I can see again lots of names that keep coming back to these spaces every time we throw them up to Alison Argunium. Is that how you say your name? Creo, I noticed that you're always here. Just Crypto is always here as well. Big shout out to everyone in the Telegram who's also listening and commenting in the Telegram. Big shout out to AJ32. We've had a bit of a giggle recently.
I'm not even in the Telegram. Oh no, I am. Not in the Discord. If we have a Discord,
okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Cool. No one helped me out. I was talking by myself. Yeah, in Thailand.
Michael James, message me on Twitter about the VV Logo Discord.
He's been following us around every single day.
So they proclaim, so the British boys, they proclaim they can proficient.
No, Stan, I would not have VV jump on Bitcoin BRC20.
Tim, do you want to try that again? If you're going to lay into me, come to this.
Chai Tonka, I would say right now is a pretty good time to get into GrumpyCat. Not financial advice. It's just there's no exchanges right now. There's not a lot of volume. Now's a pretty good time to get on.
Then who cares? Considering it literally sounds like fuck it.
Michael James, go to the GrumpyCat Twitter.
So what can I add of value? So my cat is in the corner of the room right now. He's managed to knock a book over and climb up into the book.
It has 3,800 followers, this GrumpyCat. So it's at GrumpyCat_coin. I would totally go and follow them, and from there you could be able to find out where to buy it. It's on Uniswap.
Let's fucking go to the moon, baby. I'm setting up some equipment in the background.
To the moon.
Because I've got some new gear.
Yep, I'm going to get my ears of Bitcoin. I'll go. What's good, Randy? What's up? What's good, Season?
If it's causing an issue for anyone, let me know and I'll hold off.
John Drake says, where do you store your Grumpy? You can store it on Trust Wallet, I think.
And pass the mic to the next person on stage.
Okay.
Let's check it to Randy.
Oh,
sorry, was you asking me to, or were you saying you were?
No, you.
Yeah. Cool. Let's go to Mr. Chavez. Randy Chavez. I fucking love Randy's name. He looks like a cool dude.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's either real Randy Chavez. I'm coming at you. I'm live on YouTube for this as well. I might just do like a whole 6-hour live stream because apparently we got a whole bunch of stuff going on. It's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure to have the additional 30 or 40 people on the live stream that maybe don't have Twitter, that are just listening via YouTube, which is nice. So thanks all for that. I did happen to get 2 more friends in the last like 12 hours. One is a buddy of mine. He didn't put in a ton, just got in like $800 or $900. And then SquidCat, that's down there, same thing. He put in a little bit recently. And we have, I think this is the tip of the iceberg before some big announcements we have. And like you all said, we're relatively low volume, not on any exchanges, and we're kind of keeping here where we are now at like this $8 or $9 million market cap. As soon as we hit that and we have 50 million in volume, does that mean we go to $50 million market cap right away? No, but I think that right away, we could definitely do like a 3 or 4x to start, and then we can go from there. So I think it's a good starting point. It's a good launch point. Do we have any price predictions?
Just quickly, Randy, can you put a tweet up in terms of your live stream that you got on YouTube? Do you want to pin it up to the top? I pinned one of your other posts up with the casino one that you posted up as well.
Yeah, give me like 2 minutes. I should be able to get that.
Yeah, I love that. So being on different channels, different platforms, it really helps with the exposure. So you guys, if you have any channels that you want to push and
I'm
you're
going to
doing your live
share,
stream, let us
copy,
know and we rate it for you in the
go
Telegram
to
chat.
this.
And Randy, who do you want to pass the mic to?
Oh god. We could.
Randy wanted your price prediction, Maya.
Correct.
Go ahead. I'm excited. Let's see.
No, the question's to you. He was asking a question to everyone. He was like, price prediction. I don't give price predictions. I tell you this. Everyone should know. Like, I cloud around, I jump around. I believe we're going to be the number one meme token. So you guys can work out what the market cap of the other meme tokens.
That'd be huge. We can go to. So
I think it was somewhere around the moon threshold. Was it something moon?
I think we surpassed the moon. I think possibly a little bit closer towards Mars.
I posted the link to the YouTube in the comments on here. I know you wanted that, so there you go.
Let's go, 290.
I do think that for price, if we, after we have the initial pump and then we stabilize around what we're trading at, I think people will really see a lot of these green candles. And, people don't like to buy when it's boring. I've said it before. They like to buy when it's exciting. So I think it becomes a snowball where, okay, 30 million, cool, we can go to 50, cool, we can go to 100. I feel like it is possible to get to a couple 100 million at some point. Does that mean I guarantee we go there? No, but like I said, I think that's possible. Again, we have literally tomorrow, or in 2 days from now, we have all of China going in and they're being encouraged to buy Bitcoin. And as people make money on that, a lot of that will flow into alts. So I think we could see a nice snowball effect here.
Well, that's what we're talking about there. We just had.
I was going to say one of the figures is 25 mil, just to let everyone know. So because we work with we're 75 partners, we work with a lot of projects that work on centralized exchanges. And we work with a lot of them. One of the figures, and we saw that with Pepe, they were at 25 mil, and that's when the back listing sort of happened. So there's a bit of a number that a lot of the exchanges like Huawei and all these guys look at. So I think Randy number around that $25-30 million mark, which is not that far with us. I know Different's going to talk about some of the price impact just a few seconds ago. So I think if we're able to get to 25 mil, which I don't think is that difficult whatsoever, I think that's where we're going to see mid-tier exchanges. And thinking about it, people asking about, Maya and myself, hours or time. To be honest, and the reality is, if we're early and we've invested early, like a lot of other people that are in this room right now, because we're all early, then who are we benefiting the most? It's actually ourselves. So the more effort you put in as a community member, the more output you'll get in terms of your own ROI. So I think right now, the opportunity to put the effort in and then make those...
Dive Jedi says it's like watching a train crash. My guy, this is going to be the most successful train crash you've ever seen if it is one. Dive Jedi, you will regret not getting into GrumpyCat. Just letting you know. Pokemon Fizz, which GrumpyCat is it on Uniswap? Yes, it's on Uniswap. I'll show you real quick.
Friends and families to join in. Every time you come up, talk about your experience. Like Randy came straight up and talked about he referred a few friends. They joined on, they onboarded, and then he's doing a YouTube live. And again, he's like every other member in here. Like all community members that have all bought in. We're putting our effort and our time. But I think we need to realize more and more that it's actually the community that is the biggest catalyst to our charts.
Dive Jedi says we have a P, we have an O, we have an N, we have a Z, we have an I, spell Ponzi. Dive Jedi, are you referring to buying low and selling high? That's crypto. That's like the stock market. That's anything when you buy in finance, you eventually want to sell at some point.
Wallets. I like to look at who's joining the community. That same whale that bought.
Don Miller says, was 500 original investment? Now it's valued at 6K, or did you put no? So originally I put 500 in. I think at a $10 million market cap, and then I put 6,000 in at a $6 million market cap. So it is now worth 8,500, give or take, maybe 9K.
There's another 3 sale right there.
Let me check.
There's rotation.
Oh.
And you're gonna going to see a lot of this because a lot
It is now worth $10,000, 5 figures in Grumpy. Let's go.
within their chart.
I love this game.
They got, like, I look at Pepe.
I can't. I don't know why my hair keeps doing this. But yes, we have a nice little green candle there. A couple of buys in the last 3 minutes. So we did reach that $10 million market cap. So I do have 5 figures in GrumpyCat now. I was out of that.
So yes, all that
Buddy of mine who put in 25,000 at 7 million. You know, he has over 40,000 now. No, that's not right. 25. Yeah. He has almost 40,000, give or take, because he put it in. Increased by about 50%. At 50%. I don't know, maybe like 48,000, give or take, he would have.
And we really haven't got a really big marketing push other than us as a community organically coming together, spreading the word. So you're really witnessing something that has a total catalyst.
Yeah, definitely going to sell on the way up.
Just so much unlocked.
You're right, Zafacer. It can become the new Doge, Shiba, or Pepe. When it reaches top 100, sell it. Well, Pepe reached top 40. But yeah. Well, let's see what the top 100 is.
Long term, and I'm going for long term because I'm not really focused on the short term. I'm a long shot player, so I'm thinking 7 billion, between 7 and 10 billion is what we'll see, and then farther than that, you know, as we grow.
Top 100 is $439 million market cap. That's insane. That'd be incredible. You know, that'd be having. I'd have $400,000. I'd buy so much Omi.
Touch the bill, and it's kind of, you know, surfaced around 700 million. I think we could dance around that little area for a while, but I think.
Wow, dancing around 700 million sounds like a lot.
Long term, around 10 billion or more, and then short term.
Yeah, when the community says go to 100 million market cap, you should sell it. I mean, maybe sell it like 75, 80. But I mean, it could. Hello, James says, cheers, Randy, cheers. There's so many grumpy cats on Uniswap though. Zafacer, go to the GrumpyCat Twitter.
And before you go to Ash, I am going to post a retweet.
This GrumpyCat, the one that's 3,867 followers. From there, you'll be able to go and buy GrumpyCat.
To get to 1,000 followers today, if possible. So make sure everybody goes.
Black Magic says, but what is it? Oh, it's a meme coin, it's a token. Wes says, GrumpyCat can easily 10x and you will have 100K. You're right. You're very right. Like a 10x from here is not hard at all. There's 10x from here. Guys, we have like $1 million in volume, not even, and we're at a $10 million market cap. You have suddenly, if you have 50 million in volume, do you do a 50x? No, but can you do a 10x? Absolutely. That's easy. That is so easy. So easy to do. Latrice says, I love GrumpyCat. Let's go. 31 Marin says, Randy, what do you think about Bencoin? I haven't really looked into it. I have heard some good and bad things. But again, I haven't looked into it myself. The good things are just people trying to pump. The bad things are they just haters. I don't know. It could be anywhere in between. Like, what is this coin tied to? Right now, nothing. The utility is like yet to be determined. But right now, it's just super undervalued. It's super cheap. Again, the valuation right now is with no exchanges and with very little volume, but with a really good community behind it. What happens when the community gets even bigger? Again, there's less than 3,100 holders. So if it's less than 3,100 holders, you're gonna have quite a bit of if you have 10,000 holders, you do more than a 3x in holders. You'll do more than 3x in volume and in market cap. You're gonna have a lot. Alfonso Ochoa says, I got $56 worth. We'll sell it 1,000x. Get that bread. Abdetta says, has a photo of a grumpy cat. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them do. But Magic says, is it only on Uniswap or can I get it elsewhere? No, it's only on Uniswap right now, which is what I think makes it so undervalued.
And bring all your friends here. The pre-party. Go ahead.
How's everybody doing?
Hope everyone's doing well.
I want to hear bad calls going.
I actually had a dream about a cat yesterday,
Kitty.
and I never even equated it and thought about it until I came into the space when Bissy was talking about cats or something. I was like, what? And then I thought about it. Yeah, I actually had a dream about a cat. I should be, only a dog guy, but there was a cat in my dream, and I never dreamed about cats. So maybe something good will happen here. But as far as the whole, price and speculation on price, I definitely want to go with a difference version of it. I think that if he's right, I think everyone would be pretty happy. But I mean, if you really break it down, like the psychology or the methodology of getting the billion, I think it's all just about execution and timing. And what I do like about the dev team here is that they seem like they're never in a rush to push something at the wrong time. Like they don't really they don't cater to like the short term demands of certain holders or whatever. They're just kind of running their own program and letting the community build.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives you kind of comfort in knowing that the gas, there's times to put the brakes on and times to put the gas on. It really is a momentum game. It really is. I mean, there's 100 exchanges that you want to get on to crack $1 billion, and it's all about timing. Like, you don't want to moon too quickly. You kind of have to get a feel for the market as a whole, and when you have that feel like it's time to push and go for the momentum, you're going to do it. Like, everyone knows, Pepe kind of burnt themselves out. They have the Elon tweet, they have the Binance listing. There really is nothing left. I mean, I don't know if they have KuCoin or not. Maybe someone else can answer that. I'm not sure if they do. But
yeah, Binance Saucy wrote.
There's just certain things that you don't want to do too early. We're not in a bull market. We're not in a bear market per se. I think we're just kind of in a it's like a nothing burger. We're just kind of, which is why
I'd still say we're in a bear market
right now, because people don't
getting out of it though.
They don't expect there to be a parabolic move in Bitcoin because there's certain uncertainties. But they do expect that there can be at some point, but till there is, they're just enjoying themselves playing shitcoins. So, yeah, I think it's just all a timing game. But I think at this point, it's fair to say the devs are probably going to announce some kind of exchanges. I think it's not going to be, it will pump the price for sure, but I think the intention is more to grow the community base. I don't think they're going to announce something that's like close to it, like a pseudo tier 1 per se. They'll probably just start building and building and building, and it's going to be more of like a marketing effort towards gaining holders. And then from those holders that come in, you kind of have to indoctrinate them into the culture, get them into the program, and that's,
hello there.
I mean, you can tell whether the devs are managing all this. It's kind of like a flushing system, right? It's like you bring in attention, and you bring in like 150 new holders, and then 100 of them sell, and then 50 of them are on the program, and you move it up again, and you keep different metrics. It doesn't be 50 or 100, but you kind of get what I'm trying to say. It's like you bring in the attention, you basically just make sure that you mold the state of mind of the holder, like what the plan is, and then you don't really care about the ones that leave. You just want like that certain batch, and then you move up. And I think that's kind of the strategy that they're putting into place. Because even myself, it was an interesting, transition, because I thought that right away that there would be some major exchange listings, because it would be so easy when there's that crazy volume. It would be even now. Like even now, more than enough to get a Megacity listing. There's numerous exchanges you could get on in 2 seconds if they wanted to. But I thought they would when it was kind of hot. But now you kind of, once you get into the system of what they're trying to do, like I didn't know what they were trying to do. I don't think any of us really knew what they were trying to do. But the plan and the ideology kind of slowly just came out, and we all started understanding what the process was that this project wanted to go through. And now that it's set, you just kind of have to buy into the system or not. I think that there's enough people that are, clearly, because there's people that are, I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of unprecedented to have a 10 million market cap with no real exchange listings. No one knows exactly what's going on. It's just interesting, right? So you can tell that there's a certain community mindset where they feel like they're being part of something special. So they're buying in on different metrics than what you're traditionally taught to buy in at for price action. It's a whole different program over here. So I think the more people that come in, certain ones will get retained, and that will actually just keep the floor moving, and it'll keep we do see like 20% volatility very easily here because the market cap's still low, can move very quickly. But as you get really high, you really want like that core, like that base floor to move up in levels, and you want to make people pay for their tokens. And if you have a strong community, you can kind of get there. So you're not going to hold GrumpyCat. Like if GrumpyCat goes from 10 to 20 million, you're not going to hold at the 20 million unless you really are buying into the system. So again, you're going to, if it comes back down a little bit, you're leaving opportunity for someone that is buying into the system, and you just kind of go up from there. So this is like a social experiment, I think. And I think that they know what they're doing, and it's working so far. So, I mean, who's to knock it, right? It's very difficult to have a $10 million market cap right now with no marketing and no major exchange listings. It's impossible. So they've kind of done something different, and you have to kind of appreciate it and go with the flow.
Did Randy throw off his tablet? Randy says, "See better for Omi."
Very wise words. Thank you so much.
I still have my tablet.
Big call. Oh, bad call. Go ahead.
Omi, V. Oh, were they?
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
A meme coin needs to meme. Yeah, meme coin totally needs to meme.
I was on vacation for a week, and I'm sure you guys can imagine I'm getting lots of DMs and messages, and people are asking me, about different tokens and coins every single day. And the number one most asked about, most mentioned in my DMs was definitely GrumpyCat. Man, just a show of hands. Just a show of hands for you guys. I mean, I truly believe that if you're listening to this space and the upcoming space we have today, like, you're early. You're just early. That's all I can say. This is a momentous community, and I think that Go touched a little bit on what I wanted to say. 3,000 holders strong, so early. There are definitely a lot of market cycles, and I've been through a lot of them, which is why I needed to go on vacation, because I've been through too many of them. And when you come back and you see the rotation of tokens and the market conditions, one thing is still the same. We've still got Maya. Thank you so much, Bitsy, Tim, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Very bullish on this token. Very bullish on this community. The community, the holders, everybody. Just loves to see it. I wanted to kind of say something now because I really want to listen to the spaces later, and I kind of just want to be a listener for that one. But just wanted to share my love for this community, everybody here, and just keep on keeping on, guys. These people show up daily.
I don't know what to do with his hair.
And they're all in GrumpyCat. Their passion and their fire hasn't changed a bit in the weeks we've been together. And I'm happy to share this with you guys. Really, I love it. I am looking forward to continuing, keeping the fire strong. I got my break in, so I'm very excited to continue. Thank you, guys.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Just to let everyone know, I was just going to say, I don't know if you know who Bad Calls are, but he's a personal friend of mine. He's been in DeFi for many, many years. So he actually called GrumpyCat under $100,000. So I actually went in, I think it was a little bit above him. So we're in a group with a lot of friends. So we got it, Pepe. He got it obviously in under 100, and I think I got under 500,000 or 600,000 with a few friends. So you probably noticed people coming across, and we've been making calls before they've come across. So there's more people coming across. The legitimacy thing was a really important thing, to be honest, to a lot of them, because obviously they've made 15 mil, 20 mil, it's a really big amount of money. And Bad Calls is one of those guys because of him specifically. He really calls it being a part of the space for a very long time. And then he called GrumpyCat, I think, under a mil, or I'm not sure, you can confirm it. And a lot of people, how much was it, Bad Calls?
I think it was like 200K.
200 grand. So you had Pepe at 100,000, and it obviously went to 1.5 bill. Pretty sure this guy exited at the top because he knows how to trade better than me. And then when it came down to GrumpyCat, under 250,000. So the group ended up following Bad Calls. A lot of people came across, and the great thing about his community, I've never seen him come up on spaces this much and engage and see how he's so motivated about GrumpyCat, more than Pepe. And Pepe was obviously changed his color back to green, and everything was green, and now he's all GrumpyCat. That's a bullish sign in itself, because you've got a very seasoned DeFi person who actually cares about the space. And that's what I love. People have this negative spine about people that are calling and people that are bringing off these opportunities, but then you've got now like some of the best in the spaces, like, you know, Randy, Slum Dodge, Bleaves, with all these names coming up. And then we've got like Jiva, you know, we've got Bankrolls, we've got...
I never thought I would be shoulder to shoulder with Slum Doge. Like,
And we're growing together, and they're
part
bringing
of the
all
crew,
this
part of
community
the shit.
together. And what I loved about what GoPay Ash said is, it's so fucking true. Like, the reality is, when he's talking about this new onboarding, because we've seen like Mong and all these projects have this huge hype, and then they get to 100 mil, and then you have this huge amount of dumps that comes across. It feels like the team and the way the community, I'll say the community now, are working forward is every time we have these major catalysts and we have these onboarding, you're naturally going to have people that aren't loyal to the project, and they're going to be slowly exiting out, and then educating, guiding, and learning people to onboard. So we create these premium floors, and I think that's going to
Black magic. Hold
even
on.
with major exchange listings. I think the next catalyst is going to be really, really big for us. But I think the same thing will apply, is that they'll go to that level, and then the community will do their hard work, onboarding through real intrinsic, you know, values of integrity, ethos, the core concepts, and we do it. Like the great thing is,
This
the
one.
most amount of onboarding has been through Telegram, which is so active.
Go on CoinGecko.
But we're not hyping it up. Like, we actually talk about everything.
Search.
And I think like
GrumpyCat.
what Asher said is, that's what's imperative of building a strong core. And I think that core is what's really going to take us to becoming, you know, that potential $7 billion market cap or a $70 billion market cap. But yeah, I just want to shout out for Bad Calls, because he's been phenomenal. And make sure you follow him, and make sure you follow him in Telegram as well.
Bad call sounds good.
I don't know that about that calls. That is interesting. 100K. And how do you find these gems digital?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a degenerate. You know, I'm actually like a true degenerate, and there's just something. You know, a lot of people they have alcohol, they have drugs, and for me it's shitworks. You know, I just love it. And then when GrumpyCat came up, I checked it out, made sure it was safe. You know, make sure that everything was cool with it. And I had called it. Actually, not in the first big run it had, but a couple days after. I think it was the day after when it kind of dipped a little bit, and I kind of posted a thing in my Telegram that said like, "Yo, this meme has viral potential. Like, everybody knows what GrumpyCat is. Asia knows. Europe.
Yeah, gas fees are very high. You could wait. I mean,
like everybody should definitely secure a bag. And, I still feel that way.
I don't know if you wait. I mean, how much are gas fees? How much are you going to put in? Like, if you're putting in like $50, you know, probably just don't bother. If you're like, hey, I have a couple grand to put in, okay, probably worth it. Because like if I say to wait, and then suddenly they announce exchanges, and then suddenly we do it like a 3x, it's like, oh, okay, you know. But again, I don't know what they're announcing.
Oh, it's utility token. Oh, it's Pepe. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that.
So that's hard. That's your call.
It goes very fast. And this project is still...
Send on says, Randy, check out VeChain. I have not. It's my bad. It's my bad.
You want to be on the winning team? It's really simple. You just join it. Which is why I truly believe that if you're listening to me right now, you know, just a small voice in your headphones, I really am just one person trying to tell people exactly what you guys have been saying here daily while I was, you know, enjoying my drinks. Is you guys, you know, every day I pop on Twitter, spaces, information. People DMing me on Telegram. Did you see this about GrumpyCat? Did you see this about GrumpyCat? It's like, you guys are active, and you guys are making a ton of noise. So, yeah, thank you again for the floor. And,
well, it says if GrumpyCat goes to $1 billion, you'll have $1 million. You'll have $1 million. I'm not expecting that. Even if it did, I would sell. I would sell a good amount before $1 billion. Like, there's always part of GrumpyCat I'll probably keep, but I will probably sell a good amount of it before we get to $1 billion. Like, I would probably sell, I think 400 million. I'd be like, all right, you know, I'm out at that point. Just keeping things real. I mean, that's, you know, I mean, I'll sell a little. My new whale said he didn't want to sell until we reached, and he's only going to sell a little bit at a $70 million market cap. So he wants to do a 10x before he originally takes out his $25,000 investment. So he wants to have $250,000 in there before he takes out $25,000 and then let the rest ride. Yeah, that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
So yeah, stay grumpy and keep it up, guys. stay grumpy as long as I can.
I love that. And yeah, you're right. We are everywhere. I was in Lemonada's show this morning, talking about like why I'm GrumpyCat and why people should definitely join us, and the low market cap and how Pepe is now and where we are. And it's funny, everybody was like, you guys are all over the internet and like all over the Twitter. And they were asking if I was sleeping, if I'm AI, how am I making so many posts? If you go and look at my timeline, it's all GrumpyCat. If you go to the comments that I'm making, it's all GrumpyCat. And the whole community is very, very active. So I definitely agree with that. We are going to Noah.
No.
I just want to add that, the devs, yeah, they're making smart moves and stuff like that, but honestly, they couldn't make any moves if the community wasn't here. I think if it wasn't for the people that are coming together and talking about it, the influencers like Randy and Slumdog that want to put it on their channels and, bag that's calling us too, we're the ones that are here determining if this is going to go anywhere or not. And we fought the fight. The community, not me, not you, it's everyone. The community fought the FUD and fought everything. But now it can go parabolic. Now, once it starts taking off, it gets trashed. We felt that plane plenty of gas. So I just wanted to say that it's not just all the devs, because I've been behind projects and I've seen how the devs work. And there's smart devs out there, but this dev could do anything, and if the community doesn't take on to it or doesn't latch onto it or doesn't, sustain, build these floors, build these connections, then that project's automatically just not going to go anywhere. And we see here the potential, and then with the meme, adding the meme, that I'm really in the same boat. Like, I really see that with what Pepe did and the time where it did it, why can't Grumpy do even twice as better? Because it can get on Coinbase and it can get on a lot of places that Pepe might have not been able to. But as Ash pointed out, we don't really want to get there that quick, because that can be the death, because then you have whales and other people that know how to trade to really, trade on it. And that's where building a nice, cushion of a good support, good community can really get us further than really blowing up and going that far. So I think this is in a really good position where, and I hate saying this, but I'll say it, where you are in at an early position that once it starts going to those places, you guys are cushioned where, you can sell and then ride. You sell a little of your bag when it gets to, like say 50, 100 million, and then ride it. That's, it's our ride it the rest of the way, depending on you. But I think like once we get to that 25, 50, 100 is not going to be hard. And then from there, it really depends on, how quick we get to a billion. It just depends on that's where the dev will come into play. That's where, you got to make sure that we're getting on the right, exchanges and doing the right things at that part. But from there, it's really in your guys' hands. You guys have been really taking care of it and doing very well with this project. So I just wanted to add that. That is my Noah talk.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Wise words, as usual, Noah. And I am going to, I'm looking at the comments.
Ooh,
so we have this comment, this person, Agato Jeffrey asked if GrumpyCat finally agreed to let us use the cat images. And I replied, memes are made to be used. So I want you guys to remember, why memes are made. Those are used, people use memes. It's fun. It's not, nobody can just hold hostage the memes. It's just for us to have fun with them. And and he compared it with the coffee company that was sued before, and this is very different. We are not an LLC. This is
that's a good point.
Community token. And if you guys don't know, by the way, Different is going to be our representative of the community in the space that we're going to be having and everything. That, do you want to go over that a little bit, Different?
Ooh, we should go over that.
And I want to put the wallet address in the Jumbotron too. Tim, do you know if we have that as a post with the wallet address?
I'll take the update if you want. So you're talking about the legal stuff, right? So as I just mentioned earlier, we've got obviously this huge space and event, possible exchange listings, but I believe this is bigger than even possibly a major Binance exchange listing outside of the US. And the reason I'll say it is
Binance been tweeting.
A US tier 1 litigation firm is going to be engaging and representing the community in terms of all the legal stuff and the matters that have been developed. Number one, it got referred by one of the leading DeFi projects, which we don't know who they are. Two, they got it. So they organized a pricing of $10,000 with $7,500 retainer. I'm presuming, because I deal with the big four law firms in my own company in Australia, like these type of work is normally like around $100,000. So to get it to $10,000 for an emerging meme token, and for them to represent us as an emerging meme token, and then for them to represent us against such a case, I think gives everyone, not just everyone in the community, but it's given the wider Web3 a significant amount of confidence. So for them to then be announcing that they're going to be representing us is probably as equivalent to mainstream media as a major exchange listing. Because think about it, US tier 1 litigation law firm name representing GrumpyCat with the current IP issues. That's mainstream media, guys. That's going out. That's more than just Web3 right there, yeah? And we're leading the pack with GrumpyCat, because you don't see a lot of these other major, even DeFi protocols, even like top 20, top 30, being able to use like such large law firms or litigation law firms in one aspect or another. But there is a community effort and collective effort. So the aim was to collect $10,000, $7,500 would go to retainer. We've collected $4,250, which is an amazing effort. I know those community members. I've actually been promoting whales and stuff to not go in hard, just chip in and make sure this is a community effort. But it'll be awesome. We got in less than 2 hours. We have Slum Dodge in space. It'll be cool to confirm that payment's been done, so it can be sent across straight to the law firm. And obviously then, they can make, especially coming early in the week, they can make an announcement. Because the way it works in law firm is you have to pay the retainer. And as Different is going to be engaging behalf of the community. Again, his role is basically just for billing and the scope of engagement letter that comes across. And as everyone knows, we built up this legal team in the back end from the community. But he's got no liability whatsoever. I mean, again, it's just giving an authority from the community. I just want to highlight that. But we had a lot of people step up. We had Jake step up. We had TJ step up. We had Fitzy step up. That was so awesome that people were willing to step up and take that responsibility on. But we're at 4,250 collected. There's 5,750 remaining. We want people to be sending USDT and ETH. So there was some GrumpyCat tokens. Then it needs to be sold off. That's not what we want to do. So then once that's been done, then obviously they can make Different can do the final engagement, the scope of engagement, and then there can be an announcement. And again, that announcement for me, think about this, US tier 1 litigation law firm representing GrumpyCat to deal with whatever it is. I mean, that's a huge, huge representation of anyone that's made any commentary in the space, first and foremost. I expect people to be rescinding or retracting their comments, either with an apology or they're going to be deleting it altogether. I'm not sure. That's my expectation. I don't know if that's going to happen. I think for them to have a belief in the strength of GrumpyCat and in terms of what's been done and the IP side, I think that gives confidence, because no tier 1 litigation law firm is going to represent anything for this pricing structure, because it sounds like it's been heavily discounted. I wouldn't have expected it to be $100,000. So to get $10,000 is crazy amount at the moment, but it tells me that they're very confident. But then if they're confident, is this then us representing the entire meme token economy? You have to start thinking from the marketing aspect of what this will do for our project. So if you're willing to go, we have a major exchange listing and everyone's willing to go in and support it and put their financial amounts inside of it, I mean, to collect $10,000 is nothing. But I love the fact that although there's people that can probably, contribute, and there's been back conversations, to be honest, among some founders saying, if there's a shortfall, they'll fill it up straight away. But I think the discussion is from GrumpyCat it has to be organic. Everything's authentic. Everything's organic. It needs to come from the community, because this is when the community come together and mobilize themselves, like what Ash was saying. Because look, the time will come, and it's already started. Like Huabi now, it seems like the listing that the community want. Slum Dodge wants it. The communities are pushing for it. Now imagine, similar to Shib, similar to Pepe, every single day, every single member right now here were to go to Justin and would go to Huabi's a main page and say list us with proactivity. And imagine there's now like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 every day. I think right now we're on 200 or something like that as a number. That's what people need to understand. The independent listings, independent listings come from the community, because an active community is an engaged community, and that's exactly what exchanges are looking for. They want volume. They want trading volume onto the exchange. They don't want the hype and people come in for extra liquidity. So seeing that we've got such an amazing consolidation, seeing how things are moving forward, I personally feel if you're listening in right now, go to the main Telegram. I think it's a second pin message. So if you go second pin message on top of our heads in this Twitter space,
take a look at it.
Click on the link. You'll see the Telegram official link if you haven't already joined. It's currently muted to ensure everyone joins this space. And it also has a message which basically says we've got 4,250 collected, 5,750 remaining.
Yep.
Transfer what you can. Again, if we've got 400 people here right now, like $10 each is $4,000. I mean, if 100 people then put $10, that's $1,000. If they put $100 each, that's $10,000. So even if you put $50, whatever you can afford to lose, obviously, and whatever you can afford, even if it's not about losing, if you're struggling, don't I think everyone in the community understand. And if you're not,
look at those buy orders.
They contributed a little bit from the mine, so that was really, really cool. So do what you can, get everyone to support, because the reality is, we said this earlier, don't thank us for our efforts. The reality is, each one of us are doing what we can because we know what the ROI is going to be for ourselves. The mine's here running 5 days, 6 days, 7 days a week and pushing things through. I'm telling you, mine knows the value of this project. Fixie knows the value of the project. Different, Randy, influencers are in the space.
I know the value of this project.
The founders are in the space. Why are founders in the space? Why are community leads in the space? They know the value of GrumpyCat. They've identified the hallmarks, and many of us believe that we're going to become the top meme token in the space. So when we're putting our effort and our time, all we're doing is motivating our own wallets. That's the reality. And imagine now all of us had the same mindset, and we shared the mindset, and we all mobilized together to penetrate and propagate the GrumpyCat way into the community. I mean, the exponential opportunities and gain is going to be absolutely crazy. And again, that's life-changing opportunities. So yeah, thanks for that.
Crazy.
Yeah, so you heard it from Tim. Go to our Telegram. I think it's the second tweet that we have here in the Jumbotron. And there is a wallet address. I personally donated to, I think a lot of us did. And it's gonna be helping you guys and us at the same time. And I think there was something that Grumpy posted in Telegram that whenever we hit 100 million, anything that you donated is gonna be returned back to your wallet. So this is kind of like.
No, that was a community member, Maya.
Oh, okay.
So so a recent community member got promoted into becoming. So remember, everyone's a mod. Everyone that even mods are volunteers. I don't know how they put so much time and hour. I love it. None of them get paid. None of them got allocations or whatnot. So if you look at the main GrumpyCat account, one of the mods who just recently became a mod, he was a community active member. His name is Brandon Pitty. Actually, he used to be called a Pepe whale, so I'm guessing he's one of the whales that came across. He said the message is approved by GrumpyCat. All right, Pup Grumpy, pussies, listen up. When we reach 100 mil, I will personally, and he's got in his bracket, Brandon Pitty, transfer the equivalent of the amount USDT to everyone donated in the GrumpyCat tokens. I'll refund everyone who donated before we reach that needed amount for the tier 1 law firm. Every donation starting from today will count. So if you believe in a GrumpyCat ask cat, then you will get the funds back you donated to this wallet from me as soon as we reach 100 mil MCY, because this lawyer is making me grumpy. That's why. Other admins can pin this as proof. So anyway, that was from a community member, putting that forward.
Yeah, that's awesome. I didn't know. I thought it was Grumpy. So see, even every person in the community is stepping up and doing something. That makes me very bullish. So I brought Falcon up on stage. Hi, Falcon. How are you?
Falcon.
Hey, Maya. Nice to hear you.
Nice to hear you too.
Easy. Well, I heard about GrumpyCat before, so I'm just here to educate myself.
Is this your first time, your first interaction with GrumpyCat?
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. What do you think about it so far?
She's so cute.
I'm looking at the chart, and overall it looks pretty healthy. I'm up close though on the 1 minute, and
1 minute. Ooh.
I'm just looking for like that frequency of buys and sells. I want it to be more active, but besides that, I think it looks pretty cool. At least from a chart.
Do you know who Slum Doge Millionaire is?
Yeah, I've seen the account.
Yes, so he will be having a space tonight in 2 hours. Sorry, I couldn't hear you say again.
It was my Discord going crazy in the background.
So what do you do? Tell us about yourself.
Oh, I'm an artist. I make NFTs. I think we've talked once before. Yeah, I make music, make NFTs. I just dropped an album yesterday.
Yo.
It's for regular people money though. Nothing crypto yet. So you can just listen with regular people ears if you like hip hop music. Besides that, I'm just here.
I love hip hop, and if you don't know, Different on Stage is actually a musician too. I think you guys have a lot to talk about. Do you guys want to say hi to each other?
What's up, broski?
I like how Maya's just trying to. Look, Falco, I have to say from a newcomer in this project, you can expect a lot of upward movement in the next week and weeks coming forward. I think what's different about our project, amidst the others, is that you're going to see a lot of support and stability as we wake up. So I know you're looking for like that crazy volume trading on the minute, on the hour, and we're definitely going to see that. But I think more importantly, what you're going to find solace and comfort in is knowing that the holders here are actually holding for the long term. Like the core holders, the community. Like if you missed out on Shiv or missed out on Doge, this is that one. We're going to be the number one meme coin. I mean, obviously it's my opinion. It's a lot of people's opinions in a community, but we're literally going to be holding long term because we have this vision there. So I'm all for crazy pumps and cool things, but I want to do it sustainably, just like the rest of the community. So we're gonna get nice volume on the minute, on the hour, in due time. But I think I'm more excited about us leveling out and finding consolidation points and finding comfort for even like new holders like yourself to get in at a comfortable place and then know that whatever you put in is safe and it won't take some devastating swings. So I would say you found us really early, even though some people might say it's not. Like you are really early on this. I mean, if you look at the holder count, we're about to touch 3,100.
I mean, at this point, I don't say we're like really early. We're like just on the cusp. I mean, if they're about to announce exchanges later today,
considering the amount
I wouldn't. I mean, I guess we are. We're before exchanges. We're BE, but we're not like we didn't buy it at like $500,000 market cap. We're buying at the 10, which again is fine if it's going to go to 100 million. Nice 10x is legit. But
entry point.
I'd say we're not super early. We're there like literally right before takeoff. We're not gonna have to wait like 6 months for it to happen.
I appreciate it.
Like
I'm definitely gonna look more into it.
Hey Falco, man, I've been asking this for freaking ages. Like we've been running all these spaces. His friend made me a promise. We're gonna get a GrumpyCat tune. I'm not looking. I don't want this like crazy tune. I'm like I don't want this GrumpyCat chant. Yeah, like GrumpyCat point, GrumpyCat army. Like every time Randy comes up, we freaking, we have that chant going up. When Fitzy's up drunk, we get him like all rocking, rolling. You know what I mean? Like, we need someone to come up with a chant. Like we need a tune that pumps us up. So when we start and we end, we've got this chant going on. Like we have to have all these artists that are in the space. Like in the Telegram, everyone sent these freaking long ass like melody tunes, like write-ups. Like we don't need that. What we need is something to freaking pump up the GrumpyCat army. What do you guys reckon? Can you guys bring something and put something together for the community?
It's got to be something with hate, right? This is Grumpy. I hate everything about you. Yeah, something like that. Why do I love you? Something like that. I don't know.
When I sing in the freaking shower, my missus, she cracks it. Like the worst thing that anyone can ever hear is my voice. Like literally.
Maybe what the hell? What the hell might be better.
Everything will break.
I got you, bro. Especially if you send tokens, I'll make you assume by the end of the
I'm gonna send you tokens. If you can send a tune, you can create
You're
something.
on your
Done. We're
knees,
locked in right now,
begging,
live on Spaces.
please
Send me the
stay
wallet.
with
Send
me.
the tune live. Make the live
Honestly,
live
I
on
just
Spaces, and I'll
need to
send you
be a
some tokens.
little grumpy.
what
All
do you
my
all want?
life I've been good,
What
but
kind of
now
style? Like,
I'm thinking, what the
Yeah, go
heck?
for it.
All I
saying
want
you
is
tell
to
me.
mess around.
So I mean, I think the key names are obviously we've got GrumpyCat Coin, GrumpyCat Army. You can add GrumpyCat, but I mean, those are the two hashtags we've been using at the moment anyway. But something that just like builds it up, yeah. Like every time we play it, like people are just like they just got GrumpyCat in their head. They're just like repeating it. Like everyone is repeating it. Like it's putting everyone on the same vibe every time we open the spaces, every time we close in the spaces.
I got you. I feel like it needs to be the Barbra Streisand song.
But honestly, I just need to be a little grumpy.
Instead of Barbra Streisand.
Barbra
What
Streisand.
the fuck are you talking about, Fitzy? Where the hell? I don't even swear. Where the hell is Barbra Streisand coming to this conversation? This is not coming from the community.
Barbra Streisand.
I'm only joking. Freaking people from Britain, they want Queen music. Relax, man. This is not white man music on Twitter Spaces. We're here to mix it up.
White man music.
You're whiter than I am. Chill out.
Just need to be a little grumpy. Oh my. Yeah. What else we got here? Cordial Ghost Slayer. Good afternoon, Senior Chavez. Vic heading south. Just got into Florida, catching the show on the ride home. Get it? Oh. It says, so the big news, even though the owner of IP want to use that token, they found a lawyer that hire, but haven't even raised half the small. Did I read that wrong? I think they have a contract with them. I guess they just want the 10K as a retainer, which honestly, one person could do that. I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's them just trying to use that to rally people around. Oh, hey, look what we raised in just a short amount of time, which is fine. I mean, even if the community only raises X amount, you will have one person that goes in there and does it anyway.
Yeah.
I don't really speak too much because...
Yeah, so you're just going to have one person that doesn't do that anyway, even if the community doesn't raise it all themselves. But no, that's not the big news. I mean, they announced it, I think like 2 or 3 days ago that they had a tier one law firm looking at that. Yeah, I don't know why he's looking at the 1 minute chart. That didn't make sense to me either. Lord Rez, just want to say hi and happy more that. Thank you. Appreciate that, McQueen. So imagine if I said black man music. Hypocrisy is a magical thing. Who's the Spanish? Who is that? Fibonacci man? He doesn't look Spanish.
I was fortunate enough to meet him very
I guess he is, yeah.
As well. Just by his name, Fibonacci, right? Like, he's been calling it.
Yeah, I mean, white man music, black man music, Spanish man music. I mean, I feel like we all know what we're talking about. White man music is like Billy Joel, and black man music is hip hop, and Spanish man music is like Juanes or Daddy Yankee, something like that. Because for having more of that. Cheers. Thank you.
Onto this shot.
Yeah.
I will, Tim. I will. And keep talking. You're good. I like listening to you. I can listen to you for hours. I think you should be a pastor. You should be a pastor.
Man, I am all about religion here, guys. The religion I call GrumpyCat. So anyone listening in, you want to join a religion? Join GrumpyCat. We are disciples of GrumpyCat. GrumpyCat is going to create the next God candle in crypto, Web3.
Oh, I have an idea.
We're not going 1.5 billion, guys. We're going to $7 billion. Do your own research. It's all my opinion.
Easy.
I'll put my hand up after Noah.
And like Tim said, I'm a really religious guy, and I believe in God, and this is a good project. I think if we have faith is the main thing for anything. Anything we do, I recommend you always put God first and have faith. Okay, that's very
Should let Noah go?
Randy, go for it, bro.
I think Noah had his hand up first. So let Noah go first.
Sorry, Noah. Noah talked. I didn't see you. How are you, mate?
Oh, no, but no, I was just going to add, I mean, also, once the space happens, you have, like,
Can I take? No, I want to take my hand away. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Once they start talking about it, you're gonna have those people
Meowth. Meowth. Okay.
looking at this project more.
GrumpyCat, Meowth. I have this idea.
And stuff like that. They don't look at price, they just buy.
I have this idea. Meowth. It's pretty heckin' grumpy.
What this can do and how viral it could go with the tier one, law firm and the space and everything. They're gonna come in, and that's when you're gonna see a lot of buyers. And we're gonna see a lot of
Doing the rock eyebrow there. One of the many talents that I offer.
You haven't had the 50s, you haven't had the people talk about this like they are today. We've had some people, but a lot of people have called these people, scammers. So it's
my body.
Hear that word, and even if it's not true, they in the back of their head, because they've been burnt so much, they get more worried and they don't want to do it. So it's going to be really nice when we have this space that you're going to see a lot of that buys and sells like stock, and you're going to see a lot of buys come in. And that's why I say once we get to that 25, I can see that 50 coming very, very soon, and then that 100. And then from there, who knows how fast we'll get to $1 billion. It all depends on us and the exchanges. Because if
I feel like my tattoo is all.
The biggest spaces are actually the Chinese cafe spaces. So what does that tell you?
I feel like my tattoo is all but sealed at this point.
How much bigger are these spaces going to get? We're already surpassing the American, U.S. Spaces of Pepe. There's only about one space that has, on average, a little more than us, as Polly's. But besides that, we average more than most spaces right now. So imagine, it's parabolic. That's what I say. But that ends my Noah talk.
Randy?
So I just had an idea. I don't know if it was good or not. I figured I'd float it to you guys. If we're gonna do like some more memes, I love the memes that have been coming out. They've been fire. Or the ones that's pinned, where GrumpyCat's driving a car ready to run over Pepe with a flat tire. If there's a way, if it's GrumpyCat, I feel like one of the original famous GrumpyCats was Meowth from Team Rocket from Pokemon. Should we do memes incorporating Meowth as well? Like who's the grumpiest cat, and then obviously have GrumpyCat be the winner.
I love that. Actually, someone in the comments posted that.
Ooh, they did.
Through the comments, by the way, guys. So make sure you post stuff in the comments.
Did they? I don't see it.
Them. And someone said, "Who's the grumpiest of the grumpy cats?"
Oh,
yeah. That is a really good idea. I like that.
Yeah, man. I think Fitzy's the grumpiest at the moment. The guy comes up, he's always trying to slam everyone. He's this guy's playing. He obviously loves role play, but so he thumbs up. Come on, Fitzy, you know you love role play. What are you talking about? This guy's ready to role play anything. So, anyone, if we get, what we do? If we get to a certain level, we'll get Fitzy to dress up as a grumpy cat or something like that. Yeah, because I know he loves that type of stuff.
I will fucking do that. I will do that. 100%. Buy me the outfit, bro. I will rock it.
Are you coming with that? Yeah, are you coming with that outfit to Thailand? I want to see that.
Grumpiest.
I will, mate. Listen, you do not understand how little shame I have. So you want to buy me a big furry-looking cat outfit that has a miserable face?
I want to introduce you to my friend Squidward. Everybody in town.
I will sit there and I will just chop food at the cat's head. I don't care if it costs me 500 quid and I don't get to eat it. I will do it. I will do it, 100%.
Fitzy will be the biggest pussy there. We know.
And everyone loves pussy, so there we go.
I'm on YouTube, guys. Don't demonetize me.
Yo. What would you name the GrumpyCat strip club?
The angry Ooh, I can't say that.
Pussy club?
Yeah, man. It's gonna be. They're gonna have a lot of pussies in there. That's for sure.
It'd probably be the angry pussy.
And speaking of dressing up, Darcy actually invited me to go to Vegas with her in a bunny costume, but I didn't go. I should have gone. I was like, oh.
Darcy, the influencer Darcy?
Yeah.
Darcy Donovan?
Come to freaking first come in our space, come on speakers, engage with the freaking community organically. I think that's the first phase for you. That's what you're going to tell her. To qualify, you first need to come in the space and freaking join the GrumpyCat army and then talk about Vegas. And then once we go Vegas, everything stays back in Vegas.
I like that. I can say, okay, Darcy, if you want me to come to Vegas with you and party in a body costume, you need to come on stage and talk with us. I like that.
I love Darcy. She was on the podcast last year. She's great.
Yeah, we all love Darcy. She's amazing. AJ?
I just want to say, if we do...
Had to throw up the flex in there.
To have a mascot. So, Fitzy, if you're rocking it Friday, I'll rock it Saturday.
I want to go to Vegas. Darcy, why didn't you invite me?
We have Fappy, the dolphin.
Should I message her and be like, Darcy, why didn't you invite me to Vegas?
Yeah, look, Google Fappy.
Oh, I don't need to.
Fappy? I don't want to Google Fappy.
Oh, it's hilarious. It was a joke, but yeah, it went viral. Anyways, it's mandatory to have a mascot. Somebody's got to wear the cap. I'll do it.
If you're trying to do something catchy, it should be like the Neon Cat music. Neon. Is that the fart coin lady? No, the fart coin. I am Rena. They are. This is not them. Maya or Darcy is not the fart coin CEO.
Start beating the shit out of each other and causing an absolute scene.
I can whistle with my hands, if that works.
Whistle with your hand?
That's why it's tough to wear the mascot for 48 hours. 24, you could do it. But 48, oh, that's rough.
So, Fitzy, whistling with hands, would that work?
Yeah, well, anything. As long as we know. We could be sat there sipping tea like gentlemen cats. And as soon as the whistle goes, it's like chuck the china on the floor, tip the table over, just start punching each other. You know, like these mascots fighting.
Kill Bill. That's what
and just for like a solid 60 seconds, and then at the end of 60 seconds we stop, and then we pick everything back up and we sit down and drink our tea.
Oh, my body. It burns.
Yeah, I would love to come in a cat costume, like a cat suit, but I don't think that would be the same thing.
We're not talking about Spider Cats, Maya. We're talking about the GrumpyCat mascot.
Yeah, but I don't know. Okay.
I mean, you can. I don't think anyone's going to complain.
Tim, should I come in a cat suit?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, why don't we put a vote? Hey, Randy, why don't you put a vote? Why don't we have a couple of different options?
I was gonna say, you know how at Comic-Con they have booth babes where they have really pretty women trying to go make it believe that they play World of Warcraft. Should we have this is probably a bad idea. Should we have booth babes but for GrumpyCat, just wearing the cat mask?
Do you mean
I don't even know why that's a question. Why is that a question, guys? Why is that even we already know.
Thank God, different first time difference on Mr. White Knight. I thought he was going to come up and try to protect the interests of the women and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, you can't like me.
I am offended myself.
They've got more than just their...
Well, if Maya volunteers as tribute, that's fine. She can start it.
Do you know what? Well, who else is it going to be? Is Randy?
I'm not a good.
Well, can we serve frappuccinos there too?
Well,
Did you just say Fappuccino? Oh, he said I thought he said Fappuccino. All right, I'm tripping.
Finally eating meat, and that's the only reason she's sleeping, literally. And now Phoebe converted her to drink some proper coffee so she can stay awake.
Speaking of meat,
frappe, whatever.
I can't take you with me if I go to the.
If it's anything more than 2 syllables, it's too much.
I'm gonna make some food. I'm so hungry.
Okay. So, cat costume it is? Cat suit?
Oh, wait, so...
Alexander's about to come up and she's going to put her grumpy on as well.
Oh.
I want to see Zaina in a cat suit. That would be hard.
We all know. Guys, this is not after dark. This is early morning PST US time. Although it is pretty dark for me in Melbourne. The morning's about to rise. What time is it there, Fitzy, in England?
Well, Tim, it is pitch black. I can't see anything. It's only 10:30. But just like everything in England, when it's dark, it's really dark because we're all doing.
When it rains, it pours.
So yeah,
You're right. But there's a bit of hope. There's GrumpyCat, isn't there, Fitzy?
yes. There's always GrumpyCat. I'm trying to find a piece of a tiny little 3.5 mil converter to quarterage thing for my headphones, and I'm putting stuff out, and the cat. So it's a Maine Coon across from the Bengal. I need to put just have like little claws here.
Mittens.
He's just kind of fucking everything up. And I'll be honest, he's really.
Language is offensive.
Be more proud.
Oh god, my body.
I have an idea.
Idea?
Whoever thinks that I should be wearing the cat suit, go on Google and find like, what do you think I should be wearing? I'm interested to.
Oh no, I have to.
Alright, why don't you put a post? I'll donate some tokens from my side. So why don't you put a post? Like, maybe give a few options, or yes or no. Randy, both of you guys can do it. I'm just saying you're gonna get more engagement. Look, I know the metrics of algorithm. No one's been telling me, yeah. Just get like a hot girl. Put some of these type of engagement farming type of things. It's just going to give us more exposure. Look, technically, it's organic, yeah? We're authentic.
I don't know if this will shut off the stream, but I'll be right back. There we go. Okay, there we go.
Look, I'm not
I had to go.
A mastermind.
I literally had someone ask, how do I put 10K into GrumpyCat?
Obviously, a mastermind as well. Why don't you and Randy do this one together? It could be a joint one. Brian and Randy.
What was it?
So,
yeah, I forgot.
yeah, so what I wanted to do, I wanted to just make a post or a tweet or something and say, hey, like, what type of cat suit do you want me to wear at the GrumpyCat community meetup? Is that good enough?
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Anything you want to add to it, Tim?
I have to tell them about this new whale.
To me, it's all about the KPIs, yeah? I'm looking for the outcome, guys. Whatever gives exposure to GrumpyCat.
Goblin Town looks like cringe sells better than sex sell. I gotta take a look at Goblin Town. I've heard about it. I don't really know anything about it though.
I mean, every time we do spaces, she gets 100 freaking DMs. Zaina, stop coming up because she can't handle these DMs. Like, at least, like, groom yourself, guys. Yeah, before you go up, like, clean up those PFPs. Like, ensure that you have enough money in your pocket so you can afford to take them to at least McDonald's or something.
Before Dart goes, I had to step away from YouTube real quick or shut down just because I had to answer a text. It's on my phone right now. A buddy of mine that is friends with the whale that put in 25K last week, he's like, how do I put in 10K into GrumpyCat? So before the end of the night, another 10K from another friend of mine will go into GrumpyCat. Huzzah.
Well, perfect timing, Randy. Perfect timing because GrumpyCat Coin just tweeted out, shit is about to get real.
Oh!
Shit is about to get real, and we are slapping the shit out of Pepe on this meeting.
Oh!
Perfect timing. And I can't wait to see what Maya wears.
Oh my God! Control yourself.
I can't wait.
Yeah, don't comment really explicit. I am going to block you.
Thursday.
What did you say?
I said everyone's so thirsty. Yep. And also, you can't be asking questions like that,
man. I can't wait to see what you don't wear. I can't wait to see what you don't wear.
Oh my God! People gonna get blocked.
I hope y'all are getting arrested by the sexy police.
Horny police. Bonk going to horny jail.
He's just pissed off because we've actually transcended from him being the mascot, wearing the outfit, like there's probably a onesie grumpy.
I can buy it on Coinbase and send from there, correct? Oh God.
So let's do a couple.
Sorry guys, I'm sorry.
No, but it's depending on what you're gonna wear, yeah? Like which one it is. But let's do 3 polls. Like Maya's gonna do one, Fitz is gonna do one, Randy's gonna do one.
Wait, what's...
Let's see which one. Let's see if it's about Maya, Fitzy, or Randy's gonna focus on the main meme token meme. And then the winner.
Wait, what am I doing?
Like randomly. Not randomly. We'll be selected on spaces. What do you reckon? We'll put a poll up. Which we'll look at the top 3 and then we'll randomly select them.
Tomorrow? Is that too late?
What?
What?
I regret everything.
Okay.
I gotta step away for like 3 minutes.
No matter what the mascot's mandatory, Fitzy's
No, try Randy. No problem.
Okay. Can someone DM me what I'm supposed to put out on the poll, and I'll do it when I come back? That'd be great.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to figure out.
Okay.
Yeah, Noah's gonna be doing that.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
And I thought myself.
I do have to go, so I'll be right back. But listen.
Should I put in there?
I mean, personally, what you should do is whatever poll we should do is we should have the GrumpyCat account, if we can get a hold of that, to quote tweet whatever the polls are, and then do it that way, because then the GrumpyCat will get all that exposure from all 3 tweets.
Yeah, they pulled out the code tweet option.
Yeah, so as long as you have all that, then you can get that exposure, and then from there.
No, I'm saying that no code tweet. Code tweet has been pulled out from Twitter.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That's interesting. They just changed your algorithm. Okay, I gotta look at that.
Because I don't have that option. I was trying to do a code tweet.
You have to approve people now, Maya. It's different. You have to actually approve people.
Before was a approval too. Same thing. I've code tweeted even Fitzy. I think one of my first code tweets were with Fitzy. So okay. So give me guys some options. The question is who should be the mascot for GrumpyCat IRL event in Thailand? So I'm gonna put myself, Fitzy. Who else is the candidate here?
Yeah, that's actually a smart one. Look, so we've got Fitty, we've got Maya, and then we've got to think about one other person. Like, look, we've got a bit of time, so why don't we work it out? So, like, let's allow people to come up on spaces. Oh, actually, why don't we do Steel? I don't know why I thought of Steel. That'd be cool. Like, look, Steel hasn't been late for 180 days, so this could be a perfect opportunity for him to be part of that free tier mascot. So we've got Maya, we've got Fitzy, and we've got my brother and Steel. They'll be up there, and then we're going to vote for each one of them. So I think Fitzy's chosen his outfit. Maya's chosen theirs. Steele's going to come up and choose his outfit that he's going to wear. And then what we're going to do is, like, someone's going to win from it, and then they're going to post a picture of them wearing this on Twitter as well. We're taking this to another level, guys.
Yeah, you're getting very entertained by this, Tim. I see that.
I think everyone is. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, one person's probably going to get a lot of the votes, and it sounds like that could be Fitzy. Like, maybe, possibly, I don't know.
Yeah, but, neon green singlet. Or at singlet.
That does not.
And his hand's going to go for the furry carpet.
Yeah.
Do you like roleplay, Tim?
I like anything you like, Maya. Like, the most important thing is if it benefits GrumpyCat, it gives me an ROI. We're willing to do anything here. Just listen to these spaces, guys. Look at Fitzy. This guy's willing to do anything. He's going to get a onesie on with a hole, just one singular hole for everyone to have a goal. But I'm just saying, right now, GrumpyCat is about to freaking explode. There's like all these trades going on. Randy's just confirmed. He brought someone on that $20,000 investment. It's got another whale coming in. There's putting another $10,000. We had a whale come in earlier from Pepe that chucked in $50,000. We had another whale coming from Pepe that chucked in $40,000. We are getting a lot of whales that are consolidating our floor, building our foundation of our floor. We're less than 2 hours from now. We've got one of the biggest spaces in history on meme tokens in Web3 by Slum Dodge, Borovic, as well as Fitty. I said the name freaking right, which is very, very rare. And after that, we're expecting the US litigation announcements. We're expecting exchange listings. The community have worked their backside off in the last 20-something days. Actually, I need to confirm, when did the contract launch? I keep saying these days, but I prefer to be specific. Well, so you remember, so 25 days ago, that's all we have. Just to let you know, Pepe peaked, and they got that huge jump from similar levels where we are now, 2 days away from where we are now. And it actually exploded to 25 mil, went to 50, 100, like what Randy was talking about, went to 1.5 billion. We are probably in a very freaking similar position right now with the foundations we've built, with what's happening at the moment. So if you have not joined GrumpyCat, like, this is the time, number one, to go to the second pinned tweet, join the Telegram room. We're on Uniswap. We're on CoinStore, which was the first CX listing. I'm presuming it was just done for legitimacy purposes. We're at a position where our community is holding our volume. Our community is the catalyst of what's driving the community. The spaces that we're having are averaging like crazy numbers. We're at 396, full packed room. Everyone's motivated. Everyone's excited. We have educational classes, learning classes. We go all the way to the bottom of the freaking pile and start talking about Fitzy and his fashion and his fetishes with ladyboys. We are willing to have topics and discussions about every single thing that you can think about, because we're a culture. We're a tribe, and we support one another. Just remember one thing. You go against one of us, you go against the entire GrumpyCat army. So right now, it's time to come up. if you join GrumpyCat, you've got a bit of experiences to share. Get other community members to learn about you. It's time to step up. But again, Maya, maybe it's time to reset the room so we can get more people tweeting out. We've got 57 comments. That's pretty cool. I've never seen that much in my spaces before, but let's push these numbers out.
Sure. Welcome to another episode of GrumpyCat. Is GrumpyCat about to explode? I personally think so, and we are about to find out. So today we're going to have a session, a big space about IP laws with Warwick and Fitty. Make sure you go to the post above, like, retweet, tag people, and be in the space. We're talking about who's going to be the mascot for our IRL meetup. I am making a post about it. Maybe I'm multitasking by the end of this reset. Probably I can put the poll up. Make sure you follow yours truly, your host, Maya. Follow my amazing co-host, Tim Tanner. And follow all these amazing speakers, Fitzy, Noah, Different, Randy, Falcon, AJ, Fibonacci, GoPay, Shib, and everyone in the audience. So we have our strong community members coming in and showing up every single day. So Alex at Crypto Immersion, Zaina, Jake, GrumpyCat, Minatoshi, Kaz, Trippy. I see so many familiar faces, Cryo, Steel, and so many more. And I think it was different yesterday. He was talking about it's going to be hard to come on stage because we're getting a lot of exposure and we're going to grow these spaces every single day. So it's your time to come on stage and build your rapport with us, build your bond with us. So if you want to come and join our spaces as a speaker, raise your hand. We don't bite. If you have any ideas about the marketing that we love doing on spaces, about the mascot and the IRL stuff, I want to personally hear it. So thank you so much, and don't forget to follow everyone on stage.
And one of the things I was going to ask you, there was a couple of comments yesterday. They were just mentioning we get a lot of numbers, people coming in and out. So although we're like averaging really big numbers, but we also have more numbers of people coming in and out. So I think on a regular basis, why don't we get every community member, because it's not about like listening to Tim or Maya or just Fitzy or Randy, but it's about the entire community. And I'm telling you, like, you know, when I heard Shibi for the first time, I'm like, far out, man, the guy articulates him so well. And I'm pretty confident if I'm motivated listening to him, many other members listening in are going to be motivated listening to him as well. And I think it's the same thing with Different, Noah, AG32. I mean, it brought. I noticed that there's more sacred people coming into our community. Ash, when he articulates himself, even Fibonacci, like the way he's calm in the Spanish community that comes across. So every time you come up, remember there's new people coming in. This is probably a great opportunity to share your own experiences of how you came on board, why you connected to the community. Because that's the reality is we have connected. Like we're on spaces straight off it. We're in Telegram having a bit of banter, having a bit of fun. Like this is more than just
Uniswap. He's through. Got another 558 GrumpyCat. Let's go.
This is about creating something and being part of something that's going to be revolutionary. That's going to be historical. I mean, picture this again. If we become the number one meme token, when we become the number one meme token, imagine the culture we've developed internally, where we've always talked about things of integrity, about investment, the risks involved in it, but also the opportunity to make a huge change in that DeFi scope, like in terms of the actual space. I believe that we possibly could be one of the biggest game changers in history within the space, because the IQ based on, like, not just from an education level, but from an experience level, in terms of like really understanding, you know, why this type of economies and why this project is such an important part of the DeFi space. And that's what excites me, not the monetary gain, because I believe that if you've hit these major objectives, which is, you know, becoming, you know, a mantelpiece meme token, having a community that is cultured, that is respectful, that is able to add value into the community, those KPIs tells me that the financial correlation is already going to be there, and it's going to change many people's lives. But we've got people that are going to have liquidity that I hope are going to reinvest.
Let's go, my collectibles.
Technologies that's going to help the NFT communities in terms of where they're going to excel further. We saw that in the past. and I believe GrumpyCat's going to be the catalyst for the next bull run. And I generally do feel we possibly can, and I do think we're going to be a more sustainable project, and I think we're going to add a lot more value to the community. So I think we'll go around, and I've got different with his hand up, but if everyone can add that extra commentary, because look, it's not about one or two people actually been speaking. The most successful, for me, the most successful boardrooms, that's what I'm used to, are the ones where every individual is engaging, giving their different views and perspectives and their experience and their positions. Because the reality is you have stakeholders from all different diversity, and people sometimes need to hear your voice. So make sure you come up, request that speaker button, engage with the community. We're all pretty relaxed. Look, we only give banter, so we're not gonna go hard unless you like to go hard. I don't know how to get myself into these conversations, but anyway, different. Go for it.
Different. I thought it was darned, but apparently it's different.
When it's like that, and make sure you go to the post above and vote who should be the mascot. So I made that tweet.
Oh, she made the tweet. Okay.
Awesome. I'm gonna vote in just a second.
I'm gonna vote Maya.
I wanted to touch on something Noah had said.
Maya, nice.
A little while ago about other communities coming in like Bored Apes and punks and everything else. I mean, really, that's what's going to happen in the next, couple hours here. we're literally going to be talked about with obviously regards to IP law and discussion with Bored Apes and punks and anybody else that wants to join in from the NFT community. So let me just put this out there, because I've been getting a lot of DMs from various communities that I'm friends with, and they're very interested in getting to this coin. I mean, the only thing that's really been on their mind is the whole IP thing. And we already know it's a bunch of BS and FUD that started. Obviously, you got to be in the community to understand and know what's going on. But from the outside in, a lot of people have been wanting to get in, but just have been hesitant because they're waiting for that word.
Sorry, guys, 1 second. Sorry.
Insisting that we have to be patient as a community and just explain to them because they haven't been here the last couple of weeks. So I'm excited. I'm excited for what's to come out of the space today and the announcements that have to come this week. Go ahead, AJ.
Before we go to AJ, so I saw everyone is posting the cat suits all over the place. So I made a dedicated post for it. So make sure you go to that post that I just posted in the Jumbotron and show me the cat suit that you want me to wear in case
Dr. Ripstad,
Nicole, and I did the mascot for our IRL meetup. Go ahead, AJ.
I was going to say, one thing that I love about this community and just being in these spaces, I think I came in I think it was either the second or third one. People have the same questions over and over and over again. And Fitzy, Maya, Tim, Randy, everybody's been so welcoming just to answer them again and again and again. And I don't feel like that's going to go by the wayside. I think that's just going to continue. And
I think you're 100% right. I think we have some representatives that are just going to nail it every time and going to help people understand what the community is about and answer questions every time. And everybody that stays in the space, because we don't really ever see the numbers drop, right? If anything, they go up. And people don't leave when the same question is being answered. So I commend everybody that's in the spaces all the time, and people who are just getting in right now, just know that if you have any questions, there's very educated people here that are more than welcome to answer.
Yo, what's going on, GrumpyCat Army? How's everybody doing today?
Whoop, whoop.
Pretty good. How are you?
Man, I'm doing amazing. I'm just so super
good
stoked
and
about this
feeling
event
alright
tonight. You know what's crazy is that, and what I love about this community is that I'm stoked every day. Like every single day I get up, I'm just like, man, I'm being a part of something. It just feels like a movement, It's like these things that go down in these history books, these things that are written, that kind of like happen over time. And, you see it in the news or you see it go down or you hear about it. And then it's like, wait a minute, we're actually a part of something that's happening, right? That's actually going to happen. And it's amazing. And, to credit what AJ was saying, it's like for everybody that's here and is listening, these questions, they do keep getting asked over and over again. And there's such an extreme amount of patience and understanding in this community, like welcoming, you know, like we're willing to go over it again and again and again, you know, however long and however much time that it takes, right? Because we're building such a strong foundation. And, you know, Tim talks about this all the time. I can't tell you how many times I've heard him talk about the foundation, how important it is to let
Chai Tonka bought 50 billion, GrumpyCat, let's go.
Have something that we can build a structure on. And I feel like we're doing that. I feel like the
Congrats.
foundation is being laid. And, you know, we're putting up that structure, you know, we're putting up these walls, we're inviting these different communities to come be a part of.
Trademarks, police said they don't approve this coin. In what ways are defense? Again, this is GrumpyCat. Like, this is not an LLC that they're trying to trademark against. This is just a meme coin community. And again, there is no, I mean, there are owners and there are big wallets, but again, there's no legal recourse for them to say you can't use this token with a photo of whatever breed of cat that is. Like, there's no legal recourse for them to do that. Like, they could try. They're not going to get anywhere. Just, again, because it's not a business that's doing this. This is just, like, community-driven token, and that's what's doing this.
See these other communities being built.
But I'll let the lawyer speak in the next space.
That stability, and that's exactly what I see forming here at GrumpyCat. So, you know,
nice.
Taking a look at this coin. You know, take a look at the coin. You see the
Jared from Subway.eth just followed me.
More importantly, at the same time, take a look.
That's not him, is it?
Take a look at the character and the people that are involved.
It's not him, is it?
That says it all. I think that says a lot. So, you know, that's the major reason why I'm here. You guys are incredible. You guys are absolutely phenomenal.
I don't know if that's him.
Thank you so much.
The official account of Jared. I
love that, and one thing that you touched on that's very interesting, and I think about it a lot.
I don't know if this is him.
Now everybody's gonna be like, "Hey, you remember?"
I'll let that go.
Episode 12 or 11. I think 11. For example,
the actual Subway. Oh, okay. It's not the. Okay, good. If it's not him, cool. Because I know there's I've heard that name thrown around, and not like the Subway pedo guy, but I've actually heard the name, like the Jared from Subway name thrown around in the crypto community. I never assumed it was the same person. I'm glad to see that's not.
Hello. My house is left, so I was kind of reluctant to come up here because
who dis?
You will very likely hear my family. They're playing a game and they're noisy. It's hard to tell whether they're arguing or playing a game. They're playing a game. It's like they're equally noisy either way. But I'm like right now reading this case about a Swedish restaurant that had goats on a roof. It's about trademark of live animals. And so I'm like, damn, people do crazy shit. It's really funny. But there's a lot of really interesting quirks. I mean, I don't think that this is unfortunately like an interesting enough case to make any real case law. Like I said before, I really thought that this was going to be something that was like really going to be precedent setting, which I still, kind of hope it would be, because we need stuff like this in our space. But, unfortunately, I really don't think so. I think that they kind of made a few mistakes, so that I don't think that there's enough, not enough that we can push against, for us to really have a nice Supreme Court case, which would be super cool from my perspective. I know a lot of people are not like super excited about something like that, but I'd be like really excited to do a Supreme Court case, to be involved in a Supreme Court case where we're really setting precedent about, whether or not memes can be intellectual property. Like, that's actually a really big issue. But unfortunately here, they're like missing some pieces of IP that they just didn't protect. But
Doge just bought another 75 billion. GrumpyCat, let's go.
Is this actually something we trademark? Is literally designed to protect goods and services, and a meme offers neither. How can you trademark a meme? Like, you created goods and services afterwards, but usually, like, the trademark is for a brand that you create in order to offer your goods and services. But a meme has no intention of offering goods and services. Later on, they created cups and Christmas shit and whatever. But originally the trademark was just, you know, the meme. There was literally nothing. I mean, the purpose of it was for other people to take the image and create funny shit with it, right? Like that was what GrumpyCat was. So there's a question of why would that even be trademarkable, right? Which is what this whole goat on the, like 4 goats on a roof in a restaurant, how could that be trademarkable? It's the same problem. So anyway, this is just like nobody but lawyers care about crap like that. But to me, it's pretty interesting. You know, I just think that the whole concept of a you know, how can you, like, what is the purpose of copywriting something that had, or trademarking something that has nothing behind it? Like, there's nothing, like, that's not what our system is designed to protect. Now, there are other countries that have trademark rules that are designed to protect things that don't offer goods and services. It's just not, ours is not one of them. So
what about Randy?
There's like some interesting, you know, comparisons that you could do with other countries. It's just, you know, that doesn't really help for the US, but that's just one of those things where it's like, well, okay, that's an interesting, you know, it's an interesting idea of what can you do. Like the whole idea is that memes are designed like how would you know, like the meme generators, right? How could they exist if those images are trademarked or trademarkable, right? How could that even exist? And that's actually something that, like, those would be by definition, right, trademark violators, because they would be taking images that are likely trademarked or I mean, generally they are, right? They're known images that were created by somebody, that are owned by somebody, and then different, you know, expressions or whatever are put on them. And those aren't owned by the creator of the meme either, right? They're unowned images and expressions on them. That's what a meme is. It's like an unowned viral entity. And there is an argument that has already been made saying that because LeBron James tried to trademark Taco Tuesdays.
Taco Tuesdays.
I don't know if you guys remember that. And they said that it was like a viral meme that was fleeting, and there was no way that it could be. It's been around longer than GrumpyCat, right? But there was this idea that, oh my God, my family's so damn loud. See, I tried to say that I did. Probably shouldn't.
It's not that bad, Alex.
Is it really? Because I feel like
in Australia, in Australia, the kids are a lot worse. You guys are, you're doing all right.
Sorry. Sorry. Anyway, sorry, Falco.
Are y'all ready?
Yeah, it's like a mild war now.
And just to let you know, like one of my close mates who was one of those, the major Pepe holder that came across, he's currently in this space. So I'll be honest with you, Alex was one of the catalysts, like in terms of the legal side, and having a US litigation law firm sort of representing with the Web3 came across has given him a lot of confidence to move across. So he's been a big supporter in DeFi for a very long time. A lot of big things happening with him in terms of him never showing who he is. He just invests a lot back into the space and supports a lot of projects. So similar to Randy, you know, we've had another close friend who was another major Pepe holder that's moved across $50,000, and this one moved over $40,000 of, I think, like 10 plus million, 18 million plus worth of Pepe across, as well as people from SHIB, like we got Shibby, we got TJ, people from Dodge, like Uncle Chad, Slum Dodge. We've had some major people from different projects being slowly moving across, and you know, many of these wallets, they trace people, track them. People are seeing where the flow of smart money is coming through the economy, and it is coming through GrumpyCat, but they're very wise. Like, you know, they're making buys at the right time to ensure that, you know, they're not just triggering this huge price impact, but they're letting, you know, these sellers that are sort of generating these small profits. And you look at the wallets, majority of them are swing traders, or, you know, they've been in the last few days and they're interested in making, you know, a couple of $100. But now we're here, they're here, and a lot of people, because we believe that we potentially can become one of the biggest, if not the biggest meme token within the space. But awesome time to be listening in to Alex as well. So and so again, this comes back to the people listening in. You just don't know who's speaking at the right time that can really motivate people to join on, because I think we're connecting people to something bigger than just another, coin for investment.
Let's go. Let's go.
I made this song.
I love this game.
Ooh, let's go.
Who let the dogs out? Oh, sorry.
What's it called? Somebody send me an email or something to send it to.
You can drop Google Drive it.
All right, for sure.
What that? Okay, since... Ooh. This is GrumpyCat song.
Got a big bag, one bag like how you did that. Get back, hit my moonwalk like I'm Mike Jack. She like that. You can't fade, can't fade, can't fade, can't get your bag, 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 get your bag.
Okay, that was pretty.
Yeah.
All right for me. I like it.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Oh, heck yeah, girl.
No, that was cool, Falco. It was a good start.
I am a real...
We're going to keep moving, yeah? We're going to keep, the next one, we're going to keep pumping it up and whatnot. Send me your wallet via DMs anyway, so I'm going to send some GrumpyCat coin across to you as well. But that was awesome. But, guys, I'm envisioning something, yeah? I think we're going to have heaps of tunes. That's what's going to be cool. That's going to be intro. We're going to have more coming up. But let's look for one of those things, again, the chant, yeah? Every time people are coming in, there's GrumpyCat, something explosive, because that's what the title is GrumpyCat about to explode. While we do that, Alex and myself have a bit of a chat with Slum Dogs before his major space that's coming in. So, I'm going to be coasting, but I'm going to be MIA just for a short period of time while me and Alex have a meeting.
GrumpyCat. Grumpy.
So, from what you guys said, Tata, if you could make it a little more hyped and upbeat, that would be awesome.
All right, hype. GrumpyCat.
Okay, so maybe that would be good.
All right, so I'm trying to think of something cool for GrumpyCat. I'm the big GrumpyCat. GrumpyCat. I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Everyone to as Tim said, chant it and something that sticks in their mind. And I like the fact that you're using the keywords. That's awesome. So yeah, the only feedback is because we can use the one that you're doing for an outro. That would be great because we're cooling down the stage too. But for the intro, for the first one, something very upbeat. And what do you guys think on the panel?
You remember in I think the second season of Cobra Kai when they were about to go out and showcase their moves at the festival? They're like Cobra Kai, Cobra Kai, Cobra Kai. We should do that, but with GrumpyCat. Just GrumpyCat. I don't know. Let me know if that's stupid. It might be stupid.
I like that. Do you have it? Because I have never heard of it. Can you find it? Fibonacci, do you have your audio open? Do you have it on YouTube that we can hear? Because I've never listened to it.
It's on Netflix. I'll find it later tonight after all these spaces are done. I'll go and record it and I'll send it to you in a DM. Okay?
Sounds good. So whoever is listening, if you're new to the space, we are looking.
How have you never heard of Cobra Kai, Maya?
If you have an idea of the song that we can reference from, either put it in the chat box.
Maya's so cute. She's never heard of Cobra Kai. It infuriates me so.
If you guys have heard the one for Pepe, that would be really good because you guys can understand what we're talking about when we say we want it to be a chant, something that is very memorable. So if you guys have any ideas, because I don't know, someone said the track from Friends that Phoebe plays But when they
Grumpy cat, grumpy cat, what are they feeding you? Grumpy cat, it's not your fault. Ooh, that's a good one.
Something very interesting and catchy. I want to hear it. Fitzy, what about you? Do you have any ideas what type of music or track we should go for?
I would have to give it some proper thought, obviously. This is a very important part.
Probably looking at it.
I am, however, in the middle of trying to set up something, and so I will collect some ideas and I'll be back.
And I am looking at the poll that I posted up. Fitzy is currently front running, so I am going to put it again. So the last post that we have, just go and vote who do you want to be the mascot of the cat group in Arya and Utah. I personally want to see Fitzy because they said he's going to be wearing a mankini of a neon color.
How many sevens do we have for Grumpy Cat? Sorry, hold on one second. I gotta calculate something real quick.
I want like an NFL mascot outfit, not a mankini. Nobody needs to see what I'm packing down there. You know, there's a lot of people that are going to feel a little bit intimidated, a little bit scared. It's going to scare a few people off, and you know, we don't need that kind of energy. I need some life into it.
Oh, that's what people are voting for. That's the reason they're voting to see mankini in a neon color mankini.
I've never felt more betrayed by my own people.
Oh, damn.
Voting, okay, I mean, that's what the people want. That's what the people are going to get.
I want to see that, not gonna lie.
Oh, gosh. Stop encouraging them, man. This is
I'm currently on my own live stream for Grumpy Cat.
So go to
Thanks for invite, though.
What's your favorite cat suit that you would want me to wear if we do an Arya meetup? And whoever doesn't know, our Arya meetup is likely in Thailand in November. So make sure, see guys, we are doing stuff and we have a, I know this
we got a couple comments here.
But this is like, we do have a roadmap, which is super cool. This is not an NFT project, but we have stuff that we're thinking about doing, which is
Okay, so she's making a horrible argument, like literally go read the copyright laws. Just because they don't go after people using their images and memes doesn't mean they legally can't. I mean, this is kind of a gray area, but again, that's her argument. That's not the argument of the actual tier 1 law firm or the lawyers. That's just, she's just I don't know what she does. Obviously that was like 20 minutes ago. It says, yo bro, one uncommon stitch burned, one Marty overboard burned, one failure out of control burned, one Mr. Mr. Bones got It's interesting. Interesting. Smarty Pants was good, Randy. Join it late here. Smarty Pants. Smarty Pants. This is to Smarty Pants, not to anyone else. Smarty Pants, you buy Grumpy Cat. You take as much money as you can and you buy it all now. That was to Smarty Pants, not to anyone else. Me and Smarty Pants are friends. Not that the rest of us are not. It's just I cannot give financial advice to most of y'all, but to Smarty Pants I can because he's a homie. Smarty Pants, buy some Grumpy Cat. Like, a lot. Shoot me a DM on Telegram. Smarty Pants. If you are super concerned, I will put your concerns at ease.
But the first one, the biggest one, the most exciting one is going to be most likely in Thailand. And if you think there should be a different place, let us know. The reason we're choosing Thailand is a lot of people need it.
Yo, Doge Nation's brother just put in 2,500. All right, I got some stuff I gotta.
Mushy.
I gotta tell everyone.
Smoothies that Tim recommended.
It's 130, 100, like 200. So 250 billion have been bought here on the stream.
I have not tried, but I am definitely trying. Backup. I know you're
Maybe a little bit more.
Analyst in GrumpyCat. Are you coming to Thailand with us?
I didn't even know about this.
Haha, I'm planning to in several days because I'm waiting for a big paycheck to come in first. Oh, several days. Oh, it might have pumped by that point. I don't know.
If I'm up for it,
but it might have. I'm just I don't know though.
No.
Congrats on the big paycheck though.
Okay.
Besides that, I think I only been to.
Supersize me, Captain. Okay.
I think the only place I've been outside the country is Italy or Jamaica.
Ooh, I've been to Jamaica. I really like Jamaica.
Oh, my other hip. Oh god.
We're back to Jamaica.
Oh.
We last time.
Oh,
so
God.
for whoever doesn't know, Tim and Alex are in a meeting for the space that we're going to be having in very shortly. I think at 3 a.m. my time.
Yeah, it's in about 50 minutes.
Oh wow, that's exciting. Oh, so I
50 minutes.
Hold the space for a second because I want to post the after party.
You guys plan on gas fees? It's a lot. I feel like.
Okay, well, I can't remember what mine was saying, but yes, we are planning a IRL meetup in a few months from now. And one of the things is about what kind of cat suits we have to wear and what kind of what kind of mascot outfit we're having. And jock straps has been brought up, and apparently it's either going to be
Jock straps?
an outfit for Maya or me in a Borat mankini in fluorescent green for some reason. And apparently this is all voted for by you, the community. So I just want to say thank you for that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
On the bright side, at least you'll make a lot of tips that night.
I should hope so. Yeah. So we're planning that. We'll see when things get a little bit more solidified. We will release information out to the community.
Minatoshi Kanjiko asked me to follow, so I followed.
We're all going to live in large.
He has 23,000 followers. That's the only one that can ask. Nobody else can ask.
But 50 minutes, we do have the big space with Pro's going to be there, Alex, Tim, Borovit, and I think a few others, but I can't remember their names.
All right.
We'll be talking on the IP issues in Web3, and basically, it's going to be a mindfuck, right? Okay, because I've been in the back channels with all the legal talk and all the back and forth.
I guess we're doing like a 6 hour stream. Then.
And I understand maybe half of it. And then they have to dumb it down for me to get the rest. So hopefully what they're going to do is they're going to come in with the information and then make it simpler for everyone else. I think they've used me as a practice target. So if I can understand it now, everyone else should be able to as well. Maya, you've got your hand up. You're the host. You do realize that, right? I'm just waiting for you to interrupt me.
Maya.
So I put the after party.
6 hour stream. Let's go.
So now for the next 45 minutes, we're still pre-gaming as we're going to the next stage, which is Borbeck and Feesh stage. And then afterwards, we're going to be discussing everything that was said in the space by Borbeck, Feesh, Slum Doge, and 5 IP lawyers and our SBC lawyer.
5 IP lawyers.
On stage,
Ooh.
Alex. So make sure you go to that post that I just posted in the Jumbotron.
Well, this is interesting.
Join the after party.
We have Greg Schultz in the space.
In about 3 hours, and because that's how that is going to be the community discussion.
Why is Greg Schultz in the space?
What was said, what we think.
For those of you that do not know,
that is very important tonight.
Greg Schultz is President Biden's campaign manager. Why is President Biden's campaign manager in this space?
Every voice matters too.
That is so interesting.
All these spaces and listen, understand, and if you have any questions, let us know. Because we are. It's not just about GrumpyCat at this time. It's about all the meme coins. This is IP law that is important for all the meme coins. If you have Shiba, if you have Doge, all those are going to be affected if there is a problem with IP. So it's huge, and as Tim said, this is probably going to mainstream media. News articles.
No, that's really him.
It's a big thing.
That is really him.
Go ahead, Randy.
Oh. Hey guys, so over the course of the last 2 hours that I've had this live stream on, as well as this space, we have had, outside of my one friend who promised $10K to go in within the next 24 hours, we had another $2,500 go in from people on the YouTube space. So I just thought that was pretty exciting.
Let's fucking go!
Let's get this bread!
Awesome. And
I love
whoever
this
is in the GrumpyCat coin in the token, make sure you hold your position, because as I said, we might go on mainstream media, we might go on news articles, because this is something that is about all the coins. It's about DeFi, not just GrumpyCat. So we might have a breakout. I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but that's what I think, that we're gonna hit the all-time high that we have, and from there we're gonna go on exchanges and 6 listings and all that. So hold your position. Try not to play too much with the chart. Try not to swing the chart too much, because if you
TA is useless down here.
Who had a very early buy-in, but they swung so much, and then they went to Pepe and they lost their position. Now they came back, and then it's the price is so much higher than their initial entry. So make sure you hold your position, stay with us as a community, and I'm personally very excited to see what's going to happen. And I want to go around the panel and see what you guys think is going to be happening next.
Okay.
So, Noah.
Oh, okay. Noah first.
Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, honestly, I don't think it's a great thing. Being price is also great for the NFT. Like IP is like one of the biggest talks that we've been talking about.
Can't believe Greg Schultz is in the space. It's amazing.
Know that you're part of a token that is kind of moving forward, not just the meme token space, but the actual space in general. Those are really big things. So I really think that once more people see how big this is, it gets that spotlight, and it, has a chance to really gain through multiple media stations because of the tier 1 lawyers and just the stuff that we're fighting right now. Because this is actual issues that corporations are talking about. I mean, that's why they're coming in and getting trademarks, because this is a big thing in the space. So this is huge, and I think that being here early, like I said, you're really starting a movement. And as we've seen in the space, anything with an actual movement can go for forever, can go far. And we're not even in a true bull market. So it's like, how much can we grow now? And then what will we continue to grow when we actually get into that bull market? And with the foundation like this and a community like this, you're going to be able to sustain months and months and probably till the bull market, because you've already been able to grow numbers without really having a bunch of green candles, without really, hitting 100 million market cap. It's really just bouncing back and forth, but you guys are gaining, numbers. That's huge. That's what I see. So I just believe once the naysayers and once the people kind of get, their voice, shut in a way, and the actual voices come through that actually matter, the lawyers and the people that actually, do this for their jobs, a lot of people are going to lose that fear, that doubt, and then you're just going to FOMO. It's just straight going to be a FOMO thing, and I think that's what's the next steps for this is really going to be. But it really requires us to get that out and say, hey guys, what's your next plan? Like call the people out that call the scammers. Like, what's your next plan? How are you going to flood us next? Because that brings engagement. That brings them. Then all the people that sees their post or see when they post something are going to see GrumpyCat, and then they're going to see that we actually won the case. And I'm assuming that we actually, because how Alec was saying, they don't really have a ground to stand on from certain things, what she was, making kind of sense. So I think it's going to be beautiful. I really do. That ends my Noah talk.
I love that. Randy?
So I just want to kind of piggyback on your point that you made before about not really paying attention to charts. I mean, TA can be useful in things that maybe have 100 million in trading volume, but to try to do technical analysis on a token that has like 500,000 in volume, someone can literally put in, $100,000 and that all goes away. I think the other day a buddy of mine put in, I think $20,000, and you saw like a 40% uptick in price. So TA, I really wouldn't pay too much close attention to at this point in time. Once we get on a couple exchanges and the volume goes to like 40, 50 million, yeah, at that point, it's easier to swing trade. But right now, if you try to do that, it's possible you could get wrecked. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. So it's one of my pet peeves when I see them, people on the timeline trying to do TA on like a coin
Someone's
that
doing the
launched
1 minute timeline before.
2 weeks ago. It just
Like,
doesn't make
how
any
do you do
sense.
that?
Yeah, I doubled
You
down on
can't.
that, Noah.
Yeah, I was going to triple down on that, because you have people like Jared too that salvage attacks also all his bots. You're really going to lose your position, because with how cheap it is, he'll pay that extra to really make you have to pay a lot. And then you really lose that position. You think you're buying, a billion, you're only going to get several million. And he does those things. And then that's where I say be careful. You really have to be careful, especially when you have that. So it's nice to see though our communities, fighting through him and really pushing that limit and getting higher and higher when we're not in that range trade that he likes us to be into, and he has to extend it. We're making him actually have to move out of his favorite range. So it's really nice.
that is facts. And different, are you here with us?
I am.
So what do you think is going to happen after this space? We're kind of speculating.
I mean, I always like to presume the best. Obviously, gotta have like a realistic mindset, and I honestly think we're gonna onboard new users. I think we're gonna rise. No telling how high that's gonna be, but I'm excited to get new holders and get new believers and get people that wanted to be in this project earlier on in, because now they can have some justification on why they should join. So I think we're going to onboard some new holders. They want to onboard strong holders. They want to onboard some wealthy holders. I mean, Maya, these are folks that
wealthy holders. Take a look at who's in the crowd
and actually collaborated with for the last couple of years in this space. And I think they've showed some interest in wanting to join this community too, from what I understand. And they have followings too. And I think today is going to be a big turnaround for us to the greater crypto Twitter community.
That didn't feel good.
And it's just the start. Again, there's so much headroom for us, and we haven't even tapped into the resources yet, because we've been all organic, and we'll stay that way. But we have so much headroom because of all of what's at our disposal, as far as the illicit exchanges, as far as people, organically showing us on their timeline. Like, I think it's really cool that we have Randy here. We have Believes here. We have these folks here that have actual followings on their media channels, covering this stuff first, because
I love the shout
out. I think it's a badge of honor for y'all to be a part of this community, for somebody in the crypto Twitter world, as far as on NFT. I want to say NFT Twitter, because that's literally what's pretty much on my timeline, or was on my timeline beforehand. So I know about those influencers, and when they start getting a hold of it, I always feel like they're kind of late.
Owie.
So it's really cool seeing like Randy and Believes, be early on this and be the OGs in this.
Whoop whoop.
Lead and blaze the way, because it's only going to bring more and more eyes to it. And I don't know. I feel like all of us are going to have "I told you so" moments on our timeline.
Had those so many times before.
Each other, and towards the community that was fighting us, and that's going to be the funnest thing. Seeing that as I told you so moments. But welcome them in. I mean, we can say "I told you so" and say like we told you that this was nothing, but also be like, but we want you to join us still. Just be welcoming. I don't want to be a divisive community. I don't want us to make fun and poke fun. We can have fun with the meme wars, obviously, but let's welcome in all the newcomers, whether they wanted to join before or not, did it because of the FUD. I just feel like us being welcoming in, and obviously having a competitive mindset, but also like the unification mindset is what's going to set us apart from all the other projects, because all I hear from other projects is we're the best, and everybody else sucks. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that way. It really doesn't have to be that way. If we put our heads together and want to work with each other and want to acclimate new holders and educate, then we could become a really powerful force. And I think that's what GrumpyCat's going to be. It's going to blaze the way for unification in DeFi space. So I think we head northwards after today's space, for sure. Maybe even during the space as well. I think we might get some really big buys during the space, because they're going to get more people bullish and more comfortable after having these conversations with the greater NFT community and crypto Twitter community.
Now, I've already seen apes like retweet and quote.
And he's gone.
Not quote, but quote tweet this stuff. Like it's getting really big. Like when apes grab onto anything, guys, and they're doing any kind of interaction, that shows to a lot of people, because there's a lot of people that interact with the apes. So the fact that they're talking about it, and we have 50 and a punk, doing an actual space. 50 is big, not just in the ape space, but in the punk space too. And we have another punk. Those guys have, they're known whales. Those guys are going to make the 20K, 50K, buys. We've seen it in Pepe, and this is the place where they're getting in earlier if they got into Pepe. And if they really believe in Pepe, in my opinion, and they see the potential, and they see how, the meme is, and how much, how far we could take this, not just from a meme stance, but from the cat and all this stuff, and not everyone comes into crypto. It's, they're going to know it's a great opportunity. And that's what's going to be really nice to see a lot of green handles.
What about you, Randy?
think we had somebody that was just in here that is not in here anymore. That we were talking about influential people coming out. I won't dox. I won't say who it was, but there was someone that was in here that is extraordinarily well connected. That may or may not be a holder. And there's a couple of people that we know are in here, but there are, I'm going to say right now, at least 4 or 5 people that are extremely independently wealthy that do have bags. Do they have like the biggest? I mean, one of my friends does, but they're not going to be in this just for like, oh, we're going to make a couple grand. They're in this for the long haul. So when you have Doge that historically holds, and you have other people in, I don't know. It seems like when people want to get in, chase those green candles, and they can't get it from the community because everyone's diamond handing, and it causes a squeeze. I feel like this could, with each passing day, I feel like this could go up more and more. My threshold, like, oh, this can be 50 million. Oh, this could be 70. This could be 100 million. There's no doubt in my mind now that the 100 million is pretty easy to do here, and that could be pretty quickly. And I know we're talking about like billions, and that can definitely happen at some point. I have a buddy of mine that wants to put in a bunch, but he's waiting for this big check. It'll take a couple days for him to get it. I hope he can get in before it pumps, but and any single thing can go and pump this off. Whatever is announced in the next couple hours on that space in the next 33 minutes, that one, could be one announcement that could pump it. So I don't want to like chill and be like, yo, get in right now. It could, we could still be trading around here for a couple more days or a week or so, but again, one good piece of news can absolutely pump it. That's all I'll say about that.
100%. I definitely agree with that. So just to guess, you guys have some of the big picture. 100x. When we go to a billion, it could be 100x. So that is very, very exciting to think about. That is a good. That's the reason people want to get to projects at a very low market cap. And also, make sure you go to the post above, retweet. I think because I was gonna close the space. But Tim said we keep the space and we move to the next stage, to the next space from this one. So make sure you keep retweeting the space. And let's go to Noah. We are going through the panel. So after Noah, let's go to Fibonacci, Ash, and Shane to see, and Taco to see what you guys think. What is the space for next space? And make sure everybody follow my amazing speakers on the panel. Follow Pixie, follow Noah, Griffin, Randy, Taco, Fibonacci.
Yeah, follow me. Follow me, and everything is alright.
Double down. Honestly, I saw, like you said, 25 and 50 as being like kind of the range that I could for sure see. But just after today and just seeing everything, hearing everything, and just kind of seeing the people that are moving into this, the wallets that haven't necessarily made the big buys, but really having a lot of assets and just being able to really move markets if they wanted to. They're kind of like, dipping their toe into the jacuzzi before they're just fully in. I really think that it's really nice to see, like, that 100K. That's why I keep saying 100K all day in this space today. I like, I want to double down on what Randy said. I really see that happening now, because it's because of you guys. You guys got over that hump for all that FUD to finally be able to have an answer for the FUD, and you guys got us over that hump where now it's just, we're going to go down the hill. And that's where I really see the 100K, downhill in a good way. It's going to be, instead of us fighting uphill, with the boulder on our back, we're now going downhill, and that boulder is helping us. So it's once you the unstoppable motion, that's what I see. It's really, really nice to see because you guys held it strong. The fact of all the support and everything from the community is what held it strong. That now with everything coming out and just the legal team and the chance, like Tim says, it's going on the news. What news? That's a true question. But if it hits certain news stations, that is huge, especially in a time like this, guys. It's not a bull market. In a bull market, you heard about every coin, even if they thought it was a scam. You heard about FTX and all these KISS coins and stuff like that. Doge was even talked about. Doge is still talked about, kind of sometimes. But imagine now GrumpyCat gets talked about on any news station, and then it just goes viral. That's not just Twitter looking at it, guys. That's so many more eyes, and we're getting pushed in a world where cryptocurrency digital bank, CBDCs, FedNow and all that, people used crypto a lot more. Asia is about to announce that they can start trading again Bitcoin and stuff like that, and actually being able to make money from it. That's going to be huge. We're in an amazing time right now. So good job, guys. Like every single one of you listening, every single one of you from Telegram, you guys held it down. So that ends my note talk. I just wanted to add that.
We have one of the best communities in the whole blockchain. This is a post that I made a few days ago. I said, we are the coolest, the best, and most resilient cats on the blockchain in the making. So soon we're going to be surpassing all those big guys like Shiba, Doge, and I actually sincerely believe that, because we are a very, very strong community, and we went through a lot of fight, and we're still here, stronger. So I think we have the potential to be the top meme in the whole space. So I'm very excited. Zaina, hello, welcome to the stage.
Who's Zaina?
Hi.
Oh.
I'm literally hopping up just to say hi and to engagement farm.
Respect.
Pretty much all I'm doing. Yeah, that ends my Norway talk. Thank you for coming.
Really?
I love that. What do you think is going to happen? Do you have any speculation from the stage that we're going to be having very soon in like half an hour? I'm getting anxiety a little bit, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Why?
I don't know, because it's a big thing. It's a big deal for the whole space in general. There are like 5 IP lawyers, and SEC lawyer, and everybody's gonna be like, we are trailblazing the whole industry. It's exciting, and it's giving me anxiety just a little bit.
I think it's about time. I think it's a conversation that's overdue. I'm actually quite in shock that we haven't been talking about all. I mean, we've been speculating about all this stuff for a very long time, but it just feels. I actually feel like why the fuck did we not talk about this stuff? Oh my goodness, this is a recorded space. Why the hell did we not talk about this stuff from like years ago? And I mean, yeah, I think it's an important one. I think it's going to be very educational. I hope that a lot of questions get answered, but I also feel like even with experts, even with everyone that's so qualified, there's still a lot of gray area. There's still a lot of things that we don't understand. There's a lot of speculation, even from people that are very high up and very experienced in the industry. So it's just, I think the word trailblazing is quite a good one that you used. So yeah, super excited to actually hear that space. I may or may not listen in. It'll be 3 a.m. for me, but if I don't, I'll catch the recording tomorrow. But yeah, Noah, go ahead.
And are we on the same time zone?
Go take a 45-minute nap.
We are on the same time zone.
45-minute nap and be up in 45 minutes. Go.
It's actually in
Noah,
27
I don't know
minutes.
if that's how your body works, but my body does not work like that.
Oh, rip.
Who the fuck gonna wake me up in 45 minutes?
Never took a cat nap?
I sleep through that alarm.
Also, you can do a there's an actual alarm that will shake your whole bed. Trust me, you ain't sleeping. It's called the alarm.
Why do you hate yourself to do that to yourself? Why? I'm sorry, I'm a huge advocate for sleep. I love sleeping, and
We all love sleeping, but
yeah,
cat nap.
When I get to bed, nothing will wake me up. But if I don't get there in the first place, then we have a chance.
The money doesn't sleep, so I nap.
Money never
I'll
sleeps.
sleep forever.
That's why I'm gonna die for it, Noah.
So Noah's saying we should take a cat nap. Oh, you can go ahead and unfollow me now.
Take that cat nap.
You can unfollow me now.
But I was also going to say, I mean, I don't know, there's just so much going on. Like, I totally forgot. I maybe saw something shiny.
Not terrible. Thank you. BRC20 versus ERC20 pump? Maybe.
I love what's going on. I really do. The organicness is really nice. Like I said, speaking as a marketer that, gets paid for unorganic marketing, boost all your stuff. It's really nice to see. I know what to look for. I really do. I know what to call out. These guys haven't, offered me market. These guys haven't said it. Just given free marketing advice. They've done what it is and made it better because you guys are pushing it. That's how this space works now. But it works with all you guys. It's not just likes and retweets, but it's comments. It's making memes. It's making originality. Getting that hashtag out. Getting stuff like that. You're doing so good that bots are even attracted to your hashtags. I scour Twitter all day long for like the most active things. Hashtags. You guys are now on our list. Been there for about a week now. So it's just you guys are doing great. But doing it, keep pushing that. And like I said, next time we get to that bull market, how far can we go? Be grateful for that. It's really after this phase. Because look at you want to look at Pepe. Everyone said Pepe, which if you have Pepe, whatever. But it went so fast that it felt so quick. These help you to build that organicness and to build that how far can you go? What's that really going to bring? And I think that's what's beautiful here and what's really to look for because that's you have people like Randy actually telling his friends, and I'm sure many influencers right now
preparation for it.
Something, especially in a space like this, they tell their friends to make moves. And if
we'll stream the space live.
Paid, I'm pretty sure he's not. It's really nice to see. And you have Slumdog that the man could dump on multiple communities, but doesn't. He supports. He comes into a project to actually support the community. It's nice to see that we have people like that have.
I am definitely not paid.
And then that you have more reassurance and to get into something like
definitely
this.
Not paid.
And then you have Alex, giving her
not
time
paid.
and like Kim said the other day on Space, where they are actually some of the community offered Alex some tokens for doing what she's doing, and Alex like, nah, I'll buy my own. I like you guys. So it's really nice to see that we have that support, and that is what makes any kind of community grow. We've been in this space. The reason why Apes grew, the reason why Ship grew, the reason why Dodge grew, and all these are still growing. It's because of community. The reason why Sappy grows now is the community. So give yourself a pat on the back and great job, guys.
Whoop,
Yeah,
whoop.
awesome. Thank you so much. And make sure you follow quickly Zaina, who is here and Engagement Farms. And I love her engagement farming because I like to have her on stage, whatever she does. Follow Noah, Randy, Ken, Fatima, Fibonacci, Pepe, Shell. Go ahead, Zaina.
Yeah, Alex not only is speaking and supporting, Alex also bought her own Grumpy tokens after having rejected a community offer to allocate for her. So that's super bullish. But also, speaking of market caps, I just read the most hilarious headline that I've ever seen. And the headline is Apple's current market cap has exceeded. Did I cut off there?
Nope.
Apple's current market cap has exceeded the entire market cap of the UK. This is super bullish on Apple, super bearish on the UK. Sorry,
my shoulder.
It's not looking great. I just think what's happening in the world is so insane. Yeah, it's crying. Yeah, crying.
The UK is.
Sorry, Apple is now more than the entire UK.
It's amazing. That is amazing.
I just thought I'd share that nugget of gold with everyone.
Amazing.
And that market cap is 2.7 trillion.
Damn!
Yeah. So do you have anything to defend yourself with, Betsy?
What bear market?
What on earth am I meant to defend myself with today? Yeah, don't worry. We're going to do some more colonization.
I was just going to say you guys should be running more Twitter spaces. I don't know, try and pump the charts a little bit.
What Steve Jobs comes to where you are and he renames it Man. Now you're all happy.
So you lost again, but I'm so sorry. Zaina?
Believe me, Dave, I had a nap and I've got lots of coffee on in order to support your ass, Maya, and your side of Zeno just because you want to come up here and engage with fun.
All right, let's get Pro the Doge on here. Let's go. 20 minutes.
Like Apple being worth
20
more
minutes.
than Great Britain.
Pro the Doge,
It's quite
Volveric,
interesting.
and other
Yeah, but it's
influential
worth more
followers
than
shall be
Lebanon
on.
as well. I mean, like, what are you
Everything
waiting
is
on me
worth
for?
more than Lebanon.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the money I have in my bank account is worth more than Lebanon, Zena. So how about we
Rip
just
in
talk
Lebanon.
about that right now? I could buy your country. Apple might be able to buy my country, but at least Apple's a big fucking conglomerate that's known around the world.
At this point, I think people would pay you to take our country. Like,
It's a GDP from Peru.
Okay, actually, I don't want it.
That was a great comeback. Oh my god. You're roasting this thing. Dixie, how does it feel to be roasted by Zainab?
Oh, do you know what? It's actually one of my fantasies, so thank you both for making this happen. It's going to be a good sleep tonight, I can assure you of that.
I mean, I came in here on a mission to advocate for good sleep, so I mean, we're on the right track.
Peru is worth 156 billion. Peru is not worth a lot.
I refuse. I'll listen to the beginning of the space because I feel like that's like going to be the most.
This is one of the most important spaces.
Oh, Omi's at 00063. Let's go. Let's go, Omi.
Oh, no. Token, you're like an artist. You're like a multifaceted person. And you're just going to be like, the most important spaces.
Oh, I gotta tell my friend Steve.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can have 5 minutes because Apple's worth more than the UK.
Okay, I have to forward that thing to my friend Steve. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. There we go. We're good.
What's up, my people? Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for having me here.
What about 35 billion Omi?
What's up with this whole bottle thing? I'm crazy excited. When is that gonna tune in?
35.
Oh my god, it's gonna be in 15 minutes, so
Woo!
Let's go!
Let's go! That's a huge thing.
I love this game.
Okay, you guys know that's huge. Because Boro's been like, Boro's,
Borovic, baby.
network.
Why is Gecko Terminal not working?
It's gonna be so fun to just be up there and just to hear the questions in the community. It's just networking and on 1,000%. Noah, I was gonna shout. I was trying to talk after you. Thank you for all that knowledge. When I see GrumpyCat, I see something fun. And any hashtag I see GrumpyCat, I'm like, oh my god, let me click, because it's so fun. So shout out to everybody for keeping the community alive and well. It's just good vibes. You know, I'm not gonna compare us to anything else. You can't. GrumpyCat is just fun. It's just a meme. So shout out to everybody here. Maya, again, thank you for letting me speak. I'm so excited for us to be in Borough Space. And I'm happy to be up here and just chit chat with you guys.
yeah, thank you so much. That's definitely true. So I know Borovic since my day one in Web3. We used to have a lot of spaces back in 2021 and early 2022.
I'm so sorry, guys.
And he's amazing, and he's one of my good friends. But pretty. I think the very first stage that I ever stepped in on Twitter Spaces in Web3 was a space with Fiddy, Lucas Beans, which is our good friend now, Borovic, and I think Lobsy was there, and a few other people. The whole space was like 12 people. Like, this was literally the first Web3 space that ever happened on Twitter, and we were all there. And if you guys haven't been like to the early days,
you guys were making history.
Yeah, so those are the people that I'm gonna remember. Like, we all gonna remember each other for the rest of our lives because we shared something that we never ever thought would get this big. Like, who would have thought those like 12 people spaces get to this level that we're just making so much noise in the meme coin industry? It's huge, guys.
It is pretty huge.
What year was that? You said what year was that?
2021.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah,
my phone is not going to make it.
Coming out of COVID, like.
So how it started, we were all on
my phone is not going to make it.
And Clubhouse started getting very shitty. I don't know if you guys were in there because I stopped going to Clubhouse. The last space that I hosted and the last stage I went to was May 2021. And then, so we were going between Clubhouse and Twitter, and then I completely shut Clubhouse because there was a lot of drama. But we all came from Clubhouse and then started growing our following here. So it's been a journey. It's been a very, very big journey for me. And now seeing that we're going to be the top meme coin in the industry, guys, I 100% believe it. And we see SHIB and Doge. I wasn't in SHIB or Doge in their day 24. We're in day 24. So you guys are here.
Yeah, we literally, this coin did not even start a month ago.
And then like 10 years from now, 5 years. How long has SHIB been? Like 3 years, 4 years? And you see how huge it is now. And we're not even at the bull run. I think
bull run make us go
it is a possibility that I personally see that GrumpyCat could potentially start a bull run because there are going to be news articles, there are going to be a lot of IP stuff that are happening. So I see that. What do you guys think? Could we see a bull run starting by GrumpyCat?
I really. There's so much energy. That's what it's about. It's the community is growing. I don't know. I got on here, and I just see a lot of people having a good time, and I think that's what it's about. I think that's where the bull run starts. Everybody they're just in a good mood. It's not about money. It's about being in a good mood and just like, hey, look, let's just do this. There's a community around it.
Noah,
I'll tell you a little secret, man. I don't think it's a good mood. I think we're just down so bad that we can do nothing but laugh.
Yo, that's so funny.
I'm going to be a realist, even though I like being idealist. Bull run's going to be more towards the Bitcoin happening when that actually happens. But the people can make a self-run, like a manipulating run. Like that's what I call it, and that's what we can do. And to see it happening now in the community doing it just means it's going to be more organic.
I'd say,
so when there's actually a bull run, you got to understand a lot of these new tokens before they took off, they went really, really low, but their communities held. They had the space, they had that.
Probably in the top 250.
Look, they hit their all-time.
Top 250 is only 111 million. I feel like once we get that ball rolling.
We haven't been really formed by a lot of incentives. Like I was in a space earlier today, and they were talking about what is community. It's just communities. It's a word of consumer. It's you guys. But what it is it's.
I'm expecting
so you guys
at least a 10x.
And you guys can drive something, and if you don't buy it, they can't supply it. So to see such an organic community that's being built instead of going to offer incentives, it's really nice because then you know that it's going to last when there's not an incentive to be here. Right now, there hasn't really been an incentive of, we're going to 100 million, we're going to $1 billion. It's more, we're going to be the best meme token. The price has been nice, and it's nice when it goes up, and a lot of us like it going up. But at the same time, we're building friendships, we're learning, we're gaining stuff. So it's going to have a stronger foundation than most of these projects. So when we do go through a kind of slow time and stuff starts happening, then we're still here in the spaces. We're still here on stuff. We still can do the YouTube because we have Randy and Slumdog, and we can still say, hey, we're still here. Still put out the memes. So when that next actual time of a bull run happens, we've been pushing. It's gonna go parabolic. So it's nice that we can gain momentum now, get into a very comfortable position, where then we can coast to a position to the next bull market. And that's what I see. That's what I say this project has a lot of longevity and just a big runway, just due to the fact that the memes, the cast, and everything, and just the people behind it. So that's what's beautiful here.
Yeah, I think the happening is going to be full on more than 12 months.
Oh yeah.
It's not just the run.
Yo. All right. So they said, "Wow, you know what's coming?" Or like, well, I mean, they've teased. Hold on, 1 second. So they've teased Binance, like they've teased everything. They've teased Huobi, MEXC, they've teased KuCoin, they've teased Coinbase. You're not teasing these things unless something's coming. So exchanges are probably going to happen. I imagine we just need a little bit more volume, but you're in over 6K with me. Thank you. That means a lot. Voltadinu. Okay. Let's see where we're at here.
Okay, I wanted to hype up the group. We got like 60, 70 people in the group.
Yeah, we need a little bit more volume.
Share the group. We're having a good time. Share it. Comment. It's like it's just a click of a finger. Just share it. We're having a great time. And what is it, like 5 minutes? We're about to just blast off into oral space. So share this. Comment.
Yeah, baby.
And let's chill.
Yeah, oh my god.
I love that. Head roll for the win. That's fucking sorry, I'm so hyped right now. I'm excited. I love GrumpyCat. I've seen some crazy moves like overnight, like 100%. And that's what I love to see.
Yeah, it happens.
And the community's there. This is not like some mystery. There is no mystery. There's community here. So let's go!
Woo.
To the moon!
To the moon!
Oh my god.
Ken, you should come on stage more often. We love your energy.
Oh, it's all about energy. And you guys allowed me to get up here, so if I can get up here, I'm gonna put my energy. And Maya, I'm so
Chayatonga says, GrumpyCat is my Hail Mary bag. I dig the community enthusiasm amidst all the general negativity in the crypto space. Agreed. It's UTB deep. It's Sub-Zero. Yes, these are plays from NFL Blitz and NFL Blitz 2000 slant.
Because they know that, it's coming.
Moves.
I have 15 minutes break that I can have.
All right, we got a few minutes. Let's go. Let's go.
But I was advised not to close the space. But yeah, he.
All right, you guys hang here. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
SEC lawyer in the back channel talking with Slumdoge how to prepare for the space that is happening in about 7 minutes, guys.
Can I just say, what bullshit
that's
is
the point. All that legal stuff and having energy to go. So I wonder how long that space could go from like 30 minutes to like 3 hours.
I'm preparing for 3 hours. Zena's preparing for 5 minutes if she's even showing up. But also, as a side note, there is 226 votes on Maya's fucking poll on who's going to be the GrumpyCat mascot. 70% of you have voted for me in this ridiculous Mankini thing. I just want to say I'm so disappointed.
Is anybody talking right now, or I'm sorry if I'm talking over anybody?
Fitzy's talking about wearing a mankini, which is the highlight of my evening.
And they voted it should be neon color, green neon, resembling Borat. I don't know if you guys watched Borat, but oh my god, that was the worst thing that I did. I decided to, for some reason, go to Borat with my mom to cinema. Like, the worst decision of my life.
I refuse to watch that. I refuse. I will not.
Oh my god, it's
that
super
love.
funny. This is my sister. She's the biggest prostitute in town.
I cannot. You guys, seriously, try to hold humor. It kills me. I just sit there and I'm like, I don't know. Yes, I'm super fun at parties. Right now, I will not.
You're 2 drinks and done. Doesn't like Borat. What about Bruno? Maybe Bruno's more your style.
No.
We don't talk about Bruno, no. We don't talk about Bruno.
Is an absolute genius. You never seen Ali G in the house?
I have not.
So he, somehow, I don't know what his production team does.
Pro the
do
dough.
interviews with, politicians and presidents and fucking the biggest name. It's ridiculous,
where's the space going? Where's the space going? Pro the Doge says, I don't think y'all are ready for what's about to happen with GrumpyCat coin. I am going live. I'm live right now. I'm looking for this goddamn space. Okay, in 5 minutes, GrumpyCat, IP debate with Fiddy ETH and Pro the Doge. We have 400,000 followers in between these 3 people. Not including me, not including Maya, not including anyone else. Let's go. I don't remember the name.
No, but I learned a lot from comedy. Like, you learn the culture from comedy for sure. I resonate with that. If you find it, send it to me. I love watching documentaries and comedy.
You'll love it, Maya. I will send you. It's a full-on mockumentary of like history. It starts off with cavemen and then goes all the way through modern civilization, which is hilarious.
I love that.
It's not the drunk histories, is it?
No, it's
Oh, drunk history is great.
Her name is. Let me Google what her name is. It's really, really funny.
And you, Zaina, saying that you don't like watching Barat. All these like movies like that, you shouldn't be sober watching it. Just saying. But if you're a little bit high, oh my god, this is super funny.
Good. Yeah.
Not my advice.
Yes, like high on that.
High on life.
I mean,
High on
or
life.
drunk.
Or drunk.
But don't watch it sober. That's nothing. Actually, even if I watch it sober, if I'm with my friends, it's just hilarious. Maybe not if you're sitting down alone, down bad. But if you're with your friends and a little bit of booze or a little bit of cannabis, it's fun. Oh my god.
Have you not seen Borat character when he like goes and takes golf lessons, and he like spur of the moment, he just has this amazing way of like someone says, "Oh, you have to hit the ball that way," but he'll take those words and he'll make it mean something else, and he'll just really get on the other person's nerves. I think that's genius. So funny.
The guy that plays him is actually a really smart man.
Sacha Baron Cohen, yeah, he's got like doctorates in multiple things, and he's
Does he? Does he really though?
Isn't he meant to be a politician and then decide to pursue comedy instead? Something like that.
I just know about his degrees, but yeah, I don't know about the politician. But yeah, he's actually very, very intelligent. Before he was Borat, I think you were talking about it when I was coming up with you, but he's done a lot of like other type of shows where he played different characters as like, interviews.
All right, we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
The most wildest questions, and then he plays that gangster guy from Britain. So
Gangster guy?
Yeah, if you do that, honestly, that guy, I like him. I respect him. So at first, when I saw Borat, I was like, God, this is gonna be kind of weird for him to play. But then I was like, oh my God, dude, he makes this amazing.
So there you go, Zara. Guess what? Apple being ripple in the UK as well as more.
Guys, we have 2 minutes. Oh my god. So I posted it with Jonathan. That's the link to the stage.
We got 1.5 minutes. Let's go.
So make sure you set your reminder, which is like 2 minutes. And I will see everybody there. I will see everyone's support. It's gonna be a big space. And we're making history. Yeah, I'm gonna make another coffee. But I am having, this is salad. A little bit less.
She's so healthy. I admire that.
Why?
We've only got 1 minute, Maya. Let's all spend it arguing about your salad.
Yeah, I try to keep my nerves down.
With a salad? Actually, I like first. You know what? I'm feeling really nervous and anxious. You know what I could do? Some kale. Some cucumbers. Yeah, that'll calm my nerves. Send no one.
Still.
You're 77 miles, so what do you expect?
What is it? Say again?
I said I told Bitsy you run 77 miles, so what do you expect? You do things out of the ordinary.
Yeah, it's been a long run this week. Still, what's up?
What's going on, guys? I bet you all thought that I was gonna try to miss one whole spaces without talking, didn't you?
No, I was waiting for it still. See, I didn't have any faith. I had faith.
Let's go.
Yeah, I am here, guys. Whether you like it or not, I'm here to stay. I'm that cat that won't go away, bro.
Now, ready?
Yeah.
Meow.
Spaces was awesome, and then Fitzy, you're killing me on freaking the cat suit, bro.
Okay, it's time. It's time.
Golly. My toys and my aspirations are like totally shot now. Like dreams.
I'm done. All right. We're done. We're done.
That's all that'll.
I did not even say goodbye to them. I did not even say goodbye. We. All right, here we go. We are now in the space. Okay, so we are expecting an announcement for an exchange, maybe two. We are expecting an announcement for so I think there's like 4 or 5 different lawyers here that are going to explain to us exactly what they have. Oh, you got in at 5 million, nice. The general pro the Doge. Yeah. Oh God, where am I? Thank you. Wes says, I've never seen a sub $10 million market cap coin with this much community. Yeah, same. All right, let's go. I love this game. And be advised, this space is going to have 3 people. You have Borovic, you have Fiddy, and you have Pro the Doge. All together combined are over 400,000 followers between those 4. Not including me, not including Maya, not including anyone that was in the space before. You have, and that's just someone named AJ, who I guess has following with Gary V. He follows me. I'll give him a follow back. He's going to be one of the speakers. And then we have Crypto Immersion, 14,000 followers, not as much as me, but still a very good amount. 14,000 is very good. See what else we got here. We got Luminize, 16.9 thousand, pretty much 17,000 followers. So in the outside of the big 3 that we have there, with everyone else, oh my God, Zach Boychuk, 827,000 followers. We have over 1 million followers. We have over 1 million followers of people in this group, in this space right now. You have that just between Zach and Pro the Doge. I can't believe he follows me. I should message him hearts. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Drink. Okay, sorry. All right, I'm ready. There is current. Oh, Pro the Doge is up there. We got everybody.
Is the music playing?
The music is not playing.
Are you serious? Was this the movie sitting
No music.
On my end, default music.
Get ready for some green candles, boys. I love this game. Chai T says, such a welcome change. I feel reborn. Wes says, sir, please send WD-40 on your fan. I can hear it. I'm sorry. Says, is $50 invested in GrumpyCat worth it? I mean, I feel like you're going to spend that much on gas and slippage, you know? It's hard to say. Wes says, General Pro the Doge is here. He is. Huey Puski says, I got in GrumpyCat around $5 million market cap. Get that bread.
Tell you what I just got, but, you know. But I guess let's go to music. That's good. I can make that.
Damn, Zach Boychuk, a professional hockey player and part-time meme and NFT trail. I can't believe he followed me before I followed him. I didn't even know who he was. I still don't really.
Yes, silent emoji.
He's an ETH maxi. Very nice. That's him.
Here, we were having a very intense debate.
I cannot wait for this.
No one said anything.
I thought you planned it out like that, bro. I thought you were like, fuck the funny shit.
I love this. Dude, I should have bought more. I should have bought more.
I mean, like, you could start.
I don't know if my friend that's going to put in 10 grand tomorrow is going to make it. It should moon before. I feel so bad.
You know, so what did you do today, Slum? Anything exciting?
What did I do today? Fuck.
How many people are even here right now?
Questions. Shit.
It has barely started.
Ate breakfast.
And we have 184 people here in the first.
Had coffee. I just had a cold brew. Straight black, no sugar.
All right, getting into it.
Joke for all the grumpy cats in here.
Yo.
Shit, what did you eat, bro?
Look at all these buy orders. Let's go.
So today I woke up, ran 7 miles, worked out for an hour and a half at the gym. You know, rode my horse.
Oh, he's got a horsey.
With my dog, took my cat out on a walk.
Took his cat out on a walk.
I went to a steakhouse right before this.
Steakhouse.
You know, I came home, got got in the hot tub for like about an hour. You know, then I like take a nice cold bath, like in ice cold water for like an ice bath. I did that. That's how I get ready for my space. Yeah, and then I'm here. That was my day.
Nice. Did you have one of those ice baths where it's like a little metal tub, and then there's a sheet of ice on the top that you have to crack open with an axe, and then you sit inside with all the shards? Is that what you did?
I don't think I'm at that level yet. That sounds like Liver King kind of stuff.
Let's see who else we got in here.
I heard it's actually really good for your immune system to take like ice, like dip your body inside of like ice.
Who this? Web3 Brainiac. 21,000 followers in here. All right. Web3 Brainiac. Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, it produces something like
Jason B. Hershon. 20,000 followers.
It holds a lot of mitochondria. I don't want to make it a science thing, but
Pixelsaurus. 9,000 followers.
say again?
I said mine knows this stuff.
Unknown Wallet. 8,000 followers. There's a lot of people with a lot of followers in here.
Yeah, so it has different benefits, but the one that I like, it forms brown fat. Brown fat holds a lot of mitochondria, so it actually helps with your fat burning. So it's a fat burner.
Nice.
Yeah,
and
so
it's
cold as hell, though.
Yeah. Let's get everybody to retweet the spaces too. See, I'm learning, guys.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, let's retweet this space. Let's get this bread.
And follow the post.
I pinned it up top, so everyone find the space link. It's pinned up top. All you have to do is click on it and retweet. Maybe we'll run a poll in about an hour about who your favorite speaker is. We did it yesterday, and that was a lot of fun. So we can run another poll today.
I don't see the pin though.
Did I just get put a speaker?
It lags for some speakers. It might take you a minute to see it.
Oh no, I'm not. Never mind. I thought they made me a speaker because the volume changes sometimes.
Hey, what did 50 eat for breakfast?
25.
I think he's still trying to get the music going.
25.
You think he can't find his Beats pill? Like 50, where's your Beats pill at?
We should ask Zach, because Zach's a professional hockey player. I know he's very busy playing hockey and stuff. Zach, like, what do you eat? Like, what's your day like?
I'm honestly pretty basic. Like, I just crush like hard-boiled eggs because I'm super lazy in the morning and just kind of want to get out the door.
It's your birthday, we gon' sip a card. It's your birthday, and we don't know.
Who just messaged me?
I'm making love, so come and give me a hug.
Somebody just messaged me Happy Memorial Day, and I don't know who.
We're in the club. We drank, everybody show me love.
Oh, I don't even know if I can play. That's not. I feel like that's gonna be. Yeah, I don't even think I can play that on YouTube. That'll, they won't like that. So let's not do that. Yeah, let's. Congrats to Vivi Puski for getting GrumpyCat around a $5 million market cap. Okay, we're gonna lower that volume while we go and check the market here. All right, so if we go to CoinGecko homepage, we take a look at Bitcoin up 3% the last week, Ethereum up 4% the last week. That's pretty legit. XRP up 7%, Solana up 5%. Any other newsworthy things? Quant is up 10%. That's not bad. I'll take a look at the OMI. Again, I just don't want to listen to that and then to get not sued. 000625 for OMI. Good for it. Okay, they're just going to play the whole 50 Cent Into Club remix. All right, here we go. All right, got a little bit of a green candle going here. Come on. Oh, green wick. Let's get it. Slowly start. Okay. I'm good and feeling alright. Okay, nope. Still not doing that. I hate it when they do that. Why are they doing that? Let's go to my profile and see some of the stuff. Major Alpha about to drop. Covering it live. Thank you, Wes, for always commenting. Yo, EFEM bought 27 billion. Woo! I don't know how much that comes out to. but we will take it. GrumpyCat stuff. Wes is laughing. Doge Army General being a good dude. All right, now let's check this out. Nope. Okay, well, at least we're at the end of the song now. It's Shady Aftermath. Us and Mario Narfall are the only two spaces out there. Let's go. Oh my god, why are they still playing in the club? The song is over. Okay, there we go. Apocalyptic Apes 35. I have well, my friend has over 2 trillion. I don't know how much I have. I put in, I had about a little over $6,000 worth of GrumpyCat at about a $6 million market cap. So if it goes to 10 million, I have $10,000. If it goes to 20 million, I have $20,000, etc., etc.
Got Sloach on here. Slum Doge over here. We're not doing cookies. We need to go harder. We need to go to like something like cupcakes or
Cookies?
Okay, I'll bake cupcakes.
All right, let's go.
Muffins are bomb. I like muffins.
Yeah, I like muffins too. I'll bake those also.
I didn't know you bake so much.
Yeah, so me and Fiddy, we became bakers over the last 3 days. It's like a new passion of ours. Last night we baked rainbow cake live on Spaces.
But we really don't do any of this shit. It's just people thought we were getting paid by Ben, and we don't. So we just decided to come up with some stupid ass idea, and this is what we do.
I mean, are you trying to put out a token, ticker symbol bake?
They already have all that. They already have Bakery Swap on Binance Smart Chain. It's like an NFT, like platform on Binance Smart Chain.
Like cookie swap, yeah, or something like that.
And they already have Pancake. They already have all the food. Binance Smart Chain has all this. They already have all that.
Yeah. So I did speak to my friend, what's his name? What's that dude? Last name's Franklin. Whatever, I can't remember his name. He said he would come in and visit us and hang out with us today and tell us about the situation. But if we start doing this no retweet stuff like we had yesterday, we have like 72 retweets right now and 300 people in the room. He said he's going to find another community to like give us information to, because like we just don't retweet, and he goes, I already had enough problems with V2 and V3, and we need more liquidity. So
Well, let's retweet then. Retweet the fucking Spaces, guys.
Quote retweet. Retweet and quote retweet.
It's one button.
Do both.
You don't even have to send money to Ben. You can just retweet it for free.
Yeah, no, so currently right now, Elon does not charge you to retweet. So, people are speculating pretty soon it might cost 1 penny, maybe like 1 Dogecoin, who knows, to retweet. So today's space is about can we assume meme coin. So obviously a couple days ago, if you remember, Big Boys.
Oh, I'm a speaker. Let's go.
Was delisted from Uniswap. So that drew some controversy. Also, the GrumpyCat IP.
I love this game.
That happened like a week or 2 ago as well. So there's been instances over the last few weeks of copyright.
Check me out.
Space because we wanted to talk to some actual lawyers, because I'm not a lawyer, I'm an idiot, and I want to talk to a real lawyer and ask them, how does all this work? Like, can you sue a meme coin? Like, how does copyright work? Like, how does everything work in DeFi? And like, who's like, what's what and what's Anyway, so let's just jump right into it. We have a lawyer on the stage right now. Let's see. How do you want to start this off, Slum?
Let me see. Okay, so let's do a quick intro to the whole GrumpyCat situation here. I could hand it off to Alex and kind of let her take it away from here, just so we can all be familiar with the situation.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. This is before I came in, so if I leave something out, let me know. But briefly, there was a cat
Meow.
had a sad face.
Meow.
And an owner who had this cat who took pictures and put those pictures on the web, and that was GrumpyCat. And GrumpyCat was a meme that went around for a long time. and that owner eventually partnered with someone who decided that they should make drinks out of this meme. That's actually the first thing they were going to do. If you actually look at it, before trademarking, they were apparently going to make drinks. That never materialized, and they sued each other. But then eventually they decided to do the trademark thing. And so GrumpyCat is trademarked. But somebody decided to create one of the many, many coins that exist in the space.
I'm going to follow everyone that's on stage.
That has, some association with, our childhoods or whatever.
Oh, excuse me.
And created the GrumpyCat coin and made, that has, some association.
Oh, they kicked me off.
Our childhoods or whatever. And created the GrumpyCat coin and made, issued the contract, and then essentially
Kicked me off for a real nice guy. How dare they?
Gave the coin to the community, and no one owns this coin, and now there's a huge number of people who are
super salty about that.
Who are involved.
Wes is like the disrespect.
Really, it's at a really interesting.
Okay. This is what GC's. Oh, GrumpyCat's address.
Who happen to get involved, who know each other, and are interested in working
You can.
on something. And it happened to be around this.
I know there's a couple of them. I'm trying to get you the real. Just go to the GrumpyCat Twitter, and then you could buy it from there. They'll show you. They'll give you the link tree, and then they'll show you where to buy it on Uniswap.
Up to date with me. There was a cease and desist that was issued from GrumpyCat to several different parties, I guess. One of which was the GrumpyCat coin. And they said all sorts of super mean things in there, as lawyers tend to do, and then now we're dealing with the effects of that. In the normal law world, when there's like an owner of something and this kind of stuff happens, it's actually considered way more normal. Like, this is not something that's like I don't know. This is not usually something that's kind of part of like an oh dear, what happens? But it's weird here because nobody really owns this coin. It's like a community-driven project. So one of the parts is that it goes to like an NFT. It went to an NFT wallet, which is interesting because we don't even know yet if that's actually rendering service properly. That's an interesting thing. So we have to figure out if that's rendering service. The other thing is most of the project is not lawyers. So most of the people have no idea what the hell this letter is or means. And because there's a lot of people who are actively working for free, they're, of course, concerned about what the hell this letter means and what does it even do. And a lot of people aren't even in the U.S. And so they're like, why is a U.S. lawyer sending something to this account that no one owns? And what does that mean for this coin? And what does any of this have to do with anything? So
okay. Also, really quickly, Alex, let everybody kind of give yourself like a brief intro, so everyone knows your background here and how you got involved with this.
I would love to if you didn't kick me off stage.
My background's not terribly interesting, but I used to work with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Oh wow!
I worked at a really big firm, and then I headed a practice, and then I founded 2 companies and exited. I've been in blockchain since 2016. I worked in a bunch of different areas, in both legal operations areas, and tend to look at things very holistically and do a lot of kind of anything that needs to be done. Right now, like when you guys were asking what did you do today, like I was asked by a publisher to write a book on DeFi, so that's what I did today. I've been working on I'm on the last 2 chapters, woo! So been working on that today. My interest is growing this space. I love Web3 enormously. I have a podcast called Crypto Immersion. We're doing a rebrand because we do so much more than just crypto, because it's about personal finance and helping people really understand what generational wealth is and growing it, because there's a lot to what people are doing in this space. It's more than just flipping tokens. It's really about changing lives. There's so much opportunity here, and there are a lot of people. Some have money and some don't, but most people have no idea how to capture opportunity. And so what I'm really trying to do is help build this space and help the people in it actually capture that, because most of the time, most of the people who are in this space are not the people who get the advantage in new opportunity. And so that's what I'm here for. That is literally all I do. I do advisory work. I advise an exchange and I advise a bunch of different clients, but for the most part, I spend as much time as possible helping people understand financial principles and understand, like crypto, stock, bonds, all sorts of things like that, and really move forward in this space. I know a lot of people don't care about it, but I personally want mass adoption. Because that is the way that we solidify the opportunities that exist in this space. We can't make jobs grow. We can't make money grow in this space unless it stabilizes. We need our markets to stabilize, and that happens with more people. And that is what I'm doing in this space. That's why I'm here and why I want to be in this space. I found people that I love in this space that I trust a lot, and a lot of them are in this community, right? Like they reached out and said, hey, guess what we're doing? And I was like, okay, I love what you guys do. And so they were like, well, you should know this is going on. And so I looked into it and I was like, at first my thought was honestly, hey, cool, I've never been to the Supreme Court before. I would love to get involved in a case that would go to the Supreme Court. And then I looked into it more and I was like, all right, this is kind of a bummer because they're missing some stuff. And so I don't think it'll get that far. But maybe, but probably not. It's not that interesting. I really wish it were. We don't they didn't actually, I can't talk much about our strategy. We have a big firm that's involved. I know the firm involved. It's actually another one of the top firms. It's like a competitor to the one that I was involved in. So it's one of those top tier ones. And it's really good. And I like the person that's the attorney that we're working with. So, but anyway, so I don't want to talk about our strategy so much, except that, look, they missed out on a few things. It's probably because it's a bunch
of says, but search it up yourself.
Web2 people just don't understand the Web3 space. They assume that they do. It's very, very different. We don't even have the same financial ratios to look at. It's just a very different.
Just go to GrumpyCat Coin on Twitter.
I think they thought that they understood it.
The one with 3,800 followers.
They didn't quite do it correctly, and it is what it is.
And then you'll get to see it from there.
That they did, because that would have been super cool. I know you guys don't probably think that, but honestly, it's super cool to be part of a case that goes to the Supreme Court. Even if you don't like the judges, it's neat. You're in the news. They're talking about your case. It's super, you're in the case books and law students are talking about you. It's really cool. But I don't think we're going to get there. But this stuff needs to be discussed anyway. The value of IP in memes actually does need to be discussed. Should memes even be IP? That's another thing that needs to be discussed. But anyway.
I think it's really important because it's not just GrumpyCat, right? There's so many meme coins out here. There's so many people that are invested in a bunch of different projects, and that's something that I feel like is in the back of everybody's mind. Is can this get sued? Can there be a copyright infringement here? Can there be an IP infringement here? And nobody really knows the answers, right? So this is why I'm super glad, we got this space going on. I know Burrow's got some people in here. 50's got some people in here that are
Chavez has some people in here.
Legal people,
Oh,
so
not the legal people.
I don't know who else we want to.
Dogecoin fucked it.
But I think it's a super interesting topic. I think we really need to talk about this and kind of get people's mind at ease, right? Because I don't think anybody in here wants to live in a world where everything gets sued all the time and projects die left and right. I don't think that's what we're in here for, right? We're in here we're in here to create strong communities, thriving communities, meet people, be excited about new projects, and kind of push the space to the next level, right? DeFi is still very new, and a lot of people don't know a whole lot about it. So I feel like a space like this is super important. And yeah, Moro or 50, like if you guys wanna take it away, you can.
Yeah. Thank you for that introduction about the situation of GrumpyCat and your background. So basically, I guess we all want to know. Like I want to hear from every attorney on stage. So right now we have two. I'm adding up one more. Make some space right now.
Moro, can you add Tim as well, please?
Yeah, I'm adding Eric up, and then I'll add Tim. I'm gonna make some space.
Yeah, thank you so much. While you're adding these guys up, I'm going to touch on this a little bit. So I'm pretty familiar with IP, and what's really interesting is I've been going through this for a really long time with IP, and I've done a lot of interesting things with IP with my project, and continuing to do more. And I think IP really is going to be the future of NFTs and crypto, and I think that people just don't get it, don't understand it, because IP is intellectual property. And basically, when I was in the entertainment business, when you take a house and you rent that house for a commercial or for a music video, which I've done many times. Actually, I've used my house for a music video. They filmed Nick Lachey in some song he made for Jessica Simpson before she dumped him. I'm not sure who dumped who. and they paid me close to $75,000 or $80,000. When they use your house, basically anything they damage, anything they do in there, they're liable. So they have crazy insurance companies. So if they blow up your kitchen by accident, they're going to pay you back for that. So there's really no difference with intellectual property, whether you're renting a house or a warehouse or you have something, it's still intellectual property. So when you're letting somebody use your IP, the people that are using it have to pay you for it. And also there's damages. And this is something that Eric can touch on a little bit in a minute. We'll talk about it. But what's different about this is, and this is something that really nobody has explained and nobody's really talked about. So let's just kind of let's talk about the Bored Ape or CryptoPunks, because we're all familiar with that. If you have a Bored Ape and you take somebody's Bored Ape and you right-click save, and you go to a judge, and the judge says, okay, well, that person used your Bored Ape or your CryptoPunk. What are your damages? So now you have to prove your damages. Second of all, he's going to say, did you draw the art? And most of us have not drawn the art. Even my own project, I have an artist who made the art, and he's an incredible artist. And so what happens is, at that time, they may ask for the artist to actually show up and talk about it, or they may not, depending on documentation or how your IP agreement is written up, which is really, really interesting, because I don't think anybody's ever done IP with like digital NFTs. They've done it with artwork, like very expensive artwork, like they've had copycats of like, Mona Lisas and Rembrandts and things like that. But nobody's really done that. So these cases haven't been tried. So I really feel this is very gray, this whole area, and it's very confusing. And the whole thing with the GrumpyCats, I believe the person's son, if I'm not mistaken, came forward and said, hey, I don't even want you to mention that word or talk about it. I don't know what kind of paperwork he's shown. But since we've kind of started the space, I've had my attorneys reach out to them and see if I can get them on the space today. If I can't, we'll do another space. But I'm pretty comfortable that we'll get them in here. We'll be able to get through with this. They reached out to you, 50? They reached out to my attorney, yeah. And okay. I haven't. It was like, I think a couple of days ago after we spoke, and we're trying to communicate. So it's a very interesting conversation, because I think that this is kind of like, it's almost like what we've been talking about with Eve Ben, is what is allowed, what is not allowed. Like, what I'm saying, we're not sure. Like, there's a lot of gray areas and a lot of questions. But I know Eric's up here, and Eric, you don't have to raise your hand, man. You're here because we invited you here, and you know a little bit about this. And what do you think about like what we're talking about? What's your take on this, Eric?
Well, I think the most interesting argument that you could make for why a meme coin wouldn't need to obtain a copyright from someone who has some pre-existing IP would be something along the lines of the way South Park works, where you're sort of making fun of society at writ large. So those types of arguments can be successful, but otherwise, I think in the vast majority of situations, it would be hard to overcome someone's copyright for a particular intellectual property and brand.
But what do you think about like some of this gets challenged in court? Like, what's your thought? Like, if somebody challenges in court,
and especially if this is a community-driven project, could they actually win or not?
Yeah, if nobody owns it, if the contract's renounced and it's now out there in DeFi and it belongs to the public and nobody controls it, who do you how would you go about that?
This is where the attorneys are confused.
I know. This is why we need to talk about this, guys. Web3 is like a whole new fucking world. This is a whole new space that is like, okay, well, I mean, nobody's behind this. Nobody owns this. This is out floating in DeFi, belonging to the people. You're gonna sue the people? Like, who? You're gonna sue DeFi? Like, what are you gonna do?
So here's kind of what I was thinking, right? Obviously, like the IP, like I guess like the ticker symbol and all of that. I mean, technically, they could force like what Uniswap did to remove the ticker symbols from like the front ends, but they can't do anything about the token being in existence. They can't take the token down, right? So that's kind of like where my head's at. But let's go to Eric.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, like, essentially, a lot of these projects, and then I know this well, just having worked with many of them, are essentially a multi-sig with a very, very small consensus set, right? So we're not talking about something that is sufficiently decentralized many of the times, and then so that's one part of the answer. So I'd say you certainly could have issues there. And if you are sufficiently decentralized, I agree that there's certainly a significant deterrent to enforcement in pursuing that path. It's just relatively impossible to accomplish on day one. So I think that's got to be something that you build into your roadmap over time.
Right, and no, I completely agree. And I don't know if Tim's kind of familiar with this too. I don't know if Tim, you wanted to chime in real quick.
Well, it's an interesting conversation because I think with GrumpyCat and a lot of meme tokens in the last few years, I mean, post-COVID, we had 200 million people come into the space through the meme economy. And I think people sometimes shit on meme coins, but there is there's a method to the madness. And although there's only a small percentage that come out, we need to understand the benefit they provide into DeFi because, it starts from a shit coin, emerges into like an emerging meme coin, becomes a meme coin, and then these meme coins actually start providing utility, use case, and then they spread their wings in NFT communities, infrastructure development. So many people have come through Dodge, SHIB, and even Pepe communities. So I think we need to understand there's only a very small percentage that are able to evolve into becoming a successful meme token. But we also have to remember that when these meme tokens were established, they were useless tokens for useless people. So it was actually the DeFi community that placed value on these actual meme tokens. Now the conversation, and I know we can't say much because me, Alex, and the team, the community have been obviously engaging with the US tier 1 litigation law firm. And that's exciting in itself because we're bringing like one of the biggest litigation law firms into the space.
Let Zach
that's
speak.
Be engaging in this conversation. And they've obviously believed in the strength of, of the details. And as Alex rightly pointed out, there's many areas or many things missing in terms of the real GrumpyCat, in terms of their scope and what they've put forth. But what we have learned is this, that some Web 2, lawyers and people that have more Web 2 knowledge base experience tried to come into Web 3 and try to bully the space. And they've been trying to bully the space, like the decentralized community, by putting these letters out, thinking that they're just going to be able to tackle the community and the community is going to let it go. But what they don't realize was, and this is like what Fiddy just did right then with Barakovic, is they brought people with expertise and experience within Web3, which is what this decentralized community experiment projects are about. We have such amazing talent of experience, people of education, high IQ, that are part of these communities, driving these communities and create these tribe-like mentalities. And GrumpyCat has been able to form that. Previous meme tokens have been able to do that. And now we have Web3 IP experts, people with experience coming together, entertaining the factor that how does IP work within the meme coin? So I think in terms of GrumpyCat, I think having a tier 1 US firm, so I think they're going to be announcing something next week. I think that in itself will go into mainstream media, which again brings meme tokens to the forefront in Web3. And I think it does matter. The economy does matter. It's brought adoption. It's brought liquidity. It's helped the space. So anyone that shits on Dogecoin and SHIB and calling it a shit pump and dump, please go into the DeFi community and you'll meet the people and how loyal they are and what value they've added into the ecosystem. In terms of the IP conversation, there's two things that need to be discussed. Actually, I can't because of the legal representation, but I think it's important for people to understand the framework in the US of how the classes work with cryptocurrency and copyright and trademark. People really need to understand the details and the intricacies of how they work and how they move forward. But it's an interesting conversation that when you renounce a contract, liquidity is burnt, it's now passed on to the community. There's centralized entities like the website as well as Twitter. But if the projects themselves are not revenue generating models, if they themselves are claiming to be a parody and then looking at the trademark influences to cryptocurrency, are they working within the confines? Aren't they working in confines? I think what Alex mentioned, and I know she's been disheartened because she really wanted to take this to the court. Like, I mean, having again a US tier one litigation law firm representing GrumpyCat is historical. I mean, I think it's as big as an exchange listing because they're coming into the space representing an entire economy. But to know that the strength of the case is that level where I don't think there's going to be much rebuttal. I don't think there's going to come much from it because I think a lot of the risks have been mitigated. She's disappointed that we can't create new precedents, new case law sort of going forward. But that doesn't stop us to have this conversation right now. And I think for Borovic and Fiddy and Slum Dodge to bring this to attention, not just for GrumpyCat, but for Pepe, for SHIB, for Dodge, for the hundreds of meme tokens. But I will leave you with this. I was thinking, have a look at all the last 12 months. Have a look at all the meme tokens. We've had Family Guy, we've had Homer Simpson, we've had Sponge. Why does Disney, that has probably one of the biggest law firms and the biggest amount of legal counsel, struggle to come into the space and tackle, copyright and trademark with like literal copyright trademark material that we see in the space? That's an interesting conversation, but I also agree with Barakovic when it comes to Uniswap. When it comes to front end, it's a big issue with Uniswap, and I was in their space the other day. They were talking about a project maybe possibly competing with Uniswap. But I think there's a big difference
West
of
has
emulating
1,100
the
people
identical
in the
copy
space.
of
Let's go.
the images and whatnot compared to a lot of these other meme tokens that are working on a different model. But I think the conversation goes back to what Alex has been saying.
Got a lot of people in the space.
When it comes to meme tokens and the ownership of it, is it the community that actually created these memes in the first place, and then these owners take advantage and create trademark and copyright? But it's a very interesting conversation. But I'm excited that GrumpyCat are sort of leading from the front, and we've got such high IQ people within the space. That
Someone just bought $6,000 worth of GrumpyCat. $6,000. Let's go.
Here to stay again. It's a very small percentage where people talk about communities. They talk about it a lot, but only 0.0001% survive and are sustainable and build something meaningful. So it's an exciting time to be part of GrumpyCat, and there's a lot of people in the community that are driving behind it.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Before you do that, before you do it, I just want to say very quickly, it is not an honor to want to be part of historical precedent. All the lawyers in here, you all know that's not strange. None of the people who are civilians in here, it's super cool to want to be part of something like that. So it's sad if it doesn't happen. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here's my question, right? So I guess to break it down into 2 parts, right? The DeFi component of it is once tokens launch into the ether, you can't take it down. I mean, if liquidity is burned, locked, whatever, obviously liquidity will always be there, right? And then contracts are announced, done, deal, right? But then there's a centralized component. As you said, Uniswap front end. Obviously, Uniswap can't remove the pool itself. It would need a governance proposal in order to actually remove. I mean, I don't even know if that would even work. I'm assuming governance proposal is the only way, if any way, to remove the pool. So on its own, they can't do anything. All they could do is what they do then is say, hey, you can't trade this here, but there's alternatives. You could use an aggregator, you could use 1inch, you could just access the pools directly, right? You don't need to use Uniswap front end. But obviously, it's the easiest for obviously new participants who aren't as, they don't know the technicals or how to, access pools other ways. The next part is CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, right? Technically speaking, could they just say, hey, the MCA, CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, and say, hey, you're using this ticker for this token has our copyrighted image. Can you take down this page, or can you take down
you know, I guess like the page from CoinMarket, CoinGecko, or anything else. Like, what do you say to that?
So just to confirm, we're having different discussions because I think we were there initially, the same conversations initially, Borovic, but by the time the legal experts in our space started coming in, the discussion came more about the framework within the US when it comes to trademarking in terms of the classes like 009, 036, 0042, and in terms of the definitions and the technical understanding of, does it cover, again, I'm not, like Alex before we came to space told Slum Dodge and all of us, we can't actually engage in the conversation of the details that the strategy that's being implemented by the tier one litigation firm. But I think people need to also understand what's the trademark based on the classes, because there's classes again, 009, 036, and 042 that has certain understanding and definitions, which gives you certain entitlement and rights. And I think Alex sort of gave it indicative of the scope of those classes and if it covers it. So there's a separate conversation there. And then there's also another conversation in terms of like identical copies. I think that's an interesting one. I think a lot of meme tokens don't have that ability. I think Ben is a different case study. I think they literally had a actual identical image that they were utilizing, which is different to a lot of these other projects. So I think that's the only reason Uniswap made those various changes. But yeah, I think every case is sort of a little bit different. But in terms of CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, in terms of a lot of these centralized entities, I think GrumpyCat is probably going to set a precedent, but it's not going to be able to set one because I don't think many people are going to be able to do much once sort of action's taken.
Yeah, and I think Near is actually an IP lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I see your hand up. You can take it away.
Thanks so much. Hi, you can call me Near or Jessica, either one. But yes, I'm a trademark and copyright attorney, and I do have my little ones in the back. So you hear them. I'm driving with them, but super interesting conversation, and I get so excited when people also get excited about IP issues. And I was curious because we've been talking quite a bit about copyright, and the last I saw is that the cease and desist was alleging just trademark.
CEX might come.
Was there an update that they're now alleging copyright infringement, or is that just referring to denying?
So what is that?
Wait, Alex,
CEX might come.
Yeah.
Alex.
It's just trademark as far as I know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So big distinctions there. So trademark referring to the brand, the source identifier for really using the name GrumpyCat and not necessarily images that might be associated with it. But often what may happen is sometimes in like advertising, for example, there could be use of an image. So all of a sudden there might be a copyright infringement claim.
Well, the thing with the images is if you go look at the GrumpyCat Twitter and you go look at all the memes and all the images, they are all completely original images, right? So if anything, it's more of a parody of the original GrumpyCat meme. It's not even the image. That original image isn't even used in any of the pictures that you see in the community. If you go on the Telegram, GrumpyCat Telegram, all original images. Go on the GrumpyCat Twitter, all original images, and everything is just a parody of the original. So that's where it stands right now.
Yeah. So it's interesting that you use the term parody because really what we've seen in this space with respect to trademarks. So going back to the brand side. A big defense that we've seen with Nathan Rothschild's Meta Birkin's bag that he sold via NFTs with Ryder Rip's collection of RR BAYC. The main allegation there, the defense that they were relying on was that this is falls as an exception to trademark infringement, and there's a specific test that we use for parodies and such to try to say, is it artistically relevant? It's a First Amendment defense. Is there the ability to still use this trademark because of rights under the First Amendment? Usually with that, so that would be really interesting to see here because usually with tokens, we've really just seen like a lot of those have been just gone to like default scenarios. So they may have had to go to the court and ask the court to issue what's called an injunction. so that basically now the rights holder can go to Uniswap or these exchanges and tell them, look, a court found this was infringing, you need to take this down, or otherwise we can sue you too. So that's generally been the activity. It's been a lot of default activity, so the other side didn't answer, and that's kind of led to these defaults being enforced. But generally, it was interesting. I agree, it's really interesting to think about the decentralization nature here, but there can at least be some risk. There's some centralization, at least with the exchanges, right? So being able to list your token on these exchanges, and that's usually what's being targeted in that context.
Yeah, that's actually really super interesting. And I feel like when it comes down to it, the only thing that the cease and desist letters had mentioned was a trademark. It wasn't even an IP infringement issue.
Yeah, and so usually in trademark cases, and this is all not financial advice, it's financial or legal advice, all of that. I would never, please don't ever take legal advice via Twitter. But this isn't that, but yeah, so usually in the trademark context, while there can be damages sought, and especially there was a cyber squatting allegation, so that refers to the use of a trademark and a domain name. And here in the US, we have statutory damages that can be sought for using someone else's trademark in a domain, and that goes back to a law that was passed like in the late 90s or so, really because we saw just such a high upkeep in people trying to squat on domains and using them in bad faith. So actually also relevant in those two cases I mentioned earlier, there Hermes and the Yuga Labs case. Also, cyber squatting was found, and that did contribute to the damages there. But usually one of the main things that is being sought is the injunction part. So being able to stop somebody from further activity related to that trademark.
Let's go to Eric for a second. He's had his hand up.
I was just thinking, like, what part of, like, and what I would say is I'm kind of mostly thinking about Pepe right now. Like, for instance, if someone were to enforce Pepe-related IP rights.
Like Matt Fury, if Matt Fury did it, right?
It's something along those lines. Or if someone, like, because Pepe is just such an old character, there must be rights over the generations in a way. And so, like, what I would say is, like, you could certainly get away with satire for Pepe given the amount of memes around, or you could certainly make a colorable argument and a good one.
Good.
Because of just the sheer amount of memes around it and how popular societally it has become. So maybe that actually strengthens the argument, just because what Mira said really kind of made me think about it a bit more for Pepe specifically. And I think that in a way it has its relevance is almost clear by virtue merely of its market cap in a way.
Well, the difference too is this, right? So Pepe originally was created for a comic book, if I'm not mistaken. Like, don't quote me. Something along those lines. So it was like, okay, this was a character that was intentionally created for a storyline, right? So I can understand that. Same thing with like Disney characters and stuff like that, right? When you take a picture or an image and you upload it to the internet, and then random people on the internet make it a thing, right? And all of a sudden, everybody's sharing it, and it's a whole thing, and it's taken on a life of its own. I feel like that's a lot more different than a character that was created from scratch to be part of a story. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some distinction there versus me uploading a picture of a chipmunk, and all of a sudden, everybody uses that and makes jokes about it and gives it a personality, and it becomes a whole thing, right? Because I think that's different.
Well, we do have like the issue of brand names going into the vernacular, right? Like tissues that become Kleenex, right? Or when people used to say TiVo things or whatever. there is the ability for someone to lose their right to a trademark when something becomes more commonplace, when people start using it as something more descriptive and no longer refers to the brand itself. So
like Band-Aid, like the Band-Aid?
Like a Band-Aid, exactly. So that happens too. So there is the ability for commonality to take something out of trademarkability, even though it was trademarked. And one of the interesting things I find also when I look at a lot of these trademark things, and I looked at some really interesting cases, including ones on like live animals, like trademarking live animals and whether you can trademark the names of live animals and stuff, because there were people who have tried to and then couldn't, and trademarking the just the names around themselves or slogans around themselves, and then the LeBron, Taco Tuesday and things like that, like people trying to trade, like Damn Daniel, that failed. The goats, trademarking the idea of goats on a rooftop in order as a restaurant. There's a lot of really interesting case law that's out there. Man, you guys have like an interesting job trying to deal with all of that, and saying like, this is like what I do. No, this case is like your wacky case that you brought to me. Thank you very much. So I'm always very interested in seeing how much, what rights win and what don't win. The most interesting part here, I think, really is the idea of trademarking a meme. The idea of a meme is that it is given to other people to create something new, right? The idea of owning a meme seems oxymoronic, right? How
exactly?
What?
No, I was just saying exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah.
So they started this by posting images on the internet, and then afterwards decided to own it. And you can see how in an agency this wouldn't come up before, like when they asked to get the trademark, it wouldn't have come up because there isn't like a contested period or an objectionary period where someone can say, I don't really think that someone should have the right to own a meme. It's really like, well, if there's no reason not to have this, then you should have this trademark. So I feel that there's an interesting argument regarding the very idea of ownership of memes in general, because the nature of the meme is to be an unowned, mutually used community topic, right? Like, how is it then, if we can have ownership of memes, how can meme generators exist? Are they not trademark violators? But they're not, right? They're not trademark violators. You can use images even though those images are owned images. You can use images and put your own words on it to create funny commentary on it, commentary on the picture or not on the picture, just using the picture to create commentary, and you are not violating trademark or any other rights.
Until you try and monetize it.
But this is not about monetizing, right? This is not about monetizing anything.
No, it's all about monetizing, because nobody cares what you do until they see you making $1 with it, and that's where the problems start.
And I think the comments there can be really important in a copyright context. Again, like relating to the images. I have some meme clients, and they're honestly one of the most fun clients to work on behalf of, and it's
Soon for almost 4 hours.
Down to the actual images and the creativity, and so copyright technically exists once the first person fixes it in a tangible medium, we call it. So puts the image, it finalizes the image. The copyright then automatically attaches to that owner. But
1,000 people in the space. Let's go.
Release it into the public domain, so allowing anybody to use it freely. What can be expedited through CC0. But technically, people can still hold on to the rights. And we saw that with Pepe, right? The Pepe images themselves, in that mostly they were not being enforced.
You don't need the slide on, right?
In a situation where the owner felt that it maybe went against his ideas or didn't want to see Pepe associated with that, right? I think it started with an Islamophobic children's book was one of the first copyright infringement instances. But the letter, just going back to kind of the letters, the only copyright infringement that I was seeing alleged was really related to the cat meme itself and not the GrumpyCat meme.
Yo, Fiddy, what's up?
Yeah, Zach had his hand up too. I kind of want to hand it over to Zach.
Fiddy.eth, what's up, man? This is Jules. You remember me, right?
Did he make me a speaker again?
Yo, man.
I don't think so. Nope.
Let's go to Zach.
Yeah, let's go to Zach.
I wanted to say I've seen a similar case in this. I would say it was like a year or two ago. It was kind of during the craze when like Elon Musk was tweeting like a ton of anime memes every day, and there was a point where there was a bunch going out there, and a lot of people were making money investing in some of these anime memes that he was tweeting about. And there was one specific one that I think it was called Nausicaa Inu or something. Like basically they put Inu on everything at the end. Like that was like the trend for the month or whatever it was. And anybody who invested in that or anybody who tweeted about it, they received like DMCA notices, and you'd get a strike against your Twitter account. So there's like, I guess it depends on like which anime company is willing to fight against anybody, willing to fight back, hire lawyers. And I received an email and had to delete all my tweets. I got a strike on my resume, whatever it is. I think you can only have 3 strikes as a Twitter account owner, and they'll suspend or ban your account. But yeah, I really think it's interesting with the GrumpyCat side of it, because like it's nobody. I mean, it doesn't really seem like you should be able to own a meme, but like the anime, that's a real company. They made a movie in 1984. It was called Nausicaa Inu. They own the rights. They see other people trying to make money off the rights, and that's where they get upset. And I think maybe these GrumpyCat people are thinking the same thing. Like, are we trying to make a quick buck off their IP, and how hard do they want to fight it? It's really going to depend on them.
I agree. I mean, I think that, there is something to be said about whether or not you can actually own something like this. And please don't interrupt me just because I'm a woman. I mean, like only 2 female lawyers on here have spoken, have both been interrupted. Let's just not do that again. I mean, this is actually something that's really important. That what are things that should be protected and what are things that should not be protected? We don't just have to randomly protect things because people want them protected. Are they things that should be protected? Are they things that our laws should protect? And unfortunately, unless we actually pursue this kind of stuff, we're never going to get that question answered. Those questions don't get answered automatically in our legal system. They only get answered when someone asks, is this right that you're going to do it? The PTO is not going to automatically say, you know what? I think that we really shouldn't be going ahead and giving these rights to a meme. You're just a meme. Your whole nature is about shared ownership. So it has nothing to do with us. So have fun, be on your way. Peace be with you. God bless. They don't do that. They're like, oh, you want this? Let's see. Is there no reason not to? Then we give it to you. That's how it works. So I think that these are good questions to bring up, and they're not going to happen unless we bring them up. So we should talk about this stuff. We've got great lawyers here on stage who are well positioned to bring this stuff up. We've got great IP lawyers here. So, I mean, this is stuff that I think we should have more conversations about this. And I don't think that we should limit it just to something like, GrumpyCats. I'm happy that we're here and we're leading a discussion about this, but there are lots of other things in this space that we need to talk about, whether or not IP ownership is something that is protected enough, because there are lots of areas in NFTs where it's not protected sufficiently. And there are lots of areas where it is protected too much.
So we need to rethink the rules as much as we need to think the rules in securities and how they apply in Web 2 and Web 3, because they don't work for either space, to be honest. They really don't work in IP either. And I think we need to think about whether or not there's a different sort of construct that we need to think about, because the way that the laws have been applied right now for a lot of the NFTs and the artwork and things like that, we're not even thinking about the fact that we're applauding OpenAI, which strips out the metadata. It disregards watermarks and everything that labels things, not to be reproduced. And when people say, "Oh my God, Midjourney does such a great job at reproducing Deadpool. This is amazing." Well, that's because they took the image unlicensed and they put it in your picture. And that's why it looks exactly like the image, because it is exactly that image. So are we concerned about IP or are we not? Because if we look at the AI side, it looks like you don't give a crap about it. But then if we look at stuff like this, it's, oh my God, it's so terrible. So what the hell are we doing with it? We need a better look at this kind of policy, because it looks like we're all over it and it doesn't make any sense.
I think once again, it goes back to once you monetize that. If I was to create a Deadpool using Midjourney and then I put it on T-shirts, they would tell me I can't do that. So that's the
crap.
difference.
People are monetizing, and there's variants all over the place about whether or not people care.
That's true. And then there's the NFT communities too. Like, I'm not super familiar with the whole NFT space, but I know for a fact there's artists out there getting their works ripped off on a daily basis, and they're just not protected enough. So this is a way bigger conversation than what we're having right now, but I feel like it's literally across the space in its entirety. It's not just crypto, it's not just meme coins, it's the NFT space, it's AI, it's Midjourney. So all these things kind of play a role here, and trying to navigate it, I feel like, is the tricky part. But I mean, I don't know, I feel like that just opens up more conversation, you know? I'm going to try to get Arya up here, who I think could touch on this. I just saw him down below. I don't know if you got rugged or not, but definitely don't want to interrupt anybody. But we do want to make sure that we just don't talk for too long, because we do have a lot of people on here. It doesn't matter, who it is. We want to just kind of get our points across. But I think this is a great conversation because, one thing we have to touch on, nobody cares about anything.
I'm waiting for this announcement. Where are you, buddy? I'm over here. It's just really hot in the room, so I didn't want the light on.
It was fine. We were doing a great job.
And they kicked me off stage.
We ended up.
Oh, well, man, Foster Hilt's over there.
I think it was Lucille Ball.
Randy Foss. I am alive. Well, imagine when a failed coin and then get butthurt when someone wants to make a derivative of it. I know, right?
They did a lot of other stuff before that, but nobody really cared because there wasn't much money being made. So what they do is they sit back and they watch who's making money. And then when you're making money, that's when they start to attack. So there's two different things that are going on here. There's IP, and there's also potential. And then there's also something that we're very familiar right now. Attention. Okay, what's having attention? Like right now,
we have confirmation.
100% it's got plenty of attention. Matt is very much aware, but it's actually putting eyes on him. It's helping his brand, what he's doing, and he might have a bigger picture. He could have reached out to somebody in Pepe, I'm sure, and worked with them, but he chose to do a different way or go a different direction. I'm not sure why or how. I'm not a part of the team or don't know who is, but something like this, I mean, this is very interesting because is this a lawsuit because they just want to get paid? Is this a lawsuit because they're threatening? Because at the end of the day, what is GrumpyCat's doing? Like if it wasn't for this token and this GrumpyCat's artwork, I don't think anybody would be talking about GrumpyCat. So this has made it relevant. So
right. You're absolutely right. Sorry.
No, it's okay. So I think this is more than just conversation about IP, because IP is IP. But, anybody could sue anybody in this country for anything. Literally, you can sue somebody crossing the street the wrong way and scaring you.
America.
So just because there's a lawsuit doesn't mean the lawsuit's valid.
Correct.
That's what. So I know there's a lot of legal conversation gets involved and people start really breaking it down in legal terms. But it's not always just about the law. It's not always black and white. It's gray. Very, very gray. So I'm going to try to get Arya up here, kind of talk about this because we had him up on Mario Space, and he said something pretty interesting because we were all talking about this Ben and Ben thing. And he said, look, a lot of people don't realize this, but this is a very gray space right now. It's gray. The law is very gray. Nobody knows what's right, what's wrong. And if somebody isn't lawyered up, they can come in there and they can get lawyered up. If it's security and they raise enough money, well, they can become a security. So it's not always like we think it is, because, people are putting him in jail for 50, 60 years already. People are already looking at his jail cell. And it may not be that. I think the conversation is relevancy. I mean, we've been in this attention market. It's really about attention right now. So I think it's a pretty cool conversation. And do we know, like, does the GrumpyCat, does they have an attorney involved? Do we know if anybody's on this side? Alex.
Yeah. Sorry, they have an attorney, I think it's a sole practitioner. I think I'm not sure. It's the person who does their filings, who would just send out a letter, but that may not be the person that does the filings. I know that I don't want to talk too much about what we know about this because I don't want to signal too much about what we know. So because we're right now, watching this case, it's interesting is all I'm going to say about it. It's very interesting how it's handled. But I did note that it was very interesting that they did try to they sent the cease and desist to a wallet, which is actually something that is permitted in some jurisdictions. And I thought that was actually quite an interesting thing, but it's not permitted in all jurisdictions. So that's actually a very interesting thing as to whether or not that cease and desist is actually valid as served, because it's not clear that it is. In most jurisdictions, in fact, it's not actually valid. That's not a proper way to serve. In some jurisdictions it is. So, and since this isn't based in a particular jurisdiction, that would be very hard to say whether or not that is actually service. Though when they're talking about service by wallet, like what happened with, remember the person who stole the World of Woman NFT, and there was a woman that sued both OpenSea and the OpenSea owner company that owns OpenSea. God, I need more coffee or something. But anyway, so they said, well, we know the wallet that did it. And so they were able to serve that wallet they were able to serve process to that particular wallet. But that's a very unique situation where it's a particular wallet, the owner of which committed a crime. This is not the same thing, right? This is not where there's a particular owner of a particular wallet that did a particular thing in a particular jurisdiction. So it's a very unique sort of thing. And I'm actually curious as to whether or not that even particularly counts as service of process. And I'm going to say particularly way too many times in this thing. But one of the things to know about cease and desist is that, honestly, and this is something that I'm sure Eric can say, is that it's the easiest possible thing to send out, right? Your paralegal sends those out. Like, they're just the first thing you whip out when something goes wrong. You send those out. They don't necessarily mean that you intend to conduct any sort of additional litigation. Usually it's just your first, easiest, cheapest tactic to scare someone off. And usually it's a client saying, can you send something out on your letterhead, which looks scary. And that's why those things are always sent on legal stationery. It doesn't mean that it's never going to be succeeded by legal action, but it's often just an action to get someone to stop cheaply without actually continuing any sort of legal cost, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes sense 100%. But here's
let me ask something real quick, because I want to ask. I have just one easy question, right? So I don't know if it's actually easy, but so like, obviously there's a DeFi component, there's a centralized component. The DeFi component, liquidity is locked or burned,
Contracts for now is nothing you could do. The token's out there in the ether forever, right? You can't do anything, right? It's going to stay there. But the centralized component, as we talked about earlier, is like Uniswap front end. Front ends could, be forced to remove, or like CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko could be forced to like remove the page, right? So just going back to that, have any claims been made against any of these entities, or only?
No, not to our knowledge. No.
Okay.
No. The only thing that could have been done with respect to the cyber squatting, the name, the website was changed before they even made a claim on it. So the website name isn't even GrumpyCat Coin. It's just GCC. So there isn't even a claim on that. So, they'd also have to have an actual judgment in before they could make any sort of claim to any other third party. They'd have to say, you have to remove this, and here's the order from the court, right? So they'd have to get a lot farther before that happened.
Okay, because with Ben Token, Uniswap had to disable trading because of a copyright claim. So, why did that happen there?
I'm not familiar enough with what happened with the legal proceedings of Ben Token. Did that actually? Was there an actual a TRO, like a restraining order, or like an injunction or something like that happened?
No, none of that happened. I think what happened was, so they used a logo that is very like a duplicate of the Atari's logo, and they're known for lawsuits. They're known to sue pretty much anybody who gets in their way. So you don't want to go mess with Atari. And again, it's so easy to change a logo that they probably, especially when BitBoy got involved in his team, he's like, I don't need this headache. Like there's already enough chaos going on with this thing. So I think that's different. I don't think there's any legal involved because I don't even think anything. I think it's been under the radar. I think we might be the only one here who know about Ben and Ben. Everybody else does not care. But this thing is very interesting because there was a cease and desist. And let me ask you, they served this to a contract. So obviously it's somebody who understands crypto. If they served it to a contract and nobody responded, well, who are they going to go after, Alex? Like, what are they going to do here? Like, do they attack the contract? Do they call Vitalik? Like, what are they doing here?
Yeah, call Vitalik.
I would love to see them call Vitalik.
You know what I mean? Like, dude,
what the fuck are you doing?
They're like, bro, you're wearing some fucked up pajamas, right? Why? Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing here? Like, what happens? What's the legal procedure if you service cease and desist to a contract? What happens after that?
Eric, do you have an answer for that? You might have a better answer.
To be honest,
Are those birds?
first of all, I think you touch on an interesting thought. So
Please say ask Vitalik. Call Vitalik. Please say that's the answer, because I really want that to be the answer.
So I certainly think that Vitalik does have significant influence. I think if someone were to want something to happen within the Ethereum ecosystem, being able to ask Vitalik to help you with that wouldn't put you in a bad position, just from an influence perspective. But at the end of the day, I don't think Vitalik controls Ethereum anymore, and I don't think that Vitalik alone could accomplish whatever it is you were looking to accomplish.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I was joking, by the way, but I don't think he has anything to do with it. But I'm just saying, what happens? Like, when you serve somebody at a residence or a business, I mean, they have a certain timeline to, whether it's a lawsuit, 30 days or 7 days or whatever it is. But when you serve a contract, what obligation does a contract have to obey or by this service? Like, how do you even prove service on a contract?
That is very, very interesting, because that's the whole thing about, when there is an actor who's doing something that owns a wallet, that wallet is in place of the actor, that's one thing. But when it's a contract and we're doing, if you're looking at those new 4557, the ERC 4557 wallets, do you know what I'm talking about? The smart wallets that are coming out that are actually just smart contracts. Are accounts, that's going to be even harder, right? What do you do with those wallets? I have no idea. I don't know what you're going to do if a contract goes wrong. What do you do? How do you serve the contract? How do you do that? Like, if there's something malicious on a particular chain, the only thing that I could think of is that you can say, okay, like the court can say the chain has to do something where they have a vote and then everybody has to fork it, right? But what do you do if you want a contract to stop doing something? How do you even go through the process of service? I don't know. I don't know that there's a way to do that if it is unowned, if it is like completely separate. Now, the only thing that I could think is a saving grace is that, remember, decentralization is a process, not a point in time. So the earlier you catch something, the more likely it is to be more centralized and able to be, controlled by a small group of people in some sense. But over time, that becomes more and more dispersed. And then you've got, more and more decentralization, and it can't be pinpointed in any direction to any particular owner. I don't really know how you would handle that. It's a new world.
Yeah, I've been curious, and I don't even know if anybody knows the answer to this, because, when I'm kind of reading laws, and I've read up on it, and I spoke to a couple of my attorney friends, before this, and I think this might be outside of even attorneys' understanding, because if I called any attorneys that I know right now, like, hey, have you ever served a contract? Most of them don't even know what a contract is. And if you're a Web3 attorney, you do know what it is. How do you prove service? Like, how do you go around proving service? And two, if you can prove service, like, let's say that wallet is located in the UK or in Dubai or Switzerland. What do you do? Do you I don't even know what the proceedings would be.
So the only thing I can think, is, the rules are changing. Now we have like 200 jurisdictions coming into a more uniform rule structure. And some of it is going to include like unfortunately, IP, not a lot of IP is included in that particular rule structure. It's mostly a lot of securities. But with that, I'm hoping that IP is actually going to cover a more uniform area as well. And, the only thing I can think is somebody goes screw over a contract, and then let's go make that our Supreme Court case. And then that can be the one that's our like seminal case. And I want in. I want to be part of that one. If somebody knows of some case that's happening there, I want to be part of it, because I think that would be super cool, because nobody knows how to handle it. Especially when the 4557s come out. The first case that comes out about that is going to be amazing.
Why does she want this to go to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, nobody really.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's crazy from the perspective of just somebody in the space, like sending a cease and desist. Like at what point is that even valid? You know what I mean? And this kind of, and not only that, but like if you're gonna try to sue, like after the contract has already been renounced, and that's when you decide to pursue legal action. Do you know what I mean? Like how is, like, where do you go from there? Like, how does that even get done? You know what I mean?
But even if the contract is renounced, like, what could they do? Unless there's like, because some contracts don't even have the basic function of like stopping trading, right? Now, like, let's say it did, then you just stop trading forever and that's it? Is that like the only solution if it's not right? Because like you can't take it down, like you can't remove it.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You can't do anything. It's out of anyone's control at that point. So who are you suing? Like the space?
I mean, are you suing the chain?
That's
the only thing I could think of.
I don't know. Like, there's no grounds there at all whatsoever.
I don't know.
Well, there are grounds. Nobody knows what grounds are.
Who you would sue. I mean, I do think, though, it would be something like if someone put something malicious on a chain, it's easier to fix the malicious stuff on the chain, like, to be able to force people on the chain to do something about that than it is to deal with the perpetrators. It really is. Because you can always say, chain, you have to fork. But it's very hard to say, break down those hashed transactions and figure out exactly who started that particular thing and and let's go attack them. I think that's actually pretty interesting.
I agree with what you guys are saying, but here's my question, and I know you guys know a little bit more, and I'd love to dive deeper into this, and I actually want to bring a couple people to this once we have another space that I think can answer this. Like the firm who actually served the lawsuit and to the contract, I mean, somebody had to have like this is like somebody had to have known what they're doing or what the legal ramification to this is, because if they didn't, they wouldn't have done that unless they've done it just for fear. Because if it's a community project, if somebody's like renounced their wallet and this is now a community project, what are they going to do? Sue an entire community that's worldwide?
Exactly.
Start a class action lawsuit.
That's a good point.
And second of all, how do you even see your service on a contract? Like I probably wouldn't even know that.
Right.
Does anybody know who caught that by any chance?
I think it was actually I don't remember. It just popped up, but like honestly, it was
You would see it in Etherscan. So on Etherscan, someone would just be looking at the page and say, "Oh, that's weird." Now there's like a 1, next to a little drop down menu thing, and then they click it, and then they'd see like an NFT sitting in there, and they go to OpenSea and just see what it was.
I don't know. It just came across more so of a scare tactic just to get like kind of try to dismantle the community in fear. Because if you think about it, like we talked about this earlier in the spaces, like the majority of the people in here, the majority of the people in crypto that are into meme coins don't know anything about law, right?
Fair point.
Be like, oh, there was a cease and desist. I'm out of this one. You know what I mean? Like it's so easy to scare people that don't know any better because they hear the term cease and desist. And to them, it's like a huge thing, you know what I mean? Like a huge legal thing.
Nice $7,000 buy.
The thing I could say is, I don't think there's much here. I really don't think there's much here. I'm looking at the art, I'm looking at everything, and their service to the contract. I don't think there's much here. I'd really be interested in getting them into the space and seeing what they have to say. Because I actually think it could be somebody that's actually working with the token, because there's no way that somebody can actually print this out, make a big deal about it, know how to serve a contract on this.
Some of it could also just be ego, and I'm just putting that out there. I don't know.
So talk about. I don't know if you mentioned in the space yet about how like the logo image that was used wasn't even like the original. It was like
exactly
recreation, like AI or something, right?
Oh, shoot. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
One second, yeah.
The image of the meme isn't even used whatsoever. This is literally all original cartoons, images hand-drawn, or however, I don't know who's drawn, but there are images all over the Telegram. Every single one of them is an original piece.
There you go.
And remember this, like, cats, a lot of cats look alike. I mean, like, if you, like, just type in, like, a grumpy cat, like, on Midjourney, like, it'll give you a cat with, like, a sad face.
Like, right, exactly. That's my whole point. Like, if anything, these are all parodies of that original meme. You know what I mean? Like it's not even using the original image. So I honestly don't understand what angle it is that they think that they can have here.
It's not actually the owner that's doing this. But
yeah,
I think this is just a troll. I think someone's trolling whoever owns that contract. And as a Web3 lawyer, this is legal advice. I'm pretty sure it's just a troll.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people have been saying too.
That's what I think, because it's just first of all, does anybody looked at the trademark or the copyright or any of the legalities that they have on GrumpyCats? Is there an attorney that looked into that?
Yeah, of course.
And what did you find?
Stuff that I can't talk about because that was what was interesting. That was what was super interesting about this.
Okay, so without details, did they have any case here? You don't have to go into details.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of argument for us. That's all I don't want to step on the part of the attorneys that are actually doing this. They're getting paid, right, to do this stuff for us. There are law firm that are like entering in order to deal with this particular issue. So I don't want to step on however they want to approach this, but yeah, there's a lot of space for us. I was like, what the hell is happening here? This doesn't seem right. What's happening?
I mean, it's pretty crazy. So what I was, so Anna's up here, and Anna, I wanted Anna to come up and maybe bring this talk about for a minute. And she has a cat project, and they've had IP stuff, and they own their IP. Like, what's your thought about all this, Anna?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, there's a meme, and like there's like the whole public domain thing where it's like everybody enjoys it and you want to use something that's familiar to like get attention and whatnot. But I still think that when it comes down to it, with our project, at least, like we're the Kitty and You project, and when we worked on it back in the day, it was like a group of us in a Telegram room that creating this, and we got an artist for our artwork. And I think it's really important to like honor IP and make sure that the creator originally and the artist originally is paid and they're not using somebody else's stuff. And going through that with, and now our studio owns it because it was just, we kind of formed out of the project. But yeah, that's my general take on it is, I mean, I get that it's fun and it's humorous and it's comical to do meme coins and stuff, but there's still somebody that created that originally, and like you should be kind of respectful of that and making sure like there's ways that you can work with communities, like decentralized communities, and like the way that we do with the token holders, to ensure that like your rights are not infringed upon, they're using it the right way, and that should have been the approach, in my opinion.
No, that's a good opinion. And you guys have had you have a cat, and I'm looking at the cat. It's a cat. Cat's a cat. They're cute, and you know what I'm saying.
Kitties.
Like, and we also have Columbo who's on stage, which is interesting, and he just had a very interesting that happened. Are you allowed to talk about your copy thing?
Yeah.
Can you talk?
I was just going to add something because I feel like a lot of people in this space are unaware that GrumpyCat was a real cat that was licensed out to places like Target and was on T-shirts and all kinds of stuff back in the day. He was very big on Instagram. There were apps being made utilizing his image. It was a real cat. Just because I feel like a lot of people think this is just some made-up meme. This was a cat with a deformity that someone realized people liked the way my cat looked, and he started to monetize that. So I just want to throw that out there, not trying to be combative with anybody, but this was like a celebrity animal at one point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel
like okay.
I feel like there's a lot of people that remember the meme when it first came out, and the original meme was that of a real cat, and it was very successful. It was funny. It was all over the internet. They definitely trademarked it, monetized it, and everything. And I feel like the approach that the meme coin has is, if anything, it's kind of like paying ode to that, because all the images that are created now are a parody of what that original meme was. And like none of the original images are used in any of the meme coin things.
That's shady as fuck.
Why is that? Why is that shady as fuck? Please.
Come on, man. Like, please.
Wait,
pumping GrumpyCat, which is like an IP that someone owns, and it's a meme coin that they did not consent to. It's wrong.
Please explain to me how is it wrong to make a parody of a meme and create a coin out of it?
Is Spaceballs wrong for making a parody of Star Wars?
Is he rugging? Is he talking to me? Is anyone else? Maybe I'm rugged.
I think it's you.
All right, I'm going to request to go up now because this is getting ridiculous.
I can hear you too. Columbo.
Columbo, can you hear Jonah?
No, I cannot. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So, I want Jonah to make Jonah. What are your reasons?
Columbo, drop down.
It is someone's family member, as well as an IP and related to their family, where they did not give consent for a bunch of gamblers to speculate on a token that is about a dead cat.
No, but let me push back, Jonah, because you could go to Midjourney, type in GrumpyCat. So are you saying because one GrumpyCat became famous, no one in the whole world could ever use a picture of a GrumpyCat ever again?
Yeah.
Or name something
We
GrumpyCat?
both know that it's, first of all, Midjourney has a lot of legal issues. So that's one. Two, there's one particular grumpy cat. Like, that's kind of like obscuring the fact that there's a particular grumpy cat. If there's some other cat that also happens to be grumpy, then yeah, it's fair game. Assuming that other owner.
I can guarantee you there is.
Specific cat. What if it's like a different cat? Like, what if they use a different colored cat?
Right.
Is it a different color?
Yes, there are many different colors of cats.
No, the one.
I've also
the one
seen.
I saw on your feed you were hyping up. Was it a different colored cat?
There are different colored cats that I post that are all grumpy.
No, the first one where the grumpy cat IP holder was commenting that they didn't consent.
We can go back and look. We can go back and check. But ultimately, the meme coin grumpy cat is a representation of grumpy cats, and you can see all the images are different colored cats and different kinds of cats.
That's a good point.
What if the original logo is like an orange cat or like a white, like some other colored cat?
If it's another cat and it just happens to have a similar face, but it's clearly another cat, then it's probably fair game. If it's an AI cat made up, we don't know where that image sourcing is from. Like,
I mean, none of this is like.
And that's not your fault. That's
like this is like I'm not anywhere close to the original.
It's clearly similar to the actual cat that was famous that passed away, and the owner's not giving consent.
Yo, that's racist.
So if it's an AI cat that's generated, then you think that'd be okay?
Yeah, it's a cat that either one is quite frankly a stray, so therefore it doesn't have certain IP rights, or it is a cat that is made up, either animated, fictitious, or otherwise. Then yeah, it's completely fair game.
That's what it did. They did an AI.
We just had a 2-hour space.
It looked pretty.
Showing that it's fair game either way.
So you'd say like if they make it look, if they just use a different color, but because cats have grumpy faces. Like it's not like you can't.
But that
copyright
particular, I forget
facial
the name of that
expression.
cat.
His name is Tartar. You can't copyright a facial expression. So what I'm saying is,
Wait, is the cat's name Tartar Sauce? That's hilarious. That's his name. That's cute.
So Jonah, you're saying like if they change if the logo has a different colored cat, like clearly different colored cat with grumpy face, that's fine.
Well, first of all, I'm not an animal expert, but I would assume
I am.
Does every cat that has a flat face have the exact same ears and the exact?
I mean, what if the ears are like slightly longer? So I mean, they could probably ears
do things that fine.
This is ridiculous. Jonah, get the fudge out of here.
They have like maybe slightly longer ears. Maybe it's like a different type of grumpy, a different color. Yeah.
Maybe it's like slightly more grumpy actually. You know,
extra.
Oh my god.
Yeah, grumpier cat. Yeah, that would be grumpier.
Fine, like pissed off cat or disgruntled cat or something. Sure.
Yeah, see, we could come to amicable solutions here.
Yeah, no, I just think I will hold true that if it's the exact rendition of the cat that is now dead, then that would be indeed fucked up and wrong.
No, false.
I see both points here, and I see your point. Jonah always has good arguments, and I see both points. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of cats look alike.
Oh, please let me up. Please let me up there.
Pretty unique. I have not seen another cat that looks like that particular cat.
Were you ever in the veterinary field? Hecker?
And that's why he was unique and became famous.
Oh my god.
Okay, so then don't make another birth defect related. I mean, how many cats have that birth defect?
No one made another birth defect.
Please let me up. Oh my god, this is so stupid.
You could actually just make it kind of a lab. Make it
I feel like Anna should I wish Anna spoke out more. She actually has a cat meme coin and it's animated and it's not.
I have an actual cat at home, and I can tell you my cat sometimes looks rough.
So we're gonna take a little cat nap, should we say?
Hey, don't say my line.
Maybe we'll talk to Ben Dottie for a little bit and see what his take on the cat situation is. Because he's, I don't know if he's into cats, but he's definitely into apes with big crowns and some Nakamigos.
Let me speak!
Let's bring him up.
Let me speak!
So we can chat about cats. But the cat thing is a very interesting conversation. We'll keep going with it until we beat the cats up and figure it out. I don't think that here.
Oh, I need to speak on this.
I think my biggest thing is somebody served a contract. I'm still kind of not even caring about the cat thing. Is trying to figure that out.
So I had to write the memo on it at Lone Star when I was there, and we were gonna do it via NFTs. Actually, Leroy was gonna be the one to help us. So Wenman kind of can do it.
Wait, you had to write the thing on what? You had to write the document on what?
The contract, like our memo for our GC consider us serving wallets via NFT service, essentially, to a wallet. But I mean, I think the issue here with smart contracts.
All right. If they let me up, they let me up.
I don't even know what that really means. Like what everyone was saying is really what's coming back to my mind. It's kind of confusing to serve a smart contract. I think you have to go back and figure out who the controller is and sue that person, because the smart contract may not even include that person in this particular transaction. So you just miss them completely. It just makes no sense.
Well, another thing is this cat doesn't really have a name. It's called GrumpyCat. It's not like a name of a cat. It's not like something like a Simpsons. It was just a grumpy cat. It's like a mad dog or you know what I mean? It's like a mood. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not like, so Pat Riley, who used to coach Lakers, did something called three-peat, which he actually got a patent on it. And anytime somebody used the word three-peat in the NBA when they had a three-peat, he actually got paid. So I get that.
Is that real?
It was real.
That's like an actual term.
It's an actual term.
That's crazy.
And so I kind of know a lot about this stuff. And the one thing that I do know, when you have a term like a grumpy cat, if I saw a cat that was kind of grumpy tomorrow, it doesn't matter what it looked like, fat ears, big ears, and it was grumpy, I'd be like, oh, it looks like a grumpy cat. And you want to draw some artwork, go for it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, but it's like Ronald McDonald, right? There could be a guy with the last name McDonald, and his name is Ron. So it's the same thing. This is GrumpyCat. These guys, they copyrighted the name. They copyrighted the likeness and the name.
No, well,
you
no. This doesn't have to do with the copyright or the likeness or anything.
Sorry, I meant trademark.
Yeah, and this is just trade. This is not. Nobody's using the image of the cat, the dead cat, because the cat is long since dead. I know that is very sad. I'm sorry. Nobody's using the image of the cat. Nobody is. We didn't. I'm sorry to hear about the deformity of the cat. I didn't even know there was a deformity of the cat. Now I feel
It was dwarfism.
sad dead cat.
Feline dwarfism.
But probably
I know, because I am a veterinary assistant.
The cat's not alive. Anyway, I'm going to keep on moving from that particular point, but this is really just a trademark thing.
Okay. Okay.
It's about
You fell. Okay. You're over here now. It's okay. Let me be. I have been live for
and the applying these IP principles
for 4.5 hours, not 2.5, but I'll leave that.
What we're
whatever.
looking at right now, and it's really.
Where was I? Windows doesn't seem to have a sex listing. No, it doesn't. It'll be. That's why I really like GrumpyCat, because it doesn't have the centralized exchange listing yet. So no, about 15K. Nice. We'll get in cheaper. My boy's buying about 10K worth tomorrow, so that'll be nice. Sort of say. I mean, it's legal stuff. So I mean, if you don't like it, it just might not be for you. But it says Space Whack, no news, just theories on what might happen. I mean, they're going to announce it at some point. I don't know when. It says someone bought 7K worth. Yeah, there's a couple people. Donations give me that wink. There's Chavez. Probably no exchange news on this one. Oh well. There's no way they're hyping this up without having any type of news. There's no way I just streamed for 4.5 hours for them not to have news. What's up, Wes? I think after this is done, they'll probably have it. I mean, I'm hoping. If they don't, I'm going to be super salty.
And this is going to happen with property law. This is going to happen with not just IP. Like, we're looking at basically every area of law, including tax law. How is this going to transfer over when we're looking at this brand new area? And we're going to keep hitting this wall again and again. So whenever we find these new areas of like, oh, hey, what the hell? How does this apply here? Instead of being afraid of it or running from it, I think we should embrace it and look at it as a place that we can actually say, you know what, we should actually consider revising the laws now. This is an opportunity for us to look at it and say, what makes the most sense in this new area, as opposed to just saying, how do we squeeze these old laws into this new, completely poorly fitting system at this point? How can we make this completely contorted? We can do better than that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I've seen Luminize with her hand up for a while now.
Yeah. I was gonna say. So first, let's go to Illuminate, and then we're gonna go. To after Illuminate, we're gonna go to David, who has he's a creator and executive producer of a show on Nick Jr. He wants to talk about copyright. So first, let's go to Illuminate.
Hey guys, I just wanted to give my quick 2 cents on this. I see both sides. I want to start by saying what I always say, that no idea is original. No, there is a chance that someone could think of the same exact idea as one that already exists, and 100% not even be aware of the original idea that they're quote unquote copying. Because, there are 7 billion people in the world with ideas that are all influenced by the same things. So it's hard to actually pinpoint exactly who came up with the original idea. However, with that being said, I also think that it's really easy for us to get into technicalities to make ourselves seem more right or less in the wrong. Because at the end of the day, there are a lot of gray areas, and it is very easy for us to weasel out of being in the wrong about these things. But I think we should be honest with ourselves and give credit where it's due. Yes, there are many cats. Many cats can be grumpy. Someone could have thought of that idea on their own, maybe 10 years from now, and not even known about GrumpyCat's original existence. But at the end of the day, if it looks almost the same, look at that cat. It looks pretty much the same. So I don't think it's too hard to just give credit where credit's due. But there are no original ideas. The Grumpy Cat might have gotten their cat idea from another famous cat beforehand. That cat just didn't really get seen by the world, right?
Super because my man, it's been so fun joining the Grumpy Army. I know it's been pretty legit, right? Super because thank you for the early intel. No problem. Because I took a college course on copyright law back in college years, music focused, interesting stuff. Yeah, I bet.
It's not protected. Well, SpongeBob is also a meme now. If I'm okay, I'm going to use a SpongeBob, but that doesn't mean I can make SpongeBob coin. I think it's protected. This was someone's pet. That was a very unique one of one in the world that got famous, and they made sure to protect all of that so that they could monetize it. So it doesn't matter if someone else saw a grumpy cat. It's the same deformed face, same color, profile, everything.
Okay, so let's talk about SpongeBob. SpongeBob was a very... Go back, let me go back. I think this cat is a trademark cat. That's the only thing that I can tell you there's an argument here, because it is trademark. When you have a trademark, it depends how it was protected and how it was written up and what was said, and I don't know what was said. So we can just dissect this thing, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, Columbo knows probably more than anybody here. He's an artist also, an incredible artist. He knows a lot about trademark, a lot about law, and a lot about art. So I would say he kind of might have a good point here.
Fair.
Also a Web3 lawyer based on my bio.
Ooh.
Okay, but I also, just playing devil's advocate, SpongeBob was a cartoon created for a TV show. GrumpyCat was someone's pet that they took a picture of, uploaded to the internet, and people created.
So, Slumdog, if you now become a meme because we start memeing the fuck out of your face, and we create Slumdog coin, are you going to send a cease and desist and start making a lot of money on your image?
One, I don't even know how people could send. People have a wallet. Would I send it to a wallet? I don't know. But
please let me up. I have so much info.
The difference between an animal and a person, I don't know how that would.
Right. That's where I say we get into the technicalities, right? We could say, well, technically that was a real cat and this is a drawing of a cat, but we know that it's still based on the same cat, right? It still looks like that cat. The idea did stem from that cat, even though if we get the technicalities, yeah, it's not the same thing, but it is, yeah.
If people made let's use me as an example. If people decide to make me into a meme, and all of a sudden there's a meme coin out there based on me, and it's a parody of me, and it's like somebody drew an original image of a parody of me, I don't even know if there's a legal case versus parodies, because I feel like the whole parody thing is a stance that people take, right? Let me go with a parody of me, right? Let's hear from David, because he said he's a creator.
Yeah. So David is the creator and executive producer of Bossy Bear on Nick Jr. So let's hear from him.
Hey everybody, I was listening in to quite some extent before, and I really appreciate you giving me the time, and I'll try not to run too long. I really do appreciate it. I rattled this off only so that there's some context. My wife and I created the Ugly Dolls brand, which was originally like a toy brand, for some would say originally, but it was really a competitor for Hello Kitty. It's in its 22nd year now. It's now number 9 on Netflix, not just of animated movies, of just any movie today. We are the number 8 plush toy on Amazon today for Future Plush. And I rattled this off just so there's some context. We are number 3 on Nickelodeon and between number 2 and number 5 on Nick Jr., depending on the day. They're pretty fickle. And for Bossy Bear, which is my PFP, which was based on a Disney book I created in 2007, was our best-selling plastic toy for 15 years. I'm also the creator of Little Boney, animated daily animation that was running on NHK in Japan since like 2002, and with a licensing program out through Sony. So I've been in the world of protected rights for several decades. At the same time, I was the creator of the very first CC0 public domain character brand on the blockchain called Uma No Copyright, which was minted in May of 2021. So I've had my toe in both pools. And in my opinion, which would, I suppose, be informed, but is in no way over anyone else's here, brands are incredibly fragile. From Star Wars and Sanrio to GrumpyCat or Nyan Cat. They are
Nyan Cat!
And the reason why we send legal letters is not for money or evil corporation at all. It's the same reason. It's because if our brand appears in the wrong place one too many times, the public will fall out of love with it. When you own a character brand especially, you are in the business of literally falling in love. It is so very difficult to craft. It has nothing to do with marketing or dollars or anything. I mean, hopefully you can make money on it. And by the way, this is not about the big guy. This is about the little guy. 90% of IP holders are the little guy. When you go to Comic-Con and you go up and down Artist Alley, those individual little 2x2 tables with individual creators selling their manga or their comic books or their plush toys, those make up a majority of the IP holders. And I thought that in Web3 we are the ultimate protectors of ownership. I thought that the whole thing was about ownership on the blockchain, that you can own a digital original. I thought that we were the stewards of ownership of all things. And the idea that we would argue that because something is a meme is somehow free. I mean, the GrumpyCat people almost died creating this thing from, yes, some photos of an existing animal, but it wasn't just a photo of an existing animal. You can't imagine the process that they went through to bring this thing from just being a funny-looking cat photo to being something when you walk into the licensing expo in Las Vegas that they like commanded an audience that you wouldn't believe. This was not some big corporate BS nonsense or evil intent. It's a craft like pottery. And to dismiss it and to say that memes somehow override this is like saying those Chinese fake Spider-Mans in Chinatown that say Spider-Man and there's a Buzz Lightyear in it.
Spider-Man.
Well, those are memes. Those are memes. So we're going to say that it's just Wild West, fuck everything. It doesn't make sense to me. Hello Kitty is just as fragile as that little doodle that your kid is going to do. And there's just as much potential for it to reach as far as it can go. And it saddens me that we wouldn't be the #1 protectors of ownership.
Oh, come on, let me up. I got this. I got these good arguments.
Well, that was very well said.
Yeah. Congratulations, by the way, on your success. And
Yeah.
Your tolerance of my time is very, very much appreciated. I have nothing else, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you. No, I appreciate you coming out because at the end of the day, like, we don't know. It's a very gray area. Let me ask you a question. What do you think about the cease and desist going to a contract? Like, what's your thought about that?
It's all we have. It's all we have. And many say, well, only the wealthy big corporations can protect their rights because they go back. There are outlier cases where like a graffiti artist will get infringed by Mercedes, and then Mercedes will go, screw you, we're gonna like throw our money at this. Those are as outliers as SpongeBob is an outlier in the animation world. That's not the typical result when you create an animated show. Usually you spend decades trying to get a show made. You're usually in development and you just almost get picked up and then you don't. And then sometimes you get a show made and those are usually canceled in one season. So there are always outliers. But usually the offender is the little guy. All throughout my career, you know, if Petco would rip us off by making ugly doll cat toys, we just send a letter for free. And they go, oh shit, sorry, intern. And then they fix it. They remove them and they even cut us a check, or they, you know, they're eager to please. But the little guys, holy shit, you send them, you know, hey, listen, that's kind of ours. You shouldn't, you know, please don't do that. Why are we asking them to please not do that? Because when the public finds our brand outside of where we need them to find it one too many times, they literally fall out of love with it. And then we have to fire everybody because we have zero. It goes in flames overnight. And you know what's funny? The little guy freaks out and goes, oh, evil corporation suing us. And we're looking here with our $4 and 7 employees in a tiny room like, what? Where's the evil corporation? So I think that we need to do a lot more research into what it takes to actually make a brand work in the first place. Like GrumpyCat, that's like out of someone's garage. Hello Kitty is equally as fragile. You can't imagine. Like, you want to take down Hello Kitty, simply have Hello Kitty appear in 7 or 8 too many of the wrong place, and it's dead. It dies. I can give you examples over and over again. How about Paul Frank? Where's
Did you
Paul
say
Frank?
Hello Kitty would die?
They're very fragile.
Oh, please let me up.
I appreciate that this is. I'm sorry, I have to get going soon because I have to actually make dinner for my family. But
Heck your family.
I appreciate that this is a very emotional issue for you and for many other creators. But here, like GrumpyCat's not the little guy here. And the issue is, wait 1 second. Let me just finish and then I'm done. 1 second. Let me finish. Let me just finish and then I'm done.
Yeah, let her finish.
It's the issue here is it's a legal issue, right? It's not about protecting someone and making sure things work or don't work and oh how hard it was. Things are hard. It's hard to build things, right? This is a community that has gotten together to do something, and this community actually does good. So you know, there are clear legal issues. There's a lot of issues that are involved in Web3 in general. There are so many legal issues going forward. There's just one piece of a legal issue here. There are always going to be people that see either side of this based on their own perspective. It really very much just depends on where you are, where you sit in your world, and what you see based on, you know, in the future. Like, what do you see? What is your benefit that you're seeing, and what is your detriment that you're seeing? And that determines where you see, whether you see this as a positive you know, future or a difficult future that you want to fight against. But you know, this is an issue that's a valid issue. This is not something where people are trying to actively seek out and harm other people. This is a genuine, legitimate legal issue that deserves to have a say. There are a lot of genuine legal issues that deserve to have a say. And unfortunately, when there are genuine legal issues that deserve to have a say, that means there are parties on both sides that have genuine issues that they have to bring up, right? There are people that are unhappy on both sides, and there are people that are going to see themselves on either side, and they're going to see the other side as having no merit whatsoever, and that is rarely the case. It is rarely the case that that one side has no merit and the other side is the one with all of the merit. So the only thing I would say is please just keep your mind open, because this particular case is actually not nearly as clear cut as you might think it is. It is unfortunate that we are prohibited from being able to speak about it as clearly as we would like. But there are a lot of issues that we would love to bring up. But I do feel the emotion that you have and the passion that you have for this. We love creators too. This is not about let's screw creators. This is about how do we translate the new way that rights exist in an unowned space. We have a space where ownership is not a thing. That's all. That's like saying Chinatown is a new way for wait, what? We're moving to a space where ownership is not actually a thing. It's impossible to determine ownership.
I wouldn't say that, but
Wait, why is that? How is that?
To
That's
be able to serve this. Now I'm done.
All right, hold on one second, guys. Let's go to Stacks. Stacks is super awesome. I want to hear what she has to say.
well, yeah, go Stacks.
Thank you, baby. I was just being nice. You know,
I love you, Stacks.
Oh, thank you.
That's going to create a situation where creators stop creating so that people can't monetize it.
Columbo, wait your turn.
He got word vomit. It's all right.
We can't interrupt people right now.
I didn't hear anyone speaking. I'll jump down.
Oh, sorry, you can't hear Stacks speaking?
Go ahead, Stacks.
Oh.
I was going to, first of all, Slum,
Nope,
when
no.
you're giving people ideas for shit coins to make, I'm just letting you know. So your face is going to be on the damn meme coin within the next day. I guarantee you. So thank you for the next 10,000% runner. I'm just saying. So, but the point I wanted to make is there has been already like a few coins that have had like other images on it. Like we had Cliff Emu. I don't know if y'all remember that meme.
Speaking on stage, 5K listeners. Yeah, I know, right? That'd be great. We need you to tell a ghost story. Oh,
I don't know if they got served.
I will after this.
Clifford as the
I'm in.
As the mascot.
Ah,
Changed the dog to something else, which took away like the fun of it, right? Because we all love Clifford, the big red dog.
Clifford, the big red dog.
And I think when we buy these meme coins, especially of like things that we love, that we just want to be a part of that community in some kind of way. I think that's what we're doing. But the legal part is blurry. It's blurry as hell.
It's blurry as heck.
Can you serve documents to a contract? Like, is that something that stands up in court? So for me, the question is it an illegal thing, or is it just something that we haven't, like an area that we haven't touched yet?
It's interesting because we just asked that question. He kind of said that's up right now, like, and that makes a lot of sense. He's like, we don't know who's creating this stuff, and all we can do is serve these contracts, and hopefully they understand. So I don't know.
City, if they go through any exchange, they're very easily doxxed. So that's not really true.
Right. Well, so Ben is up here. Ben just changed his logo. Ben, why did you the logo?
Well, it was BitBoy's logo, technically.
Well, it was somebody's logo, but what? Do you know why the logo was changed, Ben?
Which logo?
Yeah, which
He's
logo?
referring to the Ben logo being changed for.
Yeah. It was copyrighted at first. That was a meme that I created. Or I didn't create the meme, but I made it the logo.
Did you change the Psyduck yet, or no?
Psyduck. Psy.
It's blue. It's a blue
platypus,
platypus,
yeah,
right?
absolutely.
It's not Psyduck, it's a blue platypus. Psyduck is a Pokemon, by the way.
Blue platypus.
Yeah. Blyduck.
Yeah. Nintendo, don't say anything.
Pokemon.
This blue platypus. Look at it. It's so obvious.
It's a whole new world we live in.
Yeah, me too.
It's a whole new
So Ben,
way
you've got,
to see.
I don't know. Last I looked this morning, it was like 20 mil. After you bought
We're talking GrumpyCat right now. The space. I don't know how long the space keeps going. Hopefully we get some alpha. I swear, like they've teased so much alpha, but leading up to the space, but they haven't talked about it yet.
I don't care.
Founders of this token, I don't really know. I mean, you have Slum Doge, that's the biggest holder. Pro the Doge. He's the biggest holder. A buddy of mine is in the top 20 holders. Any news shared yet? No, I'm waiting.
Pirates. What's their? They're like 300 of these community, 400. They are all supporting you. Like, what is causing this massive support? You're getting more support than I've ever seen in this space. Like it's crazy.
Because no one cares about NFTs except for me. Who's buying NFTs right now?
I am. Come on, please, somebody go and.
Well, I love NFTs. I'll be honest with you. I would much rather talk about.
Not a lot of people are buying them though. I'm about to buy a handful of the stiffest punks you ever saw. I'm gonna blow your mind.
Oh my God, nobody cares about punks.
Buy the 8 punk that's for sale.
I'm not gonna lie, a couple people care about punks, just not me.
The 8 punk, that's like the holy grail in my mind, man. Like I
with the cowboy hat.
Yeah. Oh wait, that's Robert Leschner's.
I've been streaming for 5 hours.
I'm gonna buy it.
Yeah, that's like, isn't it like 8 million right now?
3.6K.
Oh, okay. Oh, what is that? That's like, yeah, that's like
8 million. No big deal. I'm gonna change it to my PSP soon. So.
No, but that literally is the holy grail. I think the 8 punks are
such a great punk. Such a great punk.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
With the hat. Oh my God. I think
Jump in now. Tell them about the VV, dude. I'm trying. They had me up as a speaker before, then I got kicked off, and now I sent my request.
Might be at what, 19,900 something right now?
I'm gonna make my way back.
I don't even know. I think I'm the biggest holder.
I hope.
Right?
Oh, we got Brian Morris in there. He's a cool dude.
There are no longer 20,000. 69 of them got burned for a broker.
Look, I got that, but I wasn't gonna go check. It's so much work. Tell me the exact number, and I'll change the title.
All I know is that people created
Dude, that's what I did. You
right.
Conspiracy? Wait, hold on. Did you see my conspiracy theory yesterday, man?
No, he told me. He already told me.
See, I knew it. Everyone called me crazy. Everyone called me
crazy. You're not crazy. You're really just not that crazy in conspiracy. He wishes he could tell us.
I knew it. I told everyone. Everyone's like, "Boy, you're an idiot. Ha ha ha, you're an idiot."
I don't know. I felt like you were on to something. Is this confirmed? Or
yeah, it's confirmed.
My uncle told me. Why would he keep putting him in his work if we could sue him if we own those Nakamigos?
He puts a lot of stuff in his work, dude.
I've never
Wow,
seen
1,300 listeners here. Nice.
I mean, we had a long private conversation about it. That's all I'm saying.
No, so look at this. So I posted at the top. This is my buddy. He has this.
When people comes out as the Nakamigos creator, you wish you had exposure. Like, that's the funniest part.
Okay, let's see what else we got here.
If you don't have Nakamigos exposure,
I'd love to pump home.
You're not playing NFTs, right?
Yeah. People
when Grumpy goes to the
he was
moon,
waiting for 1 ETH in order to, release Chapter 2. That means that he's planning a.
How close are we right now?
Oh, I think like 0.6, 0.7. What's that?
I just bought another 50. I just bought another 50 ETH worth. I'm buying another 50 ETH worth real quick. I don't give a shit.
Wait, so people keep sending. I gotta ask you. So people keep sending ETH to Loyal, like so. Dylan, who's one of my buddies who has that pirate NFT, their whole group is sending you guys ETH. They've been sending you ETH. It's nonstop. Let me ask you a question. Like, what do you say to these people that are getting it? Like, what is Loyal going to be? Like, what is it going to do? Can you give us a little hint of what we have?
Why is everyone sending so much ETH?
Like, we're gonna get Loyal. Like, what is it?
That's so much.
The back end, the whole game. That's going to be the backbone. That's the back end.
I like
it's going to be fees for the holder.
Oh my gosh.
So if you have to say,
Could we get to the alpha, please?
would you say best psyop for Loyal would be the one holder?
Man, it depends on the timing. You know what I mean? Like, what are you trying to accomplish?
Success. Like I'll put it like this: the most bang for your buck. What would you say?
The most bang for your buck.
Coin number 4, finale. Is that a coin? That's the next one. You see what I did?
Don't talk about that. I'll get in trouble if I say.
Yeah, no. I
I want to hear. So I want to hear about Royal. So
I already got in trouble for that. What?
So when?
Go ahead.
I have a serious question. So when? When is the pre-sale ending for that? And I want to know like when it launches.
The pre-sale's ending. Wait, what day is it?
It's Monday.
Yeah, pre-sale's ending tonight, and I'm gonna do the launch tomorrow morning. Early hours tomorrow.
Wait, don't do it too early. I want to wake up and do a space.
I won't be there.
I gotta be ready to like do a watch party again.
I'll skip it. I'm not gonna be there. You're lucky you have me here.
I feel like meme coins are a pretty good way of onboarding people.
So let's talk about Royal. Okay, so now we have.
Oh my god, can we please go back to GrumpyCat? I'm so tired of streaming.
Sorry.
I don't understand it. Can you explain?
There's not a specific benefit to holding all three, but I would say honestly, man, PSYOP is my main. Like, Loyal is gonna be the back end. Those are the people that are gonna realize, like, yo, I invested in an infrastructure project, and it's gonna be, in the end, that will pay off a lot. But realistically, for me, if you were to ask me what is my favorite, I mean, man, PSYOP is going to be something huge. I can't even talk about what PSYOP is going to be.
Yeah,
and I've been talking about it, but, like, the products that we're about to release, like, I have the biggest DeFi devs hitting me up, and we're coming out with some crazy shit.
All right, here's my question. So technically speaking, Ben was sold to fucking BitBoy, right? So BitBoy's behind Ben entirely now, full support. You're in PSYOP, full support behind PSYOP. Loyal, though, BitBoy said he's coming in with you together. So that seems like it would have the most support from both sides, right?
I mean, I would say, like, Ben is his marketing objective, and PSYOP is my marketing objective. And that's how it kind of happened. Like, if you look at the timeline of the way all of it went down with the deal and the way I released my token, he has Ben as his main marketing coin, and you can't deny BitBoy. Everything he does, like the whole space and the way he moves, and it's like the integrity that he has. Ben is always going to have the support of BitBoy. That's going to be it. That's his coin. Like, there's something to be said for that. As far as I go, PSYOP is my coin, and if you believe in me and you see what I'm doing in this space and like the way that I'm moving, it's going to be PSYOP. So PSYOP is that's my market. Like, I'm gonna market PSYOP. I'm gonna do things through PSYOP, and PSYOP is gonna be more than what you guys would expect. And as far as loyalty goes, Loyalty is the infrastructure project, and that might not be like the immediate moon, I guess you could say, but like maybe it will be. Who knows? That is the infrastructure.
Ben, I got a question for you. What would I have to do to get into like the fourth or fifth coin? Like, is there an advanced pre-sale list?
Don't answer Moishi.
No. He already said to the last one.
Moishi's a Fed.
We promise. All right, Finale was not me. Okay, ignore Finale.
Who's Finale?
That was a rogue dev that created Finale.
Fudge! I can't take the screenshot.
Somebody else created Finale, but
Ooh.
I fucking love Finale. I can't deny it.
Who are these people?
I took it over. Like, my dev created it, and I was like, I got on the Discord with the dev. I was like, please fucking send me all the fucking coins.
Wait, so now we have 4 tokens?
4 tokens. Well, it's 3 tokens, but he loves it. Let's just go.
No, I wasn't the one that created it. That was not me that created it. I did not create Finale.
Now, just to be clear, you just confirmed you're now running Finale.
Yeah, you have all the Finale. I control it. Yes, I fully control Finale.
What's Finale?
Here's a big question now. So how do you keep 4 tokens to go up? Like, cause I mean, honestly, like,
what's
Finale? How do you keep 10 tokens to go up, bro? Look at Binance. How many tokens they got on their fucking deck?
So you're building a
Finale abstraction fan? I don't even know what Finale is.
Ben Armstrong and Ben.E. So it's not like he's all.
No.
Oh, Ben's already at number 386. I don't.
believe that we can create a deck
It's already got a $58 million
any other,
market cap.
invest in Loyal.
I don't.
Is the main token for that's the infrastructure. And I got the best. That's the thing that most people don't realize about everything that I've done is a lot of people didn't believe in me, and they were like, "Oh,
PSYOP only has a.
and then like finally,
Oh, it's a.
an amount of money that was like,
PSYOP's got $1 billion fully diluted valuation. Why would anyone buy PSYOP?
Hire whoever he wants.
That sounds ridiculous.
And he might actually. So that's what this is going to be. Loyal, and the deck behind Loyal is called Sidex, just so everybody knows. I'm not really putting that out there yet, but man, we got the best devs in this space behind us, and I can pay anyone great.
You really though? Yeah,
Ben, if you
really.
spend all the money on Nakamigos and the new apes, how will you have money to pay for devs?
Those are pennies. So what are you talking about?
And finale's just a cherry on top, right?
What do you mean, bro? Look at my wallet. I'll spend pennies on that. Get out of here.
Moshi, I love that picture of you in the car with the headphones, looking out into the.
Never saw it. Never saw it. But like realistically, I could spend 50 each on Nakamigos for the foreseeable future.
What about 100 each?
What is 100 each?
Oh my God, this space is gonna kill me.
I just did. You think I'm right? I think you will.
Oh, does the name of the space change to Ben holds 20,000 Nakamigos? Oh.
Question. What do you mean? I just read 50.
Yeah. It's okay.
Why did the name of the space change?
50 each sweeps just happened.
Oh my God, this is a crap show.
So you say you want to swap all the shit Nakamigos again?
I'm literally the largest.
Can you let Dubsy talk? Dubsy's got 113,000 followers. I'm curious to see what Dubsy has to say. Even though he said goodnight an hour ago.
What's the price?
0.72 floor, and you hold 445.
Yeah. So we're gonna go up.
Man, that sounds too crazy. I have a meeting myself. 81.
Am I the largest holder?
Yeah, you are by far the largest holder.
Cool. I like that. That's cool. That's really fucking cool. I like that.
So do you think we're going to see a time where like the entire floors of NFT projects are just going to be wiped out by single?
Oh my God.
Institutions?
Nah, I mean
mental institutions.
I honestly think NFTs are done, but certain projects would be cool. That's it. There's nothing else.
Okay, I actually want to hear something.
You could just.
This is this whole entire space.
I wanted to hear about the people connection. If you could, can you talk on that or not?
Did you just throw some stuff about Yuga? Hold on.
All right, I'm like done with this space.
Project and no one said anything.
Only reason I'm still here is because Foster Hilt is here.
And no one cares.
Yeah, no one cares.
Yeah, bye you guys. No one gives a fuck.
Yo, Ben,
that's the real truth. And that's the real truth. That's the real goddamn truth. No one gives a goddamn shit. You're not shit. Stay cool or you're a loser. Stay cool or you're a fucking loser.
Ben, I don't know who you are.
Can you speak to that?
I didn't hear what Moshi said. That's to speak to that. That's all I heard.
Yeah, I've heard rumors that you're launching a coin with people. Can you
He already has 4.
Stop. Hold on. I actually I wanted to hear about the people connection. Like, can you speak to it? So I'm actually curious about the people thing.
I'm not going to speak to it. I'm just going to continue to buy it.
So can we assume that your 5th coin will be a connection with people?
No.
Okay.
No.
He's not.
Why would you
Moshi, just stick to analytics and other things. Trolling is not your cup of tea.
I'm not trolling. I just want to know what's
But it's
invested.
not funny.
Obviously, I'm not. Why would I assume that? Like, get out of here.
I just think you're underexposed to Nakamigos personally, but
That is it. Literally, if you're not exposed to Nakamigos, you're dumb as fucking hell.
No one on Earth knows what Nakamigos are, except for this small group in
say
On Twitter.
yes. The answer is yes. Be quiet.
Because it's
I don't want to say more than
20,000
that.
investors.
I don't want to say more than that. Shut up.
Did you know Double A was the biggest fan of
How are 1,700 people here right now?
this guy, the guy above you, the guy with the floor 8?
I'm not looking at my phone right now. What are you talking about?
What are you looking at?
You think I look at my phone when I'm talking?
How do you know that's fucking cap? Because how do you know?
I don't pay
know he's gonna talk
attention.
next? How do you know he's being come on?
I don't care, bro.
Bro, he just had 20 million sent to his wallet. He doesn't give a fuck what anyone says anymore.
No, I never did.
I'm pretty sure he didn't give a fuck before that.
No.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten the 20 million through wire.
25
20.
million.
Sorry, yeah. Who knows what it'll be tomorrow?
At the bear market bottom.
I mean, what bear market?
You should buy. You should buy.
The bear market. Hey, China's buying June 1st, right?
I don't know whose China's they're buying, but they're buying something.
China just enabled crypto buying for all of their citizens starting June 1st. Google it.
And then there's also
the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling also is up 4 years. We're going into a larger cycle right now. This has been predicted.
There's something else where the Brazil president said today that he would love to have more currency. So I think we're going to see Brazil, we're going to see China, Russia.
China and Brazil are in bed already.
Right, and then Russia.
BRICS nations.
Talking about doing crypto trading. So I think it's all coming full circle. So I think we're.
Yeah, if we're heading into a larger cycle, then it's game over.
Tom.
At least on my end, I'm a laughing.
Exactly. Tom, you got your hand up?
Either way, I'm laughing. Just so you know.
Yeah, I was just wondering, are you going to sweep any other NFT floors, or is it just Nakamigos?
Nakamigos only.
Dude's gonna acquire the project through just acquiring it.
Look. Oh, no. Hold on. I'm going to buy some Alpha just to laugh.
Yeah, like, can I help
That's you, good.
All right, guys. Apparently, no alpha is being dropped on here. I'm kind of done. So I'm gonna end this here. All right, guys. I was told there would be alpha on this drop or on one of these spaces, and apparently there was no alpha anywhere to be had. So that's really upsetting. The alpha will come. When is it going to drop? I don't know. But again, I bought 6K, 7K GrumpyCat for a reason. My friends are buying a lot of GrumpyCat for other reasons. This will hit. I don't know when. Clearly, the spaces were not what we thought it would be. Again, I was sure they were teasing alpha. I thought they would announce exchanges. I'm sure they will at some point. Again, Grumpy has, over 3,000 individual holders. There's a lot of space. There's a lot of people that are in the. There's a lot of people that are in the. Just in the community for it to have an under $10 million market cap. So I'm really bullish on where it goes. Again, for me, I'll flip a little bit at, take out, my friend's not taking out any of his original investment until 70 million. So maybe and that's just his original investment. And, he put in like 25. Okay. So, I'm going to look like a bitch if I sell my original investment at like 40K. So, or 40 million, we'll see. I'll keep everyone posted with that. I'll do more VV content tomorrow. And obviously I'll mention GrumpyCat, but yeah, I'm really salty that it was teased that we would have major announcements today, and they did not. Either way, for me, if the price stays here until Friday, I'll buy more anyway, but if the price stays here until Friday, I might only put a little bit into OMI, in which case I'll put a lot more into GrumpyCat. I'll keep y'all posted. Again, GrumpyCat, I'm not keeping for years. I'm keeping until it hits $100-something million market cap, and I'll sell at that point. The GrumpyCat is not a, like I said, it's not like a 5-10 year hold. I don't even know if it would be like a 2.5 year hold. Could it do what some of them are saying? Like, could it go to like $1 billion or more? Sure. but I think the smart move would be to get out somewhere between the 100 and 400 million dollar market cap, just because you know, when everyone says, "Oh, it's going to go here," might not go here. Remember everyone talking about OMI, all the technical analysis people? Yeah, it's going to totally go to triple or to 0004 or even 00035. I dare say, and of course, like that never happened. So when the GrumpyCat community is like, "Yeah, we'll go into $1 billion," again, is it possible? Sure. Most of my funds will be taken out between 100 and 400 million. I'll start taking out. My friend's not going to do it until 70 million. I'll probably match him depending on how other real life stuff goes. So I'll keep you posted on that. Again, probably take out initial investment and then let the rest ride for whatever. Anywho, that'll be it for me. I'll go and maybe I'll just do a video. I'll probably do a video and then we'll go from there. All right, guys. I love you guys. Meow, 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 meow. Thanks for coming. Meow.